In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Five rounds have come and gone here at the scenic coastal Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, but don't be fooled. It's the middle of winter right now, and I feel like the B-roll is lying to us. Not that it matters that it is cold outside, because inside the tournament hall, there is nothing short of fire. In the Masters, Challengers, and Amateur sections, the playing hall is filling up, getting ready for round number 6 of Tata Steel Chess. I'm John Sargent. With me is International Master and Olympiad gold medalist Tanya Sachdev to break down the action for you today. How are you doing, Tanya?
I'm doing good, John. We all got a rest day. Chat got some rest. The players come back with recharged batteries. And what a phenomenal round 5 we had with 3 decisive games. And I can't wait to see what the players have cooked up for today.
Exactly right. Like, when you take a look at Super Grandmaster level, it can be typical where you see lots and lots and lots of draws, whether they're short draws or long fighting draws. When you look at the standing screen at the end of the day, you go, oh, okay, that's what happened. Well, actually, that's not what happened in round number 5. 3 decisive games and threatening to have more as well produces some really exciting standings going into round number 6 here. We have joint names at the top now. Prag is no longer the sole lead. Nodirbek has managed to join him as well, so very, very fun, and only half a point behind world champion, freshly minted world champion Gukesh, and Vladimir Fedoseev, the 2800 killer, hot on the heels. This is good fun. I'm liking this standing sheet, Tanya.
Very exciting. And look at those 3 names at the very, very top right now. All these three players, 20 or younger, all 3 of them in the world top 10. One of them already a world champion. The other 2, Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa, have all the ingredients needed to become the future world champion. And I think these 3 names that we're seeing right at top of the leaderboard, Nodirbek, Prag, Gukesh, they're going to be shaping the chess landscape for many years to come.
That's going to be so much fun. It's almost like it's not just old versus new, sort of older generation versus newer generation. We're seeing so many clashes within both of those groups as well. And that's what makes tournaments like Tata Steel so exciting. So those are the standings. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pairings for today. Cue the Formula 1 style music, because on top board, we have Arjun Erigaisi versus Fabiano Caruana, the battle of the 2800s. Immediately next to them, Alexei Sarana and 2800 killer Vladimir Fedoseev will take to battle. Vincent Keimer then plays Anish Giri, hometown hero, on board 3.
We've got a clash between 2 generational talents. It's world number 6 Abdusattorov against world champion Gukesh. Hari Krishna takes on Jordan Van Forest. Tournament co-leader Praggnanandhaa will play defending champion Wei Yi. And finally, 2 tail enders on the hunt for their first win. It's Mendonça versus Obamadam.
So here are your pairings for the Masters for round number 6. The Battle of the 2800s on top board. Will Fedoseev be able to build on his incredible win yesterday? He's defeated Arjun as well, no doubt. He'll be coming for additional 2800s. I think he's got Hikaru left, but he's beaten Caruana now too. And, oh, Nodirbek versus Gukesh. Like, for me, Tanya, my eyes are on that board today.
That's a big one, right? We're expecting an epic duel like it always is between these 2 feisty, fearless chess beasts that they've grown up to be. And what's been awesome is to watch them grow as world-class players, and this rivalry between them as well, you know, really play out right in front of our eyes. But even the matchup right after that, Praggnanandhaa against Wei Yi. That is super exciting as well. You know, Prag being the tournament co-leader, Wei Yi, he is the defending champion. But get this, right? Prag's had 3 back-to-back victories in the event. Wei Yi, despite having his aggressive style, he's looking for his first win, John. He's had 5 draws. Few would have predicted that.
He must be feeling like fairly comfortable that he's able to hold draws basically at will. As we see, I love that Fasto in the background there. The chair is more than half his height, but he will be able to get into it. What an incredible player. But yes, Wei Yi, he's looking for blood, right? He's waiting for the opportunity to strike. But 5 draws in a row, Tanya, you get the feeling that the hunger is there, and he wants to break out of that rhythm and give himself as big a chance as possible to defend his title. You don't want to be slipping too far back when you have players like Prag who have won multiple games in a row. So we need to start building some of that momentum now.
And this image right in front of us, right? The live scenes coming out of Wijk is exactly what makes this event so special. You've got Wei Yi, who's now come into and has made his mark in the world top 10, of course, coming in as a defending champion. But what a year he's had in 2024. And then on the background, you see 11-year-old Faustino Oro playing in the challengers. And, you know, it's exactly how we had Bic in the start of the show with that video say that this is where legends are made, because all these top grandmasters, they have been there as 10-year-olds, as 11-year-olds, and here they are with the fans watching them, with the chess world watching them really make their arrival announced in the chess scene.
Yeah, we had I think we were zooming in on Bic's board at this point yesterday. Not going to happen today, of course. He's finished playing and he's back to work with us, but absolutely delightful to see everyone sat down here. You can see Divya playing Faustino today. That's going to be a fun match in the Challengers. We might get a chance to have a peek at that game a little bit later on in the broadcast as well. We're, of course, mainly focusing on the Masters games, but we do have half an eye on these boards as well, folks. So don't worry. If anything crazy starts happening, we will be checking them out. Who are you hyped for in the chat? Is there any particular matchup or any particular board that you are looking out for today? Do let us know. But we will be covering all of these games. Sarana, Fedoseev, they've had interesting contrasting fortunes so far in this tournament, Tanya, but Fedoseev at the moment must be on cloud 9 before the rest day.
He's got all reasons to be, right? In the course of the last 4 months, he's taken down Magnus Carlsen. He beat Arjun Erigaisi just a few days ago in round 4. And yesterday, his spectacular technical victory in a long-fought battle against the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. He's got to be feeling all the confidence that a player needs to be playing against the very best in the world. And I was watching his interview with Fiona, and once again, awesome interviews, Fiona, if you're listening to this coming in from Wijk. They've just been so insightful. And Fedoseev mentioned that classical chess, somehow he struggled to have that emotional stability that's required over a long number of hours. But he feels he's checked that out of his list as something to be done. We've seen what a beast Big Fish is when it comes to these online faster controls. But here he is, shining amongst the very brightest stars in classical format.
I think you bring up a really great point that is often underrepresented in the chess world, which is the difference in skill and the difference in skill sets required between the faster and slower time controls. It's easy for us to say that objectively it's still the same position on a board. Why on earth would it be that materially different? But you're right. Skills like time management and not cracking under pressure, and the one that I think is overlooked the most, just how much you're able to concentrate after already sat for 5 hours at the board. All you need is 1 moment of a 10-second lapse of concentration for you to think, oh, this line's okay, I'll play this move. And it's a blunder and your whole position falls apart. And that's really difficult to do when you've spent many hours at the board already.
And one player who spent many hours on the board already in round 5 was Vincent Keimer. And it's heartbreaking when you're not able to hold those kind of draws against Gukesh. A tough ending. Gukesh took that win, and he's up against his big rival, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I want to get chat involved in this one, because this has to be our marquee matchup of the day, right? 20-year-old Nodirbek, world number 6, playing against, well, a rivalry that we've seen form in front of our eyes, going back to the Chennai 2022 Olympiad, where both these players spearheaded their nations, their country onto the podium. It was Nodirbek leading from board one for Uzbekistan, winning the gold immediately. It was Gukesh leading for India B, and eventually with that bronze finish that he had. And that podium shaping we saw, John, it came down to their head-to-head clash. Every time these two play ever since then, I think we've seen incredible battles. It's their style. They love fighting against each other, and I'm super excited about this one. Chat, who do you think takes it today?
Don't forget as well that Nodirbek has now seen Gukesh become world champion, and he's got to have half an eye on the candidate cycle on finding a way to say, you know what, if you can take that, I think I could give it a damn good go as well. I'm sure he will have had thoughts like that. Maybe not right now before they start playing the game, but he's got to be thinking that he can reach those kinds of heights as well. So you're right, Tanya. It's going to be a wonderful matchup. Here we have Jordan van Foreest taking on Pentala Harikrishna. Oh my goodness, the roller coaster ride we had with Jordan yesterday, Tanya. Every single time we moved away from the board and then came back, I feel like there was a different set of emotions. There was a different evaluation. The eval bar was too tired from its workout and needed to pack up and go home. This was insane.
One of the most beautiful sequence of calculation that I have seen in chess ever. Nodirbek starting from a moment, looking far ahead, how he just zoned in, locked in, and precisely, you know, it wasn't Alpha Zero, it was Alpha Nodirbek in that game. Just finding the right line. He showed it in his post game. He had it all worked out. And really one of those positions that I think, John, will go down in all calculation exercise books ever to come henceforth. And look at that. We've got Gukesh going into his Zen mode. You know, he's got his eyes shut, and Nodirbek, he's just got his death stare on already.
We've got a difference today. I feel like Gukesh has gone back into World Championship mode. He's got a nice suit, the jacket with the sponsorship. Makes a difference from the hoodie. Very, very contrasting compared to the day before. But this is the Gukesh we know and love from the World Championship. The clock has started, and we're waiting for the first move. He looks up at Gukesh as well. Mind games before a move is even played on the board. E4.
And I believe that is the King's Pawn opening. By the way, you mentioned the hoodie. It's right there behind Gukesh. That is what we've come to speculate as Gukesh's lucky hoodie. He brings it along. But of course, he's all suited up as both these players are. And I believe we've got the King's Pawn opening on now. Also, John, the fact that they got a rest day before coming into this epic clash, right? What have they prepared? What have they cooked up against each other is the big question.
That's interesting too, because in a tournament with a large number of rounds like this one, you're able to, of course, prepare for every opponent, but you have more time to prepare specifically for the opponents that you play after a rest day. So, Tanya, when you're playing in a tournament like this, even though you know who your opponents are for all rounds in advance, do you feel like there's an extra degree of pressure or an extra amount of preparation on the players specifically when they come back from rest days?
Well, it's true for closed events. Usually the preparation, or at least majority of it, happens before the event starts. I think the most important thing for the players once an event like this, where you know every round is going to be tougher than the one you've experienced, fatigue, energy, stamina will come into play. You're also following the opening repertoire of your opponents throughout the event, so you need to keep checking lines. But the biggest aspect is, what is the form that you come into the tournament in? What is your mind state when you're playing this game? And I think for both these players, Nodirbek with that fantastic win over Jordan van Foreest in round 5, and Gukesh with that big technical win against Vincent Keimer, feels like they got just the warm-up they needed for this clash.
Now we have an Italian on the board, and on some levels you might say the Italian a little bit of a quieter game, but we saw, including in the World Championship, that this can lead to some very, very spicy middle game positions. So Gukesh, very, very familiar. Abdusattorov here, of course, very happy with this too. We could end up seeing a lot of fun tactics pop out of the woodwork later on.
Yeah, we've got this opening, which has been played tens of thousands of times, this particular position, with black also taking out the bishop to its counterpart square. So the Italian played, and Nodirbek, I believe he's made a move, because I see on our live board that it's Gukesh's to play on our visuals. But on our analysis board, we've got bishop c5. So I think Nodirbek has made a decision. I'm trying to understand, wait, what has he played? Is that a4?
Oh, from this angle, that's hard to see.
Hmm. Oh, yes, it is a4.
Okay.
Wow. That is a new... It has been played before, but it's not the most standard move. And I'd love to get the stats and how many times that move was played on move number 4. And now we come back to a position, usually this last move by Nodirbek is the one that's played before white pushes the flank pawn. But that's what's so difficult about the Italian, right? You've got these strategic concepts, these positions, and they can always arise with these different move orders. This might include the a pawn moving forward. Is there a pawn on h3? How does black handle those subtle changes? But Nodirbek showing his cards pretty early on that he's either looking for a queenside expansion at some point, with even the c3 pawn moving forward, and Gukesh has to think how to handle that. John, should we do a quick roundup of the openings that we're seeing? Because I'm noticing some surprising choices by the players.
Yeah, let's definitely go ahead and take a look at that. So a4 early on here, and note that the moves are being played pretty much instantaneously as well, so very much still part of the prep. So this is what the situation looks like, Nodirbek versus Gukesh. We should have shortly a view of all of the opening choices from our top grandmasters in the Masters section. Let's take a look. So from top left all the way down to bottom right, in no particular order here. Love the colors on this screen as always. Tanya, what's caught your eye?
So we've got some king pawns, we've got some queen pawns, we've got some open Spanish position between Praggnanandhaa and Wei Yi. That's going to be a theoretical battle. That's the top row, the rightmost board there. And wow, what has caught my eye? Well, one of the things where I don't want to jump to immediately, but just bringing it to everyone's notice, bottom row, extreme right, Arjun versus Fabi, and I believe Fabi decided to go for a Berlin. That feels like where this has come from, which is an opening that's known to be super solid by black, maybe playing against Arjun's style there.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the Berlin, well, in history at least, maybe being quite famous for being quite drawish, but to be fair, mainly drawish because it's so solid for black and there are ways to play around the more aggressive ideas that white might have in this opening. So not because it is completely lack of theory or there's absolutely nothing exciting. Maybe in the very end game there isn't, but there's still a fair bit of theoretical battling to be done between our 2800s there on the bottom right. Not too much going on in the game next to them. Kaima and Anish Giri just a couple of moves in. And we have cleared the queen side to Sorana Fedoseev. As things currently stand, still very early doors though. And then I'm taking a quick look on the top row as well. We've got Varmadam, Mendonça, Van Foreest, Hare Krishna, and yeah, Prague, Wei Yi. A very open game. I'm looking forward to what that game is going to look like in, say, 10 or 12 moves time when we start seeing some deviations from theory from either of these players.
Absolutely. So that one's going to be exciting. And I also did a quick check because Nodirbek's a4 move definitely caught me by attention. That's the bottom left board where we see the last move has been the most standard d-pawn moving ahead. And John, get this, right? A4 is the 17th most popular move at the moment it was played. The 17th most popular move. And I'm just going to bring that up. So in this position, white has played c3, white has played d3, there's short castle. I don't even know how white has, of course, there's knight g5, not knight g5 ideas, but knight c3 ideas in this position. And there's queen e2 that's been played. And I'm just wondering, how are there even 17 moves in this position? So b4 is more popular, d4 is more popular, queen e2 is played. And it's really, and even by the way, knight g5 has been played a couple of times. I don't understand that moves, but I believe there are some tactics. I'm not sure what knight g5 is about in this position. But a4 is only been played 67 times. The move c3, which is the most standard move, has been played 83,000 times in this position.
83,000
A4,
versus 67. Yeah, that is unreal. Do you think maybe that after seeing some of Gukesh's previous games where we were getting some quite interesting spicy Italians, as it were, Tanya, that perhaps Nodirbek went back to camp and said, okay, what are ways to get Gukesh a little bit uncomfortable here? I'm certain that in a database somewhere, Gukesh has an annotation for the A4 line, but I think he's probably sitting there going, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to like properly dive into the rabbit hole of my memory to try and remember, because this isn't one of the main lines. This isn't even one of the popular alternatives. We are talking a sideline of a sideline of a sideline here, deliberately to get Gukesh out of his preparation early on.
I think it was just a little mind game trick because, or maybe not, because look at what has just happened on a live board. We'll catch up with it. But after A4, and A4 has been employed by some very strong grandmasters, such as David Navarra, Jordan Van Foreest has played A4 in this particular position. So it has been seen at the top level.
Sure.
But the point is he just made Gukesh take a pause. Because again, you have to adapt yourself to thinking what kind of structures does Nodirbek want here? Where is A4 going to be better for him? Do I start with D6? Do I develop my knight? And Gukesh chose the most natural way to proceed, which I believe is the best way as well. Knight F6. Most games were played in this position after A4. And D3, we have a more standard position now. Like I said,
okay,
D3
so you can
was one of
transpose potentially.
Exactly. After D3, he went on with D6 here. And A5.
You're going to push
This is,
A4,
I
you got to be
believe-
prepared to push A5.
Yes, and John, I think this is what Nodirbek and his team cooked up during the rest day to fight for an advantage with the white pieces against the world champion.
So in this position here, obviously A4, A5, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Gukesh's queen side, and trying to find a way to squeeze an advantage out of the opening. Now, there are two sides to this, Tanya, right? The first is, to what extent can we get a queenside advantage as white? But also, and maybe the question I'm more interested in, what kind of mistakes or inaccuracies do we think that the opening choice can maybe provoke Gukesh into making? Like, what sort of responses might leave Gukesh with some long-term weaknesses that Nodirbek can try to capitalize on in a longer game? Where is he hoping Gukesh goes with this?
Yeah, it's a really tough question and very early days to answer right now. I think it just poses some immediate problems for Gukesh, right? The first thing as a player you start thinking about is, do you want to allow white to go A6 or not? If not, that would mean that you commit yourself to making a move like A6 yourself, which at some point can give white a hook long term to try to break and open up on the queen side. It's sort of just about decision here for black, which path you're going to choose. And it's not a very easy one to make, I believe. I mean, in this particular position, and again, I'm just trying to get a read into what has happened in the past, where are the lines that they've looked at, and very interestingly, there has been a game between Levan Aronian and Vidit Gujarati.
Okay, so extremely high-level game.
And a different move was chosen in that. I believe it was A6. But instead, what Gukesh has gone for, bishop b4 check, has only been played twice. And one of the games is between Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. Again, just shows the depth of preparation that these two players have and how familiar they are with even setups that are completely offbeat. Look at the speed with which Nodirbek keeps on playing. It's instant, right? And the reason for this trade, why Gukesh chose bishop to b4 is, once white gets c3, you lose that opportunity. White is going to expand on the queen side, and time the d4 or the b5 break if you commit to a6, which you will have to have an escape square for the bishop. So Gukesh very rightly understood that if he wants to get rid of this bishop, if he doesn't want long-term problems, and he's made the decision to trade it off immediately, which allows white a little bit of development advantage, because white has managed to improve the position of the pieces on the queen side, while Gukesh, he's given up a very powerful bishop of the Italian. So interesting dynamics developing, still in the balance.
Yeah, it's almost like an alternative way to force White to continue thinking about the a6 problem, right? Where if you force the bishops off immediately, it buys you a couple of tempi. Sure, White has that move to develop. It then allows you some more time to think about what to do next. You don't have to worry about defending that bishop in the long term, like you said. And going down this line, very, very interesting indeed. It hasn't really been played before, not very much anyway. But like you said, Tanya, the majority of when it has been played before has been between some of the world's top players. So it's definitely not unsound, it's simply unpopular.
Yes, and it's really fascinating with these two players, the position that they've chosen to get right out of the opening. It's sort of like having a fresh position to play. Nodirbek just wants a game. He doesn't want to get into any long theoretical battles. Now, one of the points about the Italian, when the dark square bishop gets traded off for white, is that black always eyes the f4 square on the king side, right? Castling has happened. At some point, one of the ideas, the thematic ideas for Gukesh could be to transfer the knight to the other side of the board, eyeing that f4 square, and also looking to break in the center. Meanwhile, why did Nodirbek just do what he did, advancing the a-pawn? He wants to get a flank pawn storm rolling. So I have a feeling that, John, over the next few couple of moves, this might end up being, again, a fight on two different sides of the board, with Gukesh trying to create his play on the king side with the jump of the knights, and Nodirbek advancing on the other flank.
So the stage is set for the middle game here. Very interesting to see what Nodirbek and Gukesh are going to be doing and what paths they're going to be choosing as we move into the middle game. Let's take a quick look at our bird's eye view and see what developments there have been on the other boards as well. A lot more moves have been played all across. We can see Anish Giri in particular has had a couple of extra moves. The queen's come out to b3 behind the pawn on c4. Things looking okay there. I'm looking for other games that could end up being fireworks. Queen a4 check from Hare Krishna against von Foreist. And very interesting that we've got 4 pawns in the middle of the board there. So that could be quite a fun one to follow. Even if this is theory at this point, Tanya, there's a lot of captures and a lot of different moves to consider in that game.
Absolutely. There's so much tension. It's sort of a face-off between the most important pawns at the start of the game, right? The central pawns. And usually in these kind of situations, it's who blinks first is the one who lives to regret. You want to keep the tension on maximum and then trade on your terms. So the Hare Van Foreist board promises to be a fun one. Meanwhile, Prague, our other tournament co-leader, he starts with the open Spanish, and that's also promising with all the minor pieces still on the board. There are a lot of strategic ideas in this position where black has got a 4 versus 3 on the left side of the board with the pawns and looks at eventually trying to get that c-pawn moving up the board. Meanwhile, for white, the activity is on the right side. So another game with the dynamics of both players playing on opposite flanks.
And this should mean, hopefully, that we get a lot of really good fighting middle games and some very exciting chess going into the next part of the day. The next thing I want to take a look at, and one of the things I love spotting early, is differences in time. Obviously, with an hour and 40 minutes each, this is extremely early days, and I do think that aside from Nodirbek Gukesh, where Gukesh is thinking a lot more than Nodirbek is, the other ones worth mentioning is that Varmadam seems to be above an hour 40 against Mendonça. And Fedoseev is also down about 10 minutes on Serrada. So I don't think these will necessarily influence the results, but it gives us an early idea for which players have gone deeper into their preparation, perhaps in the first couple of moves, and which players need to sit back and go, that's fine, let me take a couple of minutes to just remember what these lines are, what I should be doing, and where I should be placing my pieces. So interesting stuff.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit of a spoilsport and say one of the not so interesting stuff is that bottom right board, the Berlin. Look at the symmetry in the position. And the only dynamic here is the open E line. And usually we see mass trades of the majors on that file. And I think this one, John, most likely headed towards a quick liquidation and a draw in this one. And I think for Fabi, with the black pieces, you know, it makes a lot of sense to not try to overpush. For Arjun as well, it's been a really a really challenging tournament so far, playing against the world number 2, who, by the way, now with his loss yesterday, a lot of ranking and rating implications with the Tata Steel, has dropped down to world number 3 behind Hikaru Nakamura. For Arjun as well, I think he just wanted to keep things solid and not take too much of a fight on against the Berlin. He didn't. This is what we have. So I think that game for now we can just let go of. But where do you want to jump into next? I've got 2 candidates, either the Prog board or the Hurry board. Both look very fun.
Oh, I would love to take a look at the Hurry board, because when there are multiple captures and multiple routes forward, it's fun to take a look out of the opening at what kind of different positions you can get into, depending on the path you've chosen. So on the live board, we can see that an exchange of queens has taken place. But if we even go back 1 or 2 moves, you can see there are pawns on d4, e4, d5, and e5. And there are a large number of possible middle games as a result of this. So a very dynamic opening. Talk us through, Tanya, what the sort of middle games we could have seen are.
I'm going to take us from the top, just so I can also understand the position and how the players got here a bit better. So once again, we saw the King's Pawn opening, and it was the Spanish, the Berlin, and this is the anti-Berlin, unlike what we see. So he does stop the pawn on e4 and the mass trades that can follow after taking the central pawns with bishop takes knight. So symmetrical response, defending the e5 pawn. a6 kicks the bishop. A trade, the first imbalance of the position where white has handed over a bishop pair, but in return, you long-term weaken black's pawn formation. All this has been played quite a few times, and something that we've seen at top-level chess as well. White looking to take more space in the center. Jordan develops the bishop to b7, just making sure that the d4 break is delayed, doubling down on that e4 pawn. And here, to defend the pawn before Hurry decides to strike in the center with d4. That is the thematic idea, and it does arrive after the trades. This is where we have where d5 was played, and their clock situation, it does imply that they are very familiar with these positions, because, John, d5 is not the kind of move that you just play within a minute or two with over-the-board inspiration. So they are very familiar with the setup.
Yeah, this is not the sort of move you just instantly play without thinking, for sure. So there are a lot of dynamics here. Of course, the queen comes out. You need to defend the bishop on b7. And then we followed up with a check, and then an offered swap of queens. We even had the computer blue arrow there saying that is simply the move black needs in order to maintain any sort of dynamic equality here. So the queens have come off fairly early, with all 4 boards still stuck in the middle of the board. Now, let's take a look at some of the, I guess, foundational things in terms of chess here. I'm under the impression that with the bishop on b7, black's objective here is to try and clear the diagonal all the way through to the knight on f3 and the pawn in front of the king on g2. That is fairly obvious for most club-level chess players taking a look at this position. But at the same time, it was Hare Krishna that ended up taking on that light square diagonal first. There didn't feel any need for Van Foreest to be necessarily taking the initiative there. So how do you decide who captures first and why?
There's a concrete reason in this position, and I was trying to work it out, because it just looks like black is losing this e5 central pawn. White just has too many of the pieces attacking it. So this has to be some kind of opening prep by Jordan, because we're about to see a pawn sacrifice on the board. And Hari takes the bait, he takes the gambit. So he first takes on d5, and Jordan slows down. If Jordan does pick up the pawn on d5 with the bishop, it's a natural looking move, and I think the first one that we need to look at. Hari will have the option of capturing on e5 with either the knight or the pawn. You do the math, that's an extra pawn. I get it, there is compensation here. Black's got the bishop pair, it's an open position. Notice how the rook on b file delays the development of that white bishop. There isn't as much harmony in white's pieces, which just gives black a lot of piece activity for Jordan to develop his play, get that short castle, place the rook on the other open line really quickly, because white's behind in development because you went pawn hunting. But a pawn is a pawn is a pawn, right? And Hari's about to grab it. Pawn takes pawn. Jordan slows down, and he hasn't yet made a move here. He hasn't made the standard recapture. The other move that Jordan could perhaps be thinking of would be to flick an e4 in, an intermediate, an in-between move right now, which disallows white the opportunity to capture on e5 with the pawn. And if you were to take rook takes pawn, bishop into pawn,
Yep.
and now
sure.
you're hitting the white rook, as well as you have a target at the center of the board. So an additional compensation factor to fight for. And I think this is the reason why Jordan has slowed down after, well, what appears to be voluntarily giving up a pawn in the center.
Very interesting indeed. So yeah, bishop takes pawn an option, e4 an option. It doesn't feel like there's much else that's necessarily much of a candidate move. You can't allow white to potentially recapture and push. And with black's king still being in the center of the board as well, it would be really comfortable for black if he had an extra tempo here just to solidify everything and answer white. And I guess the point here is that white is able to apply a bit of pressure precisely because black hasn't had that time to make that extra move. The queen's being off the board will probably make things a little bit more comfortable, but you still have the question around connecting the rooks and figuring out where the dark squared bishop and the knight on d7 wants to live in the long run. And that's, of course, counterbalanced with the fact that the bishop on c1 can't really develop yet because there are all sorts of sneaky tactics with the rook on b8. White's going to be asking, well, hang on a second, even if I've got this nice center, I still need to get the pieces out behind it. So a really fun dynamic position here. I'm just hoping it doesn't peter out to something significantly more simple super quickly, because I'm enjoying watching the grandmasters navigate the complexities of these positions quite a lot.
At least the next few moves are going to be fun ones to see how this develops. I will say one thing, that Hari, he's really known for his endgame play. His technique in these endgames is absolutely phenomenal. He's also, let's not forget, a last-minute replacement for Vidit Gujrati in the tournament. I met him just last month. He was in India for a big felicitation event of Gukesh and Gukesh's team of the World Championship match. And he was very motivated about having this opportunity. He was really looking forward to playing here. And his chess has been showing that as well. You know, so far he's had a good tournament. He's playing against Jordan today. Jordan a bit shaky here. Hari also trading off the queens. It's against Jordan's style of play, which usually likes tactics and he usually likes those middle games. Hari prefers the end games. And I just think that whole experience of having worked with Gukesh has given Hari a lot of freshness in his motivation to play. And we're seeing some good chess by the experienced Indian Grandmaster.
I think it's going to be so much fun to see how this pans out. Jordan showed us some of his wonderful creative flair yesterday, even though he lost the game, or masterpiece of a game, against Abdusattorov. Quite frankly, he entertained us to no end, and he had some incredible play. So him bringing that to the forefront, while Hare Krishna showing us that he is here not only on merit, but just an absolute force to be reckoned with. Love to see these two titans clash, and very keen to see how this is going to be panning out over the next couple of moves. We are now going to go to our first break of the day. The openings are largely complete here at the Tata Steel Chess Masters. The challenges also comfortably underway, everyone at their boards, and some just walking around comfortable in the knowledge that their preparation has gotten them somewhere else. And wow, that's a lot of players in the playing hall, folks. We won't be covering those games today, but the amateurs are very much alive and kicking too. Go grab yourself a tea or coffee, and we'll be right back with the next bit of Tata Steel.
Is Danny Wrench the best commentator?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, you think so?
Wow, that's high praise.
See, I had so
Best
many.
commentator.
He's good at lying.
No, but I had so many good things lined up about Danny, and you asked me if I like him.
But best commentator.
Anish has complimented my commentary privately in DMs that were not
So he
leaked.
genuinely believes this, yes.
Yeah, I really do.
Wow, best commentator.
Yeah, very good commentator.
What was your first impression of me when we met? Was it a good impression?
It wasn't amazing.
You clearly don't like me is what I've understood from
No,
this
I
video.
really like you, but it was not an amazing impression.
True.
Do you ever thought I was a noob at chess?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
True.
Peter Heine is known to make some remarks on you on Twitter. Do you dislike it?
Yeah, for sure. I dislike, definitely dislike Peter Heine's
Remarks on Twitter, for sure, yeah.
True. Isn't there any more spicy questions there on your tablet?
Not really. It's just I'm like coming.
I've got some spicy ones here.
Go for it, Danny.
And you make the chess moves. Ready?
Yes.
We're teaming up. You sit right here.
Okay.
Is Daniel your favorite child?
The question is so bad on so many levels, you know? I know, I love all my children equally.
I think it's a lie. It's for sure a lie.
It's true, but he changed the question, didn't he?
Yeah, you did a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to take it as a win for Team Daniel. Do you wish you were Chess.com CEO?
No.
True.
Did you like that people actually thought you were Chess.com CEO?
Yeah, for sure. More like than not.
Oh.
True.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess 2025. Take a look at this playing hall. It's significantly more crowded in the foreground than where the Masters and Challengers are playing. I'd like to think that the bottom right is being deliberately kept clear because that's the bar where they're serving all the drinks later, but I can neither confirm nor deny that. Tanya, obviously you've been here. Really fun atmosphere.
It's a celebration of chess, this tournament is. You know, it's a dream for every chess player to be at Wijk Aan Zee, to start their chess calendar by being at the Tata Steel. You get to play alongside the best, the biggest names in the chess world, the aspiring talents of the chess world. And of course, we've got the amateur section as well. Oh, the fans come in. It's a full house there. Just a whole different atmosphere. It's beautiful to play chess there. I just feel that everyone plays inspired chess there, except one board that we're seeing on the bottom right there, John. Arjun versus Fabi. We were talking about this, the action on the e-file, like pieces being traded off.
Yeah, I think we do have to take a quick look at this because the players are playing the moves super, super quickly at the moment. So either this is some amazingly deep, we're going to see some really cool, sharp theoretical novelties that absolutely demolish one player or the other, or they're just playing out a quick draw. But this is, of course, the Berlin. I suspect it's going to be the latter. We have a queen on e1 offering the queen trade. You mentioned earlier, Tanya, look at that. All the major pieces have been swapped off along the e-file. It's like you're a prophet or something. This game's going to end pretty quickly, isn't it?
I'm not a prophet. We've just seen this happen way too many times in the chess world, and the queens are off the board. I'm going to make one prediction, though, just to check if I really am or not. This game doesn't go beyond move 30. I think the players will find a way to repeat moves very soon. It's clear they haven't really shown that they're in today for fighting chess. It's an early day in office. It's going to be an early day in office for Arjun and Fabi, and not too soon to call out a result on this.
I mean, so Tanya, we have a little bit of, I don't want to say incongruous, but we were saying how after the rest day, okay, there's extra motivation. We're going to come out swinging. We're going to make something happen here. And I think it's fair to say that, you know, going for a quick draw, repeating moves in a Berlin, can the players be accused of being deliberately unambitious here? Or are we actually saying, you know what? You are still playing against a 2800 player. Let's not be disrespectful. This is still a good result. Actually, if Fabi can get into this sort of position and get a quick draw and rest up for tomorrow, this might actually be, from the tournament point of view, his best way forward. What are your thoughts?
And it's exactly what you said, right? I think from a fan perspective, it's very understandable to be disappointed at such a game. By the way, it's still going on. Maybe we will see some fighting chess in the end game, and maybe one of the players will start pushing, though it's hard to imagine with the pawn structure so symmetrical, the same colored bishops as well. You know, hard to imagine this going on for too long. But to your point, John, I think we often forget that the players are there, well, not as much to play for the fans, but to do what they think is best for their tournament chances. Fabi coming out with the black pieces, you know, he's choosing the Berlin, saying, Arjun, if you want to show something in this, you want to try with the white pieces, I'm ready to take on that extra risk that you want to take. Arjun, given the way the tournament's gone so far, it's understandable he doesn't want to push so much for today as well. And we see there Anish, he's always on the scene, like we keep saying, you know, in all those big moments when the camera's there as well. So
it's where
the
he
players
gets his
are
energy
bringing
from.
up. It's why the camera. That's why he's just such a star. So the players blitzing out their moves right now, and we see that it's a bit of copycat chess, getting the king in the center of the board, mirroring each other's ideas. But yeah, what you said, you know, that from a tournament perspective, from a player perspective, the result, it's understandable. But from a commentary and a fan perspective, I think more fight is always what we're looking for. We're always hungry for that battle.
So we're looking for the spicy questions here in the Berlin Endgame. Tanya, I've got one for you, which could be fun because we can't prove whether we'll be right or wrong now, but maybe in the future we'll get to ask one of these players the question. I think chat said it really well and has articulated what we were talking about earlier. Fabi trying to come in and reignite his run at Wijk against a struggling Arjun as well. After a rest day, surely this is the time to go after him. And then my response to that would probably be, well, he does have the black pieces against a 2800, no matter how you toss the dice. Would Fabi would he have gone for it?
It's happening. Sorry to interrupt, but this is the repetition. And I just checked, it is under move 30. The players are going back and forth. And we're going to see handshakes really soon.
What move number is it?
The leader of...
Is it 29? 30? Will we go beyond move 30?
Well, technically, I'd like to call it 29.5 because Fabi's move would complete move 30.
Owen Lamy having a laugh there. Tanya, here's my spicy question. As we get to a point where repetition is confirmed and we have a draw.
Yes.
Would Fabi have pushed for a win today if he had the white pieces?
That's a tough one, right? Would have, could have, should have. I mean, it's really hard
struggling
to answer.
If he had the white pieces as well, maybe?
Absolutely. I think, you know, in these kind of tournaments, John, every player, if they're out of form, gets a cross on their back. And Fabi as well hasn't had the best tournament so far, but with white, he would try to create some chances, but in a more, I would say, restrained manner, not trying to go completely all out. But we probably would not have seen as early a draw. I doubt we would have seen a Berlin had Arjun played with the black pieces. Let's put it like that.
Fair enough. Okay. I'd like to put that question to Fabi at a future date as well, because at the end of the day, if Arjun is struggling, maybe playing with the black pieces, on balance, it was still worthwhile to rest up ahead of tomorrow. But peaceful agreement there to a draw. It was a Berlin in the bottom right there. So Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. The clash of the 2800s ends very quickly and very peacefully. We still have plenty more chess going on though. And I don't think another move has actually been played so far in Hare Krishna von Foreist. I'm not saying we should go to that game, Tanya, but I am saying that it's notable that we're spending so long thinking about the next move there. And just as I say that, of course, e4 gets played. Commentator's curse. You mentioned that earlier.
It was one of the two candidate moves that we were looking at, and I think it makes a lot of sense because once again, we will see Jordan lose a pawn, but he will have piece activity as well as that other d4 pawn, which will remain as a target to line up his pieces against. The bishop lining up on that diagonal, the long diagonal of h8 to a1, the rook on the d8 file. It does look like Jordan should have sufficient compensation in that one. I've also got my eye out on our big marquee matchup, bottom left, that is. And we see Gukesh, in fact, did go for the idea of transferring his knights to the king side. He's potentially looking at planting them on the dark squares, the f4 square, the g5 square. We might even see Gukesh sidestep with the king, one step to the corner, and then push the f pawn forward. But before that, Nodirbek is the one who strikes in the center. He knows it's not the kind of position he can just play slow moves in. So he's going for the counterplay in the center of the board. We look at our other big matchup between Praggnanandhaa and Wei Yi, an open Spanish, and it's still in its early days, but a very complex one. All the minors on the boards, that's the top right board that we see. Not a single minor has been traded off. And there are always these ideas that white needs to watch out for with the queen and the bishop lined up. Sacrifices on h3, and the other thematic point of that knight from c6 moving away, and a pawn advanced by Wei Yi in the center, and a pawn storm with c5 coming in.
I want to maybe draw our attention to one more board as well. The Sarana Fedoseev board. One of the things that I'm looking at there is that Fedoseev has cleared both the minor pieces between his king and rook to short castle. Sarana has cleared everything between the king and the rook on a1 to long castle. Is there any chance we see castling on opposite sides of the board there, or are we just going to play the knight from g1 and crack on?
Well, they're keeping it flexible, right? Not really showing their cards, but I would be surprised with the C file open if white does choose to put the king on the left side of the board. I'm expecting the knight to come out. The bishop has just made its way forward, attacking that central knight. White's knight next to follow in development, and short castle would be the thematic way to continue in this position, and then eventually aim at, if possible, to get some minority attack going on the left side of the board. But that's a long way off. The one thing I did notice on the Nodirbek Gukesh board was that White's last move, Nodirbek's last move, and maybe we can just do a quick look into that.
Let's zoom in.
And then go over to the Prague board as well to get everyone updated on that action. And exactly,
Perfect.
Our featured chat, right? This is what caught my attention as well, John. Rook e3. This one looks exciting. I couldn't agree more with this. If we can bring up our board and do a quick dive into this one.
Let's go ahead and take a look. That's right. The dark squared bishops aren't in the game anymore, but that wasn't a recapture on e3. That was a rook lift. So this was after Gukesh had played knight to h7 on the previous move. This could be a statement of intent by Nodirbek at the end of... I'm liking the rook swinging across potentially to the GRH files here.
I'll just start off from where we left last. We saw knight fall back to e7, Nodirbek trying to get control of the center, Gukesh eyeing the dark squares that have been weakened due to the trade of the dark square bishops, and rook e1. All standard looking moves. White is aiming to get that d4 break in, which eventually it does arrive. And Gukesh falls back with his own knight to h7, eyeing the g5 square, wanting to trade it off so that the queen can find its way over to the king side. And now this move, right? Really interesting stuff here. Because like you pointed out, John, if you recapture that bishop on e3, suddenly it makes sense. But this is a rook lift, as James Canty would say. Do you even rook lift? And he's eyeing at defending the king side with eventually, if black was to plant a knight on g5, suddenly in certain positions, this rook could transfer itself to the g3 square and start putting pressure on the white king. So it's a very preemptive move, a very deep one, to be honest. Because at the end of it, if you take knight takes knight here, queen takes knight, this could be the idea. Could we see something like this as a follow-up?
Potentially. I mean, one of the
You know
things...
what's going to be heartbreaking, John? If we see
on.
a follow-up, which... Not going to happen, chat. Not going to happen. Not between these two players.
on. No. We're not going to see that. I want to... I'm going to ask you a deep positional understanding question here, Tanya. And it's based off of something that we covered in our commentary earlier in this broadcast, which is Nodirbek played a4, a5 very early on in this game. And we were saying rightly that this could well be a good setup for white to go on the queen side while black gears up his forces on the king side, right? Out of the opening, that's what it looked like. So I'm interested in, first of all, I was interested in why Nodirbek isn't following up with moves like b4, for example. Like if you're going to play a4, a5, why not continue with the thematic idea here? Why waste your tempi playing the pawns forward on the queen side and then going, actually, I'm going to rook lift and go to the king side instead? So that was question one. And then I had a follow-up from that, which could be fun. The rook lift on e3, is that actually still flexible? Can we still go b4, b5, for example, and find a way to clear and push the c-pawn forward, and actually that pawn goes to the queen side? That rook goes to the queen side, not the pawn. Is that even
Absolutely.
possible?
I think this rook is multi-purpose here, right? If there's ever a trade in the center, we might see the rook transfer itself to the other side of the board. It can shuffle around easily from the e3 square. It can be a defender on the king side. It could also look at the open files that might once appear after trades of pawns on the other flank. The point of this advance that you were talking about, getting a5 in, ideas of b4, is that this is something that Gukesh always has to keep in his mind. Can white go a6? Every single calculation that Gukesh does henceforth, he has to think about, but what if white inserts a6 at any point? What if white is going to expand on the queen side with b4? So it puts this sort of this edge, this spunk into the position. I do believe that we are going to see b4. That is the natural follow-up of trying to expand on the queen side. If allowed, the b pawn will move even forward. White queen can land on b3 behind that b pawn, start targeting the diagonal here as well. So we're going to see a very fascinating middle game here being played out. And I see both our players on the board. I don't believe they've actually gotten up to walk around just yet. It's been a tensed battle in the opening. You know, Italian, we've seen it so many times, but this isn't your standard Italian where you get a rook e3 and the dark squared bishop traded off so early.
I want to highlight the featured chat there, which I think goes into something else you were saying, Tanya. First of all, opening up the e1 square for the knight should we want to reposition. Yeah, absolutely. But also, because the rook is on e3, Tanya, you mentioned the f4 square being a big target for one of black's knights, the g5 square being a big target. Well, guess what? Neither of those squares can hit e3. It's not like you're going to be lifting the rook and then suddenly, oh, you're going to have to move it again because it's coming under attack. It's actually surprisingly annoying to target the white rook on that square as well. So it's not really seen as like a waste of tempo. There's no way to prove or demonstrate that, haha, this is going to be a bit of a waste of time for you because I can bat you around a bit. Actually looks all right.
It's a very clever move, rook e3. And we look at in our camera, Divya having a little look at her good friend's position, Gukesh. They're both the same age. We were all together in Budapest as well. And she's got a big game going on right behind against 11-year-old Faustino Oro. I see he's on the think. It's on his move right now. And coming to your point, rook e3, very flexible. And for now, tough to get to that rook as well. It feels like the kind of position where, you know, you've got this water on a pan and you've pumped up the temperature a little bit. And the water is slowly but surely coming to that boiling point. Because black is eyeing ideas on the king side. And Nodirbek wants to get and create weaknesses as a distraction and create his own play on the other side of the board. It's a very dangerous double-edged position out of the opening with no single pawn being traded, no open files yet. It's the kind of position that suddenly explodes with tactics. And Gukesh needs to be careful about his move order. I would be worried as white with Black's knight so easily landing on f4.
Yes.
But of course, if Nodirbek's played this, the speed with which he's played this, the confidence with which he continues to play it, he knows that that is the attack isn't as dangerous as it looks.
Which is pretty important, right? Because you can get b4, b5 in as white, but ultimately a knight on f4 and a knight on g5 looks scarier because your king is on that side of the board. So the long-term positional battle may well have some advantages for white if played well, but at the same time in the short term, if white makes a mistake, black is that much closer to winning decisive material or threatening checkmate against the king. So the stakes are high here, and I love your analogy about just constantly being on the boil and waiting for that critical point where everything boils over. This is sort of what that setup looks like. It wouldn't surprise me if we did have moves like King H8, F5. You can start to see the attack rolling down the board for black, whereas maybe if you're playing with the white pieces here, after the B pawn pushes forward, yes, you're seizing extra space, but where's the breakthrough for white on the queen side?
Big questions, and I think we're going to find out. I wonder if we ran the poll on this one, this big matchup, and what does chat have to say about what is their prediction? Who do you think will win this? Because one thing's for sure, this is not going to be any slow strategic fight. Already we're seeing the makings of a potential kingside activity and play on the other flank. So I wonder, John, what our chat thinks. Do we have a running poll on this?
We don't have a running poll at the moment, but I have a feeling we'll be getting one up very, very shortly indeed. This is gearing up to be a very, very tactical middle game in a while.
Knight g5.
Knight g5 played. We don't have the f-pawn hasn't moved yet, but Gukesh is beginning to make his advance and asking Nodirbek, what are you going to be doing with this? I'm liking this a lot. I don't know.
Well, it's the kind of position that's hard to really understand because there are so many options here. Well, you can understand what the players are trying to achieve, but which direction they'll go in. But I'll also let chat know that we're expecting a very special guest to join us very soon, who's going to be breaking this down in great depth, John.
Yeah, I think we could use some of that for sure. We do have the initial results from a chat poll in Tanya. Over 3,000 people voted. And it's exactly 50-50. Gukesh, Nodirbek. Chat are split so evenly down the middle. It's wild. And that's fun, right? That's the maximum enjoyment we can possibly get out of this. Two giants of the chess world putting their wits against each other over the board at one of the world's most prestigious events. So very interesting. So knight g5 has been played. Should we take that as an opportunity, maybe, Tanya, to check in with the, was it the Prague game you wanted to take a look at as well?
Let's do it. As Nodirbek goes into a think after knight g5, he can feel Gukesh's knights coming towards his king. Let's switch over and see what our other co-leader with the white pieces is up to against Wei Yi. It started as the open Spanish. And Prague's on the think. Should we take it from the top, John?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and go from the beginning of the game to see how we got here and maybe what the ideas of both of our players are in this position.
And this right here, when black captures that pawn into the center of the board, is when we have an open Spanish. White temporarily gives up a pawn to open up the E line. D4 striking. Now that you've castled, the rook looking to line up against the black king. Black must not try to defend the pawn and hold on to materials. That usually leads in big danger.
Yeah, exactly right. And you want to make sure that you don't open up the line up against the king unnecessarily. There are many lines as well where having the knight come back to c5 can be a big annoyance. So you want to make sure that you're playing these in the right order. And as you can see here, there's no huge rush to focus against the pawns. We need to get development done. But, of course, we have an imbalance in the pawn structures. It makes things a little bit more interesting, a little bit more open and imbalanced. But at the same time, this opening has been played many times before. So while it is open, we should stress that it's also fairly well understood. Looking forward to seeing what tactics emerge out of this as we get into the middle game. So definitely not super quiet.
Yeah, this all looks like standard theory so far. I'm not sure about the move h3. I'm not very familiar with it until rook e1. There are ideas eventually White has of putting the bishop on c2, knight on d2. As White, you really want to get rid of Black's problematic knight at the center of the board. So it revolves around two different ideas. Can Black in time get this backward c-pawn to join the party at the center? Like you said, the board is split into half. Black's majority on the queen side, White on the king side, and that's how we'll see the play develop. So a quiet move, it takes care, it stops the bishop from landing onto g4, so just controlling a square. The queen lines up with that bishop, connecting the two rooks, also eyeing the pawn on h3. Very often, White also throws in an a4 to ask some questions on the queen side, but I believe that hasn't happened yet. The bishop comes out, knight a5, and doesn't defend the bishop. If you fall back with the bishop, this knight will jump to c4, and there are targets, a very active knight. So instead, trying to get rid of one of these two pieces. White is happy giving up the bishop pair. You would recapture with the pawn. The flank pawn moves towards the center of the board. You control some squares, and also without making a single move, the rook on a1 suddenly finds itself very active. Eventually, if given an option in those structure, White will push the b pawn one step ahead and really clamp down on Black's pawn formation on the queen side.
So those are some of the long-term plans that we could be looking at as a result of this game. Remember, Wei Yi has had 5 draws in a row in the tournament so far. He's also the defending champion here at Tata Steel Chess, so eager to find an opportunity to prove a point. At the same time, you don't want to be reckless and needlessly throw something away, especially when your tournament life could be hanging in the balance. You're not at plus score yet, so you don't want to accidentally pollute that with a loss and really struggle to climb back onto the mountain that you're going to have to do to try and reclaim your title. Plenty going on there. Pragg, in the meantime, I mean, a win streak of 3 against some of the world's best players. It's difficult to argue against the form he's in right now. It's imperious. It's absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. I mean, for Pragg, it's been such a storyline because 2024 was not an easy year for the Indian youngster. Being 18, he found himself in the world top 10 as world number 7. Big expectations, big pressure around him. And then it turned out to be a very challenging year. He lost a bunch of rating points. He dropped down out of the world top 10. The Olympiad performance was, not up to the standards that he set himself up for. Of course, the team went on to win the gold regardless. And this is what makes this younger generation so special, John, because from all of that, what happened in 2024, Pragg took the big learnings. He adapted himself. He sort of covered up the holes that were there in his own game. And I think coming into this year's Masters, that's what we've been seeing so far. We've been seeing a very stable Pragg. None of the rashness in him. His victories have been extremely clean and clinical. He's had those grinding endgames that he's managed to convert. And it really looks like he took everything, all the positives from a difficult year and has put them and has taken all the big lessons from it. And the chess we've been seeing so far from Pragg at this event has been a reflection of that.
It definitely feels like it's paying dividends, isn't it? He feels a little bit calmer, even in positions where he's got those big decisions to make. It feels like he's got more of a maturity about him, taking in those lessons from last year, like you said. And it's great to see that they are reflecting for him over the chessboard in terms of results now as well. You also saw his reaction there as knight takes b3 was played on the board. So happy to grab the bishop pair is Wei Yi. And Pragg's reaction after the clock was pressed, look up at Wei Yi and give him a stare for a couple of seconds before moving back down to the board. He wasn't even looking at the position. He looked up as if to say, are you sure you want to go here? Okay, then. So maybe a little bit of psychology at play. Very interesting to see what happens next, but Pragg clearly cooking something up.
Knight takes bishop is a very standard response. You get the bishop pair and you immediately want to plant a pawn on c5. For example, if White was to capture with the knight or the queen, I believe after a move like c5, black should be doing absolutely fine here. You control the central square and you're not going to stop there. a5, a4 to follow next as well. Pragg has slowed down. And after pawn takes knight, that's the recapture that I'm expecting here. The rook opens up. And again, and he does it.
Yep.
The idea is that if white is given the chance, the pawn will plant itself on b4, the knight goes to b3, and you can see some big dark square weaknesses in black's camp. But the big question to me is, can black seize this moment and actually push the c pawn ahead? Is c5 a possibility right now?
Oh, interesting. Can c5 be played anyway? Does black have an opportunity to play b4 himself as well and prevent that sort of expansion? Couple of interesting ideas here, but you're right. I mean, if c5 can be played anyway, you could argue that regardless of the exchange, I'm doing quite well. I'm not giving you those dark squared weaknesses that you want. Maybe some of them still exist, but the point is a pawn on c5 looks after b4 and d4. Perhaps this can simply be done anyway.
But I did see the bar not love the move c5, but to me, this is the most natural move in the position and the one that I think every one of us will be thinking about. If there's a repetition to it, there has to be something direct. It might have something to do with the trade on e4 and maybe swapping off the queens, and there might be problem with the weakened black pawn after it recaptures the knight at the center of the board. But Wei Yi is thinking, because it's not very pleasant to keep the c7 pawn where it is. If he doesn't find, but a pawn takes knight has been played. If he doesn't find a repetition to this move, I believe you're going to see it on the board. And I can't spot why it could offer any dangers to black just yet. Let's just take a look at the very forcing line. Knight takes knight, pawn takes knight. You trade off. And the point I wanted to make, knight d2, and I'm hitting the pawn on e4. And to me, I would spot bishop c6, bishop pair.
Yeah.
And just feel that it just feels that this should be fine for black, but the bar seems to not agree with me.
Has it got something to do with, is it possible for white to play something like bishop f4 and try and win the e pawn?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You just double down on the e4 pawn, and I don't see a good way to defend it. And maybe that's the point.
Yeah, because then if you play f5 here, you've got the streamer's favorite move. Although recapture with the rook buys you a tempo against the bishop, but still that pawn on e4, the black pawn, is looking very, very dicey. I'm not sure black can hold on to that in the long run. So say like
you might
bishop
have to
g3
play it,
here,
but like
for
you
example.
said, long-term weakness. Could also
Yeah.
go bishop g5 and neutralize the bishop pair, and then just play against the e4 pawn. Very interesting. So what is Wei Yi going to choose? Because he has to stop b4. You can't allow this move as black, because you see how white has got just 3 pawns on the queen side. If you can use that to stop the 4 pawns, then you've got a free flow on the other side of the board with your own 4 pawns eventually, once f4 comes on. So if not c5, perhaps a5 is the move that Wei Yi is considering. Regardless, he looks pretty chilled on camera.
So let me ask the follow-up question then, based on the position that we see here, Tanya. If we're saying we'd like to play c5, but we're worried about knight takes e4 and the resulting long-term weakness with the pawn on the e4 square, can Wei Yi say, okay, I acknowledge that. I'm going to play an extra move with my brilliantly placed knight in the center of the board because I can execute this plan, and play knight takes d2 first, and then follow it up with c5. And my logic behind that is this. I would imagine that if knight takes knight happens, you recapture with the queen, and suddenly you can't just play b4 anymore. But you can still play c5, and you don't get those complications with knight takes knight.
And the difference with c5 in this position compared to the last one is that white has a way to still provoke weaknesses with getting b4 in. And this is a dream reaction as white, because notice how the queen is now defending the b4 pawn, which wasn't the case earlier. So the pawn and the bishop are not good enough to end up winning material here. So you're basically provoking black to either push c4, which structurally would be a terrible move to make. You give away a key square. Look at the way the bar shoots up. The positional advantage is far too much in this position. And if not c4, if you were to even trade on b4, that's not a happy decision either. After pawn takes pawn, you've got a lot to play for. The knight on d4 can reroute itself. The d5 is a massive weakness. So I believe that if we do see a trade, great point there, John. It does allow the move c5 without creating a weakness on d5, but it has other problems to answer. And the reason I was tempted to make c5 right now was exactly because white doesn't have this dream response of b4.
Makes sense. So does that mean then that if you're Wei Yi, are you calculating now whether you can make knight takes d2 turn to your advantage, or are we happy to simply leave it there because you only really need to do that if you're trying to prep something with c5? Is it therefore too early to play c5 and we can spend another move doing something else? But I'm just scared that knight takes e4 could be a positional threat no matter what you do.
Absolutely it is. And we might see knight takes knight on the board with the line that we were talking about. Or does Wei Yi feel comfortable about giving that pawn on e4, playing for that activity? So a decision ahead of him. It's always double-edged to allow a trade on e4 in these positions as black, because you have to be really sure that you can hang on to that pawn. And the line that we saw after c5, it looks like it's a bit problematic. Queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, and as you very rightly spotted out, that black has no way to actually defend the e4 pawn. You know, you go down this path, at least no good way to defend the e4 pawn without creating further weaknesses. This might, this might make Wei Yi not want to go for this and trade on d2 to make sure he doesn't have this weakness going forward in the game.
It does feel a little bit like, okay, you go the pawn down, but you might be able to try and provoke some weaknesses because of the doubled pawns on the b file, so you might get b4 in or something like that. But it doesn't change the fact that it's white putting on the pressure. And if you're playing with the black pieces here, if you're Wei Yi, you want something a bit more ambitious than this. You want to be able to take the fight to your opponent. You're not surviving, you want to thrive. So we're looking for other variations that could exist, other move orders that could allow him to play a bit more flexibly for an advantage further on in the middle game. But yeah, knight takes e4 here just feels like a constant positional threat that Pragg can execute at any moment. And it seems like it's causing some long-term issues. Wei Yi knows this, of course. That's why he's 20 minutes down on the clock right now. But even though he's got the two bishops and his pieces look like they're on great squares, I actually found it surprising, Tanya, as we're analyzing, how tricky it is to actually navigate and figure out how to solve these problems. It's not easy.
And this entire event, Wei Yi's time management has been a bit questionable, right? He's been behind on the clock in many of the rounds by a big fair margin. He's had 5 draws. It's been a solid tournament for him so far. But I remember even a few positions where he could have pushed for not having enough time has come into play as well. So right now, he's got about an hour. He's trying to figure out what is the best way to equality to neutralize white's edge. Because give white 2 moves, John, and it's a completely different game. You're just on the defense in a very strategically, positionally difficult position. Also, I look at him on the camera. It's so easy to forget. You know, we talk about the younger generation, we talk about Pragg, but it's so easy to forget that Wei Yi himself is just 24 years old. It's like we've seen him at the top, in elite chess for almost a decade, because he was the youngest player ever to break the 2700 barrier at 15. There was so much talk around him. His brand of chess that we saw, his attacking style of play. So he's been there for so long that you tend to forget just how young he is.
That's very true. From my point of view, it's almost depressing how young some of these players are these days. And of course, the world champion is now 18, so go figure. But yeah, Wei Yi, a very young chess player, despite the fact, like you say, him bursting onto the scene a decade ago. His longevity, his continued longevity, no doubt, will not be called into question. He's got plenty more years ahead of him, and it's great to see him in the Masters section as the defending champion. He's got a lot to live up to, though. I mean, as it currently stands, with 2.5, I don't think he's thinking about winning the tournament outright at the halfway stage. He's thinking about, how do I build momentum? Where do I find my first win? Where do I find that tiny advantage in a game that will allow me to begin to squeeze an opponent? Not to finish them off, but let's take this one step at a time and look for those small advantages. And that's what he's searching for at the moment against Pragg. But with close to under an hour on the clock now, and Pragg being the one asking the questions, he's finding himself in a spot of bother.
He's playing against a very informed Pragg as well, right? And it's a position where I saw a featured chat earlier about Wei Yi's decision to put the queen on d7 earlier on, where maybe he could have sidestepped to avoid any trades on d7, but you have to play what you believe is practically the best move in that position. And queen d7 is very understandable because you connect the rooks. And to be fair, as black, if he's able to neutralize this position and it ends peacefully, I think that's a good result for Wei Yi. It's not something that he's avoiding at all costs. For Pragg, the ball is in his court. The questions are to him. As white, where is he going to create his chances?
So plenty to think about here for Wei Yi as the clock finally ticks below the 1 hour mark. Fascinating game against Pragg, who of course is joint leading the tournament so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at our view of all of the games to see what developments there are elsewhere. And if there's anything in particular we have an eye on. What have we got going on here?
So
there still hasn't, no castling still in Fedoseev Sarana. I get that we're staying flexible, but how long can we possibly stay flexible for? Is there another game you might want to maybe take a look at, Tanya? I'm conscious we haven't zoomed into every single game today. So do we want to pick a different one?
Well, happy to jump into that one, but first, really quickly, in the board next to that, a very different approach. We thought the rook was there to slide over to the G line, but Nodirbek instead, after the trade of that knight on G5, has just pushed his pawn one step ahead, the pawn in front of the king, that is, to take away some of the jumping squares of the knight. But this really feels like Nodirbek somewhere is playing with fire. I believe his idea is to drop back with the light squared bishop next to his king and sort of aim at fiancatoing it to keep it in defense. So a creative approach. That one continues to heat up. The Sarana Fedoseev board, that last move of declining the queen trade, stepping back with the queen one step, eyeing the b2 pawn, asking some questions to Alexei how he wants to defend it. I still doubt we're going to see a long castle in this one just yet. Just doesn't feel right with so many. Also, the f2 pawn is very tender, so it's not even, well, I almost want to say it's not even legal. It is legal, but a really bad move right now. And then we move on to the Vincent Giri board. The queens are off the board, and this is a dynamic where white has a lot of space, but black has a very healthy pawn formation. It's going to be a bit of a grind, and I think Kaima will play on. He wants to expand on the queen side, but in the balance so far, Pragg Wei Yi, also dynamically balanced, really depends on how Wei Yi approaches this position in the next move. Hari versus Jordan. Jordan is down a pawn, but notice how he's managed to establish the knight at the center of the board and does have compensation. Is it going to be sufficient or not? We'll find out in the next few moves. Mendonça Vamadam as well. I believe all the pieces, the minors are on the board. Barely any trades have happened. An exciting fight in this one in the balance so far.
All right. So of the ones we spoke of so far, I feel like at some point we do need to check in with Nodirbek Gukesh, simply because of the interesting dynamic with the pushing the g-pawn in front of the king and repositioning the bishop from what looks like a really nice diagonal, if I'm being honest, on c4 looking after f7, but maybe retreating that back. But let's see if we can go to one other board first. Shall we go to Sarana Fedoseev, Tanya, one more time? And then maybe take a look at Abdusattorov Gukesh after that?
Let's do it. The Big Fish has had such a fantastic tournament so far. On his way to this one, he's taken down Arjun. He beat Fabi right before Oreste in a beautiful technical grind out of the endgame. And here he is with the black pieces. The last move, as we were pointing out in our bird's eye view, was the decline of the queen trade, hitting that pawn. And the first move that comes to mind in these kind of position is a queen retreat. Now, queen to c2 would run into knight b4. So I don't believe that's a good option. And I wonder if Sarana will continue with queen b3. But how comfortable do you feel after the trade and just eventually giving this beautiful spot to the black knight. It's not an easy decision. You can't really take on e4. There are tactics. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and suddenly knight c2 wins the house.
Yep. It's frustrating, isn't it? Because the bishop on d3 is such a well-placed piece with the pawns around it. But if you suddenly start liquidating, starting with the queen trade and jumping the knight into b4, what started out as an absolutely excellently placed piece now just becomes really awkward. You don't really want to have to play a move like bishop b1. I get that the queens are off the board, and maybe this is a little bit less tactically scary than it would be if a queen is behind it. But if you're playing white right now, there is an element of this game where you're asking yourself the question, hang on a second, where did I lose the initiative, or where did I go wrong?
It feels like that.
Hmm.
You know, black's got this beautiful post, and you can never kick the knight out of here. Yes, right now you're putting pressure. And of course, one thing that you must never do is take on c3 and solve white's pawn structural problems and issues in the position. So even a simple knight retreat, again, not sure which square, but from a positional strategic perspective, I believe black should be feeling very comfortable here. So if you don't want to retreat with your queen to defend b2, you can't really go rook to b1. That again lands up in tactics with the rook. Oh, sorry, there's a bishop here. What am I saying? But rook b1 just can't be right. Maybe knight b4. No.
I have a wacky suggestion. And when I say wacky, I'm expecting it to get shot down, but we'll see. Is there any possibility of playing knight to e2? I'm looking for ways where it's possible for white to allow the pawn to be taken on b2, and then you get a rook out, and you might be able to play bishop takes a6 and cause all sorts of problems for the white pawn structure, and maybe have the c6 pawn on prise after you capture the knight. I get the feeling this is one move too slow.
It really is. I mean, it's a great idea to give the initiative, and rook b1 would actually end up trapping the queen. But unfortunately, after knight takes knight, white's queen comes under fire as well.
That's a shame.
So the pawn sacrifice doesn't work just yet. You have to defend it. Rook b1 doesn't feel right. It feels too slow. You know, having the knight and the rook here, you haven't developed, you haven't castled. Moves like knight b4 come to mind. Hit that bishop. You're going to get into trouble with white. So this is really not the way to defend the b pawn. You can't push it. The knight on c3 is hanging. And after this whole sort of a deep dive into it, white might in fact be forced to go into this endgame. And the reason that Caruana is taking his time is because it's not a pleasant choice to make as white, to give up this b4 square forever after the trade.
I think it feels like a situation where, yes, okay, you can go into that endgame, but if you're playing as white, you might be thinking, this isn't the endgame I wanted to go into. This wasn't my game plan. This wasn't what I thought I was going to do. So I'm looking for something that could be more fun than Queen b3 or more ambitious, but you're right. It feels very uncoordinated if white plays something like rook b1. You ask the question yourself in about 3 different lines there. Just knight b4. You can even play it immediately, or you can exchange first and then play knight b4. Like, black gets to choose when to execute that threat, and for that reason, you're just giving Fedoseev so many options if you're Caruana in that position. So I understand why queen b3 might be the path forward here.
The only other option that I can spot is to go for this e4 pawn. And once again, it's one of those options that just doesn't feel right. Again, which piece do you capture with? But let's say you want to keep your bishop there. And with the king in the center, giving up this b2 pawn. But there might be... Yeah, queen b2. And the bar doesn't like it. But to me, with queen c3 check coming in... But the rook's hanging, right?
Exactly. My 3-minute brain is not going to solve its way out of this one, that is for sure. There is no way that's a good move, chat. I am not suggesting that in the slightest. But it's fun.
It's interesting. It's fun.
The fact that these ideas even exist somewhere on the board for both of the players to consider just goes to show how much consideration they have to give to the position that's currently on the board. Imagine if we got... This would be wild. I mean, we're not getting this, Tanya, but oh my goodness, can you imagine if we did?
We're not getting this because you do the math and black is up a piece. The players will calculate this line through, and the tactics just doesn't work in white's favor.
But it's a lot of fun, and it goes to show that there's a lot of calculation and a lot of positional understanding as well going into these positions, so that both players can understand, how can I engineer a situation where the tactics do start to come out of the woodwork in my favor. So that was the game between Caruana and Fedoseev. All sorts of fun middle game tactics emerging now that the players have moved out of the opening. Just the one draw so far, the battle of the 2800s between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana. We're going to go to a brief break now, but really, you don't want to go anywhere because we've got something pretty special for you when we come back after this.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
While the previous tactics were all about lines, this next set of tactics is all about squares. Chess is a game of squares after all, and disrupting your opponent's control over a critical square is often a winning theme in chess. In this section, you will see tactics based around pulling a piece to a key square, pushing a piece away from a key square, clearing squares, blocking squares, and controlling promotion squares. First, the decoy is a particularly fun theme where you lure an opponent's piece onto a vulnerable square where it can be exploited. Often this involves sacrificing a piece to set up some other more basic tactic, like a fork or a pin. A powerful hop-in from this black queen seeks to draw white's queen to d2. There, black can fork it while capturing this bishop. Another tactic, deflection, often looks very similar to a decoy, but it's the opposite case. Where a decoy uses a sacrifice to pull a piece to a vulnerable square, a deflection pulls it away from a key square. A deflection is also an example of a more general tactic, removing the guard or removing the defender. In this case, any manner of trickery is used to eliminate a defender that is holding a critical piece or square. Queen takes h7 removes the pawn defending g6, setting up knight to g6 checkmate. Overloading is also a tactic that is a specialized form of removing the defender. In this case, one piece is stuck trying to defend two threats. You simply execute one threat and the overworked piece can no longer defend the other. Both the king and queen are trying to defend the f1 square and the d2 rook. Knight to f1 overloads them both, and black is able to capture the rook on the next turn. Moving on from tactics based on overwhelming defenders, we have a clearance sacrifice. In this case, one of our pieces is on a critical square or line, and we sacrifice it to allow another piece to use that square or line with devastating effect. Bishop d4 was a stunning move from Chess.com's Pro Chess League that combined many themes, including interference to threaten mate on g7, and clearance to open the e-file for the rook to advance to e8 with checkmate. In some ways, the opposite of a clearance is a blockade. Here, our opponent needs a critical square or line, but we sacrifice a piece to clog that space. Had white captured on h5, black would have moved the pawn to attack the queen, defending by the skin of their teeth. Instead, white played the astounding blockade rook to d6. With no ability to free this bishop, black soon lost. The trapped piece is maybe the most self-explanatory tactic. Of course, the most important example of a trapped piece tactic is checkmate. Naturally, other pieces can be, and often are, trapped as well. In this pretty study, white surrenders seemingly the best asset in the position, the strong f-pawn, to maneuver the bishop around and trap the knight. Now white's king can simply march over and capture the hobbled horseman. Finally, promotion may be the most unique of all tactics. It's the only time in a chess game where new, powerful pieces re-enter the chessboard, so there exists a bevy of ideas that have a single goal: to promote a pawn to a new queen. In the Champions Chess Tour, Fabiano Caruana pulled out a classic opening trick against Alireza Firouzja. This rook sacrifice ensured that next move, the pawn would advance and threaten to promote on two different squares, leaving Firouzja no way to stop the appearance of fresh royalty.
Fabiano, he is cracking up over there because this never happens at the highest level.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess. We are back with a very special guest, the player who has won this tournament more than anybody else, and of course the strongest player in the world. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen joins us on broadcast. Magnus, thanks for taking the time to join us. How are you doing? How's the start to your year been?
No, obviously the start to the year has been very, very good. Right now I'm not doing all that much, but I'm of course enjoying the tournament as a fan.
That's awesome to hear, Magnus. First and foremost, from me, chat, and everyone, a huge congratulations to Ella and yourself. The wedding looked beautiful, and wanted to check in. Has life changed at all since?
Yeah, I would say it's just been very good. I don't know how life is supposed to change. Like, we haven't really had time to go on a major trip or anything, but we'll have time for that later for sure. Apart from that, you know, days are a little bit feel a bit extra special maybe for a while, and then I'm sure after that it calms down. But it's feels good.
It stays extra special for life, Magnus. That's what they all say. We have to keep up the pretense there. It's super important, of course. But obviously, you're with us on broadcast here today. You're not playing in the Tata Steel tournament this year. Given recent events and your wonderful wedding, is that the reason why you're not playing, or is there something else? A reason why that you're waiting to maybe come back to the tournament?
Well, first of all, I have great memories of playing Tata Steel. It's been like a little bit of a detox for me, for the soul, coming there and having 3 weeks just to focus on chess and play against the very best in the world. I guess the last few years, I don't need to tell you guys that I've been less and less enchanted maybe with the prospect of playing classical. So I'm not ruling out playing the tournament again for sure. you know, maybe playing one last time for the road would be good, because like I have fantastic memories there, and I want to come back, but then again, it's also yeah, a lot of time to spend on classical. But yeah, for now, I'm very happy following it as a fan.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Magnus. And of course, keeping your enjoyment of the game up is the number one thing I would argue for chess players of all levels. It's super important to do. And we'd love to have you back if you're here. But if not, we're enjoying seeing you in other formats of the game as well. So that's going to be absolutely thrilling. We have the privilege of having you join us for the next hour or so of broadcast. So thank you so much again for coming on and taking a look at today's games with us. I'm going to hand you over to take a look at the games with Tanya, and welcome aboard once again. Take it away.
So we're going to bring up the bird's eye view, Magnus, and you mentioned early on that you've been following the event, the action, and the games. This is what we have right now. And before we jump into a particular position, any player that stood out to you so far in the event? What have been your impressions?
Well, it's been a very good event so far, for sure. Lots of fighting chess, as it always is in Wijk Aan Zee. Of course, the performance of the two guys who played a crazy draw in the first game, Pragg and Abdusattorov, like it stood out. But there have been others as well, like Fedoseev. You know, his score is maybe a little bit more convincing than his play, but that's the way it always is with him. And beating the players that he's beaten recently is very impressive. Gukesh, I think, has looked quite good after the World Championship as well. Another player probably who's gotten really the maximum out of his positions. But yeah, overall, it's been a very good fighting tournament. I would like to jump in. I don't know if you guys talked about it before the break, but the last couple of moves in Abdusattorov against Gukesh are remarkable.
I have that board ready for you. I was hoping that you would take us there. And Magnus, where should we back up to? Where do you want to start from? And I'd love it if you just break this down for us. What's going on here?
No, I'd like to talk about what happened a move ago, because you're thinking, well, first of all, g3, very logical, taking control over the f4 square. I know that the knight can still jump, but it takes this sting out of it, because there's no longer checkmate. So bishop g4 looks logical. And then you're thinking that the black queen is well placed on g5, so that h4 is a logical reply, right? But if you were playing a blitz game or a faster game, you'd pretty quickly disregard h4, because the black queen can take on e3. But remarkably, white can just move the queen, and the queen is trapped. And if you look at engine analysis, it will tell you that h4 is the best move, and that black should, probably go queen h5. Second best move, I guess, is to take on d1. So you might actually miss that this is a remarkable rook sacrifice in order to trap the queen. Like, as soon as you calculate further after queen e3, then it's pretty easy to see. But it just goes to show the sort of flexibility of mind that a lot of these young guys have, that they don't just stop. They sort of calculate everything, and it is a sign of a player who is either very much in form and top of his game, that he calculates h4, or somebody who's very confident and got very, very lucky. But I think it's the further. Sorry, it's the former for sure.
That's actually really stunning, because H4, queen takes rook, and you don't even take the bishop on G4 because you need to keep the knight defended. And this is one of Nodirbek's biggest strengths, right, Magnus, where when it comes to calculation, and that's what we saw in his game against Jordan. I don't know if you followed that crazy line that he saw till the end of the game. He's just able to find these ideas just really well on the board.
Yeah, it's really what he does. He is an incredible calculator. He takes a lot of risks in these games, mind you. Like he was positionally lost after 10 moves against Jordan. Like if Jordan doesn't allow Nodirbek to take on c4, if he goes c5 early on, like Wyatt has an enormous advantage from the like his pieces are on weird squares. He cannot castle. He has no space and so on. But as soon as he gets the chance, like he is ruthless. He calculates perfectly. He feels the momentum, and mentally he's right there. So it's been very, very impressive. And of course, the line that he saw there. I don't know if I'm being too harsh, but you sort of like I expect so much from these guys that you sort of expect them. Like he also spends his time really well. So when he gets to that point, he does have a good 40 minutes, I think, to hunker down and calculate. And we know that he will calculate. He's not one of those older guys like me who might, disregard it, even if I can calculate the whole line, because it's not that difficult to calculate. I might be afraid, but he's more like, well, I believe in this line. I'm gonna go for it. So I would say, while it's of course a very impressive line to calculate, I think this is kind of just what these guys do, and you can be sure that somebody like Vishy would have done that 30 years ago as well.
Wow, and then H4, I don't know if Gukesh was expecting it, or like you said, it's so easy to just not consider the move H4 because you see queen takes rook. But regardless, he of course then calculated the line, spotted the problem with it, and he's moved the queen to H5. And we've got this last move by Nodirbek putting pressure on B7. How are you evaluating the position? Because it feels like Gukesh is playing on one side of the board and Nodirbek on the other.
Yeah, I think really the key to the position is Nodirbek's pawn on a5, which he put there very, very early. And these structures have been seen a lot where White needs to trade the darks with bishops in order to be able to play d4, breaking the center more easily. And usually there, White doesn't have that much, unless you have that pawn on a5, unless you have that little bit of extra space. And that's, of course, why he put it there so early on. And that means that he does have a bit of a positional advantage, and that is why I guess Gukesh feels a bit more compelled to play on the king's side. I think Gukesh sort of has to look a bit for dynamics here, because if the game proceeds normally, it feels like White has more useful improving moves. And as you said, the black queen on h5 feels a bit weird. And I would expect Gukesh maybe has to defend the pawn on b7 first, but after that I'd look for aggressive options such as the move b7 to b5, or e takes d4 followed by cd4, or maybe sometime even a plan like knight to e7, king to h8, and then just try and push f5. Push f5. But I think we got a very nice fight around our hands here. And it seems that neither player really is backing down.
And Magnus, these are two players, you've also enjoyed playing against, and this has sort of become the rivalry of this young generation, right? Nodirbek versus Gukesh. starting, the defining point being their matchup in the 22 Chennai Olympiad. And we're seeing them have these big battles over the chessboard where both of them want to win against each other. They love playing against each other. And for me, when I look at that, I see a lot of similarities between them, right? Both like to play on. They're fearless. They like the aggressive positions. They have a universal adaptive style. You see them in the tactics. You also see them have great technique in the end game. What would you say is the differentiator between these two players?
Well, I think you saw a little bit of the difference in their very first game. In that game, Gukesh was having an amazing Olympiad before he ran into Nodirbek, who sort of really just defended a very bad position from the opening tenaciously and then out hustled him. So I feel like Nodirbek is a little bit more about that. His style is a little bit more bluffy. I think Gukesh, I don't think Gukesh bluffs that much, really. I think he's just very, very optimistic and tries to play correct chess, while Nodirbek is very, very practical. So I think that there are some differences there for sure, but in terms of their fighting spirit, they're both, of course, very, very high.
And probably very little difference in strength, if at all, as well, between these two players. Your move on the board to Rook B8 has been played, and happy to jump to some of the other boards. But if there are some lines that you see that could be exciting for Nodirbek here, we could continue with the analysis as well.
No, we can jump to something else. Like, he has a ton of options here, but his next move, well, unless it's f3, which looks unlikely, it's not going to be a forcing one. So we can we can look. I would expect moves like maybe bishop f1 to g2 looks normal for among other reasons, to free up the c4 square, or knight f1 intending. Knight h2 is a very critical option as well. Now, knight h2 is a pretty serious positional threat, because then you either take the bishop or you trap the queen with bishop e2, and it's typical Abdusattorov as well. Like, he doesn't really waste time. But now I would expect e takes d4 followed by c5 to be a very serious option for black. Now that the knight is temporarily not defending the f3 square, trying to seize that for the black knight in order to create some counterplay on the king side looks quite interesting. Can we jump quickly to the game Caruana-Fedoseev?
Let's do it. And this is where we left it last. And this is where we are.
Yeah.
No move has been made yet.
I don't know, again, I didn't see if you guys talked about it earlier, but let's go to the opening, because this is what Fedoseev does. Like, he doesn't necessarily play the same lines as everybody else, so this is a line that was very topical, I would say about 13 years ago, 14 years ago, because 14 years ago, a lot of people played this in the candidates that played the Queen's Gambit with the early bishop e7. And this was Aronyan's new idea. Bishop f4, c6. Let's go. Takes bishop f4, c6, queen c2. And then to just go for knight f6, e3, knight h5. This was the whole fourth line. Instead of h3, there's e3, knight h5, bishop e5, bishop knight d7, bishop e2, knight e5, d5, g6, and so on.
Wow, and you allow this?
Yeah, you allow this, and I think he beat Aronia, I think he beat Grishuk on their second tiebreak game with this. If I'm not mistaken, I think he lost the first game as white, and then he won the second as black. And well, he still lost the match, but this became established as the new main line. So in order to prevent the move knight h5, you'd think that h3 is very logical. So when I played Levon in Tata Steel back in 2012, I went for this move h3, and I had this weird little trap prepared. When if black goes for g6, which is what Levon did, then I played e3, bishop f5, queen d2, and now h5, which is logical to prevent white from taking space with g4. Now the point was that I wanted to provoke h5 and then play bishop d3. And specifically because the black pawns are advanced on the queen's on the king's side, and the king side is weakened. This plan with knight e2, f3, and so on after castling is quite dangerous, and I ended up winning a nice game, even though Levon actually won that tournament in 2012 in great style. But I do remember that instead of g6, there were some other options, like I think knight a6 or queen a5. But I remembered thinking that people don't really play that way. Of course now, and of course nowadays it's a lot more concrete. I seem to remember there were some games there as well, but I think theory practically hasn't developed in this line for the last 13 years, or because not a lot of people play these Queen's Gambit lines with black, so you just never see it. So for me, it was interesting to see a really old line with a more modern twist. But I do remember that, especially the move Queen a5 was among the top options for black. And it does make some sense that because white has played so slowly with h3, that black can actually play concretely here. That's really all I wanted to say. Of course, the position that we have right now is one that I remember that I did look at 13 years ago.
So you've had this position in your preparation.
Yeah. But I don't think I liked it for white in this particular case. So I'm sure there are people who know a lot more about this than I do, but I think
I would highly doubt that.
I think Fedoseev has gotten it on his terms, because judging by the time used as well, there's no way Serrano knows a lot about this position, and Fedoseev is usually very good in non-standard positions. So I think there is some chance that he could join the leaders today.
And I want to talk more about Fedoseev, but just to wrap up this position, because we had a brief look at it, and it's actually not so comfortable how white defends this b2 pawn, right? You want to come back with your queen. Queen c2 runs into knight b4, I'm guessing, and queen b3, the trade and giving up the b4 square is also not a happy choice. And if these two options aren't easily available, white's got to make some sort of an unpleasant decision here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's why we see Serrano burning tons of time. It is not comfortable, and honestly, this is one of the problems with playing d4 on move 1. I mean, it's a little bit of a stretch. It's a little bit of a stretch, but when you start with 1 d4 and then c2 c4, none of these moves actually contribute to castling kingside, right? So it very often happens that white has certain positional trumps, but because white White's kingside development is a little bit delayed, then Black has concrete counterplay based on White's lack of development. And you see this in a lot of different openings. For instance, the Ninso Indian, where White develops on the queen side, Black after bishop to b4 is already ready to castle. And so even though White has more pawns in the center, it turns out the position is not clear. The Grunfeld defense as well. Black gives up the center, but has better development. So I'm sure for a lot of people, I'm knocking in some open doors, but I think it's useful to think about these things once in a while. Why this is so that it's not a pure coincidence that Caruana has concrete tactical problems here. It's simply the nature of the opening that he's chosen.
And are you still a believer of 1e4 best by test then? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's all a draw. But essentially, I feel like the move d4 is in principle like a little bit more challenging, but theory is so developed that it feels like these days, at least if you're going to play main lines, then or at least semi-main lines, then e4 is a little bit more playable. But I think the only verdict we've reached so far in that debate is that, you know, both are good, neither are winning.
Winning. Fair. And you said everything's a draw, but Fedosiev's had some great wins in this tournament so far, including taking down Arjun as well as Fabi in the previous round. And he's having a great run. And like you're saying, he's got this position on his own terms, and we might be looking at a game where he's putting on the pressure. Caruana down on the time as well. Now, Fedosiev is one player that we've all known as, when it comes to online chess, speed chess, we've seen just how brilliant he is. What do you think has been working so well for him in Tata Steel so far? And I know maybe not a happy memory to bring up, but he also had a great game against you in Budapest.
Yeah, he's just difficult to play against, honestly. He's got very, very good technique. That's one thing. So both in defense and also attacking, he just plays chess a little bit differently than most. So he's kind of hard to deal with. Of course, everything has sort of gone his way. Like, he's won 2 games in a row now. One against Arjun, which was a dogfight, but you can count on some luck on the course during the course of a 13-round tournament. But getting a free rook is, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen every day. And as for his game against Fabi, I think he was just trying to be solid, and to his credit, he did grab the chance when he got it. But I don't know. He's difficult to play against, resourceful. One of those players whom you just never feel good playing against, even if you win, it's just all a bit muddy and weird. Yeah.
Magnus, with his performance so far, Fedosiev, well, he always had fans, but I think so many more players, so many more fans he's gained with the way he's been playing chess and his score. Knowing him so well, having played against him and seeing his performance, do you think he has what it takes to break into the world top 10?
I think it depends on how you define it, right? Because world top, like, I think there's a very clear top 5, 6 maybe at the moment, and then who's in 10th or 11th or 15th at any time is a bit more random. Do I think that he will become a regular top 10 player? No. Do I think that he has the chance to reach it at some point? Yeah. But likely, no. I think his peak rating was 2730 or something.
Yeah, and I think
At
he's
a
gaining around
time
20
where,
points.
yeah, at the time where ratings were worth, a little bit less than they are now. I think there's been definite deflation since then. So rating wise is probably, with the rating he's gained, that's the highest he's ever been. But it's it's hard to say, but I think more likely scenario for him is that no, it's never going to be a perennial top 10 player, but whenever he plays these tournaments, it's going to be very difficult to play against. I think that's more likely going to be his future.
Well, he's making this tournament very exciting, and Serrana keeps on thinking, let's bring up our bird's eye view, Magnus, and take a quick tour around, because I want to get your thoughts on each one of these matchups that we've got. And there we have it. Anything that catches your attention? I see we've got some endgames. The Prague board. What do you make of that? That's the top right.
Let's look at that quickly. I think there's been a few moves there recently. I think when I jumped on this call, it was right after where he had played c5, which was, I think, sneakily kind of a very interesting moment. The thing is that c5 forces white to trade knights, positionally speaking. If white doesn't force knights, he's just worse positionally. So you might ask yourself, why would Wei Yi play the move c5, giving white the option of going knight takes e4? Couldn't he trade the knights first and then go c5 and to set up this potentially very impressive four pawns on the fifth rank with a5, and great potential of them becoming dangerous in any endgame or middle game. The thing is that here the play could become very, very concrete and dangerous for both players. White would play the move b3 to b4. And for those who played a lot of Rue Lopez's, these kinds of positions, you know that you generally don't want to just trade on b4 or go c4 and cede the d4 square to white. So even at the cost of giving up a very healthy passed pawn on d4, you probably want to go d4 here as black.
We actually
And
left
after
this
that,
position right now. Sorry. Go on.
yeah, and after this, the evaluation, it seems that it's still quite equal, but white would take the pawn, black would take the pawn on b4. And white probably wants to go bishop g5, trade those bishops. But then we've got a very interesting race. White is trying to eventually get the pawns going in the center, maybe create some kind of kingside attack with the advanced pawn on e5 that you have, while black's pawns on the queen side are very dangerous as well. And you could see some scenarios where the black light squared bishop is stronger than the white knight as well. So it's understandable that they didn't go for this, but we could have had a very, very sharp fight here. After Wei Yi's move in c5, then the game is forcing in a bit of a different way. Now, no pun intended, of course. Now Prague has to capture d4, queen d7, bishop d7, knight d2, and yeah, now it all leads to sort of an equalish endgame, I suppose. Yeah. So he takes.
Would Pragg have anything to play for here against the e4 weakness?
You could argue that he is the one who has something. If anything, I'm not sure the move f5 was forced by black even, but it was certainly quite logical. But yeah, I guess white is slightly better if anything, but it seems to me that black is doing quite all right. You might argue that the pawn in e4 is weak, which it is to some extent, or the pawn on a6, which I don't really think is that weak. It seems to me that if white maneuvers the knight around to e3 to blockade, then black can put a rook on d3 and sort of block the entry squares there. So I don't think there's much in it. But of course, with the tournament situation, Prague is not too unhappy with this, but Wei Yi is solid, and I don't see him a ton happening here. Yeah.
They're trading the bishops. You say there isn't much happening here, but I think everyone watching, and me included, if you were white in this position, Magnus, you'd keep this playing till the end.
Yeah, I mean, things not going to happen doesn't mean that you don't try, right? So, yeah, for sure.
So if Pragg had to try, what would be the plan here? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's one I mentioned with bringing the knight to e3. And then something I could see is when the black rook comes to d3, like maybe white can it can put the rook on a5, play for c4 if the black bishop has to go to b7 to protect that pawn to free up the rook. I don't know. Something like that. Of course, f3 is something to calculate at this very moment as well. I think then at the very worst.
Yeah, actually, what happens here? I mean, it looks like a pawn to me.
Yeah, I was thinking that rook to e8 would be the move, but then rook takes a6 actually works tactically. So let's look at the move rook to d8 then.
Can I just show that, because I think that's an interesting line. So rook takes pawn, and you wanted to go pawn takes pawn here, right? Or this is what the line you mean, and then the bishop is hanging at the end.
Somehow I didn't think about rook a6 at first. I was thinking about taking the pawn, and then bishop takes e4, and then rook takes a6. But then bishop takes g2 would work as a counter for
that's pretty.
for black.
And rook e2 in the end.
Okay, so f3. There are a couple. Yeah, there are a couple of options for black though. Otherwise, there's very concretely rook to d7, but that's already becoming a bit of a sad way to try and play for a draw. You capture on e4 since the white knight is threatened. Takes. Assume you take with the rook. Now rook to d2. And now the question becomes whether white can make something of this. Intuitively, I'm a little bit doubtful, but maybe. Maybe rook a2. Usually the rook would be more passive on that square than on b1, but in this case, we're keeping an eye on the pawn on a6, but doesn't seem to be a clear draw at the very least. So maybe there's a little something to hope for Prague.
If he wants to play for something, f3 is what we're expecting. And chat is saying, I saw f3 before Magnus, I must be the future world champ. What would you like to say to them?
Um, well, I didn't consider f3 in this position at all. No, the thing is, like, you look at f3, and for me, I'm thinking that I was thinking that it didn't work tactically because of rook e8, so I was looking at other ways to sort of maneuver instead, but of course, if the concrete way works for Prague, then of course that's what you go for. It would be interesting to see what Wei Yi has planned there. Maybe the move rook to d8 instead, but then even then it's not super obvious. Maybe rook to e2 is playable.
So just to see this line, you take in rook d2 after the rook trade is good.
I'm not sure it is, but yeah, this I think is pretty. Yeah, this I think is a pretty clear draw. Rook to rook a6, rook b2. White emerges upon a head, but I don't think there's much in it. Rook c6, rook b3. Rook c5, b4, and it's too little.
Yeah, we just finished this game up till draw. But first, Prague has to take the decision to go f3. Do you think he's going to play it if you had to make a prediction before we move on to the next one? Or will he try to keep more tension, more pieces, and go for the knight maneuver? What you know of Prague?
I think he will play f3. Again, we didn't finish the lines after rook d8 either. I do think that the move rook e2 was at the very least somewhat interesting there.
So rook e2 instead of knight e4.
Yeah. And to my
is the exchange
to my
sacrifice
eye,
completely senseless? Sorry, is the exchange sacrifice completely senseless here?
Yeah, I think so, because I think the problem is that the white rooks are way too active. If the black king was safer, then we'd have a different discussion. But I think here, yeah, it's not feasible.
All right, so we're expecting f3 on the board and perhaps Prague to try to put some pressure on over the next few moves. And we'll see how he responds. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, Magnus, and check in with the other games. Now, one that's finished is Arjun versus Fabi, and that was a Berlin draw. A very non-eventful game, that one. And I just want to touch upon Arjun a little bit with you on this, because Tata Steel Masters has been a tough tournament for him. He's losing a bunch of rating here. In fact, in the Masters, he's been winless starting from when he played last, which was in 2023, and he's had, I believe, 8 losses since his first appearance at the Masters. What is it? What do you think it is? Because we were talking about this, Magnus, and it feels that Arjun's style of play, which, propelled him to world number 4, where he's playing in these opens, taking these incredible chances, going into these absolutely chaotic position, which honestly nobody can make anything of. Arjun is such a beast when it comes to that. Do you think that has a bit of a role to play when round after round you're playing against the absolute best 2750 up players, and perhaps finding that more solid approach could be a challenge for Arjun?
Well, if you delve into each of his losses, right? The game against Fedoseev, like, that could have been a very typical Arjun performance, in that he takes a lot of chances in the opening, and he gets Fedoseev sort of, he outplays him, right? And he gets the winning position. He sort of does everything correctly, and then he makes a little bit of a random blunder. So that's one game. The game against Hare Krishna, yeah, that was that's sort of harder to explain, really, because there he was just taking chances without really, like, it was playing for a win only with risk for himself. Like, he could have early on traded queens, gone into an endgame that was maybe slightly worse, but very, very drawish. Instead, he went for a line where, I mean, I had no idea. I have no idea what his idea was. I think his main idea was that he didn't want to play for a draw, but he ended up making it quite comfortable for Hari. Like, of course, Hari performed really well to win the game after, and Arjun was fighting really well at times, but that was a bit of a strange one. But and then, of course, Prague. Yeah, that was. Yeah, he was just outplayed in that game, which can which can happen. But it's been interesting to see that he, apart from Prague, the people he has lost to hasn't been like the actual top favorites, right? And it has been more a case of the style that he has been playing in the past against, that has been working in similar opposition, not working here. So I'm not sure if we should read all that much into it. I guess it becomes a little bit mental at some point if you're struggling at the very same tournament that you were struggling at before. And I've heard from other people that if you do poorly at Tata Steel, then it can be a very long tournament. So it's yeah. I think a lot of things have just gone wrong at the same time. We've seen Fabi before the candidates having a nightmare of a tournament and then winning the candidates. So I'm not sure we should read all that much into it.
Well, one position I want to read a lot into, because I see the bar has really shot up for Nodirbek with the last few moves. Magnus, can we jump back into that one, and you can take us through what's going on and where is Nodirbek's pressure coming from here?
I think we should jump about 15 moves back.
Are you taking me back to?
Maybe
Oh, there was no
20
1d4. It was 1e4.
Yeah, no, sorry. Let's go 15, 20 moves back.
If we go 20 moves back, we go to bishop c4.
Okay, let's go about 12 moves back then.
All right, so I'll go around here, rook e1 and h6.
Yeah, okay. Let's say this position. So h6 is a typical move, but it also kind of signals a plan of going knight to h7 and then knight to g5, maybe bringing the queen to f6. Overall, you can say that white has a slight advantage because of the pawn on a5, but it seems that black should have decent chances. So if you compare this with the position that we have now,
I'll just bring it on.
What has black... Like, Gukesh's strategy has been a spectacular failure. The only thing that he has accomplished is trading a knight. Apart from that, his pieces have been moving around. Like, the knight has gone, that went to g6, is now coming back. His queen went to h5, had to be redeployed back in the game. The bishop had to go back. His rooks have not been activated. Meanwhile, Nodirbek has advanced all across the board. Gukesh's only sort of saving grace is that his position is still semi-solid, and I'm assuming that his plan after the move a6, which is kind of screaming out to be played, is to make the move bishop a6 with white.
Sorry.
His plan is to play bishop to c8,
Oh, wow.
which concretely I think is pretty much an only move. It might work. He might save this, but yeah, things obviously have gone about as badly as they can, and Nodirbek has been relentless, like not a single wasted move, just building up the pressure, repelling Gukesh's pieces. And yeah, he has a huge advantage to show for it. Another move I think that was maybe not the most remarkable, but it's another typical sign of a player who's in very good form, is his last move, queen to b5.
I'm just going to back up, Magnus, to where we left
Yeah.
it, because I actually thought it's black's move here. So just for everyone to follow the analysis that we were on, we left it around queen h5 and we saw queen b3 come in. Yeah, and take it from here. So rook b8, and this is what where we had the position lost.
Yeah. So knight e7, of course, it's a bit of a passive way to play. He doesn't go for anything concrete like cd4 and c5 or b5, those kinds of things. So he sort of just admits that his plan didn't work, and now he's just trying to redeploy his pieces and rely on the solidity of his position. But yeah, now every move is kind of concrete, and force d5. Everything's, as I said, not one wasted move. Like everything comes with tempo here. Bishop to e6 is not a move you love to make because you sort of cut out the queen from the game again. But yeah, I just wanted to say that bishop c4 was a logical move as well, instead of
Queen b5.
Instead of queen b5. But that's my point of a player in who's confident in form. Like Nodirbek doesn't want to go for some kind of endgame after knight c6 or whatever, where he's better, but he believes that he can get more out of the position, and I think he's quite right that at the moment black's pieces are poorly coordinated, and yeah, there's no reason why he should try and simplify.
Yeah, Gukesh's last few moves, it just, you get the feeling that his pieces were not, he was not happy with the placement of his pieces. And he's trying to get a better position. But here you said a6, bishop c8 is something that we might be seeing next. You know, Magnus, Nodirbek was here for Tata Steel Chess India. You won the whole event, you were here as well. And I wanted to ask you, because he said something really interesting there. He said he really enjoys playing against the Indians because he really understands their style. He understands how to play against them and where to strike. What do you make of that? What do you think he knows about them that, well, the rest of us don't?
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to know. But I think it speaks to him being a very confident player, right? That he believes that he can beat anybody, not only the Indians. Yeah, he's a fearsome opponent for sure.
And this picture that we have in front of us, Nodirbek versus Gukesh, what is chances that we get a world championship match between these two players?
I think for now, I don't know. Maybe I'm stuck in the past, but I think that overall, a couple of the older guys are still slightly better. But of course, they both have a tremendous future, and you know, Gukesh has the advantage of already being the world champion, which makes it a lot more likely that he's going to be that again.
And Magnus, I know you touched upon this, you know, as we wait for Nodirbek's decision here. Just a quick question on something that you and John were talking about earlier. Wijk has meant so much to you in your career as well, including, and I think we had a chat question on this. If I remember correctly, it was back in 2004 in the C group where you made your first GM norm. And chat wants to ask you, what are your memories of that, and Yes, you said you might be back in Tata Steel. But do you, watching all this being played out, do you miss being there right now?
Maybe not that much. Like, I always when I'm looking at these top players play, like I'm always somewhat thinking that I wanna play them, but I don't know. I'm very happy being a spectator for now, but I'm very grateful for everything that this tournament has done, and I certainly don't rule out coming back. But I think it's only fair that younger, hungrier players are fighting it out.
And you've won it 8 times. Apart from scoring your first Grandmaster nom and the legacy that you had at Tata Steel, you've been the one player who's won it most number of times, 8, and I think you shared first place one of the years as well. So you know it better than anyone else what it takes to win this long haul marathon tournament. Magnus, looking at the playing field that we have and the players that we have, who do you think has it in them going all the way and making it to the finish line this year?
I think Nodirbek has a great chance. I think he must be considered the favorite at this moment, both because of his the score that he has now, the position he has in this game, and also because of his physical and mental strength. I think what should be noted is that this tournament is unique in the sense that there are so many rounds, and it's unique, but it's a little bit similar to the candidates in the sense that it's very long, and you will have times when there are players who really need to win, and there will be others who have very little to play for, and so you will see even more fighting chess towards the end. And if you do want to make a comeback in the tournament, if you're hovering like at 50% or +1, like towards the end, my experience is that you will get a lot of chances. So you could see somebody like Fabio, right, who had a decent start, then you get that one loss back to 50%. But it's a long way to go. So I wouldn't rule out somebody like Fabi or Wei Yi for that matter, who had a great run. I don't think he had a particularly spectacular start last year either before he got on a run. So basically, yeah, there's always time to go on a run, and you need to keep your spirit up, because during the course of 13 rounds you will have disappointments.
It's a long tournament ahead, and it's a long day of chess ahead of us. And Magnus, on the Nodirbek board, your idea has been played a6, bishop c8. And I'm being told we have to go into a short break. But I want to ask you, especially because we're seeing everything you've been saying being played out, and having you around means we don't have to rely on the bar or engines for analysis. Will you be staying with us for a little bit longer to break the action further?
Sorry, I have to leave soon because I'm gonna play the first ever Freestyle Fridays on chess.com. So make sure that if you want to follow that as well, that you do that. But it's been fun to talk a little bit about the chess, and I'm sure in these games the best is yet to come. So stay tuned.
It's so awesome to hear that. And because you brought it up, I have to ask you, how's preparation for the first slam of this year's freestyle tour coming up? How's preparation for that going? And what does that even look like, Magnus, for you?
Last year I did a lot of opening studies for the tournament, and then when I got there, it felt like I was just overthinking everything in the opening. So this year I haven't really started, but I'm gonna have a little training camp with Peter next week. So we'll talk about some stuff then.
Well, good luck for tonight's Freestyle Fridays and or Friday Freestyle. I'm not sure which order it is, but have fun playing that. And we look forward to seeing you in Bison House. And thank you so much for joining us and with all your insights, Magnus. It's awesome always.
Thank you so much.
And chat, we're going to go into a quick short break and we'll be back as the action in the 6 remaining games heats up. Don't go anywhere.
So what's really one event that really had a big impact on my career, and I'm really happy with the way my career has gone, and I'm really happy with what I've achieved. But I'm not sure whether that event had a positive impact overall. And that is the same tournament of Wijk Aan Zee, the same place, but a different year where I lost 5 games in a row. And it came in an interesting moment in my career. I was 17. And I just won my first super tournament. I won the tournament in Reggio Emilia, and I was on an absolute high. Like, there were articles all over the chess media. They were saying this is like the historic result, the youngest top tournament winner since Karpov, I think, at the time. Like, it was a little bit different time than now. Like, 17 now is already old, but back then it was kind of more special. And I was really on a high. And then I played the Wijk Aan Zee tournament, which was, this big tournament. I started with a win against the World Championship challenger Boris Gelfand. You can imagine, like, the build-up to greatness. And then I lost the game later in the tournament. And then I came back the next day with a win. So I'm again back. I'm on an absolute high. And then I lost the game. And then I lost another one. And then another one. And then another one. And you keep thinking like, okay, but I'm not going to lose the next one. But like, it's like this casino rule, like, it cannot be like that you keep putting on the red and you say, okay, it cannot be like red 4 or 5 times. But it kept coming, It might have had an impact on my career, and I've learned a lot from that, for sure. If it hadn't gone that way, I would have likely become a different player. In some sense, this was like hitting a rock bottom. And I think the good thing about hitting the rock bottom is that whenever later you get a hit, it will never be as painful as that. So you've got the biggest blow already, and you know how to deal with that.
Well, it's my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We all know that when Vishy Sir walks down the street in Chennai, or frankly anywhere in India, he's going to get attention, autographs, selfies. You seem to be on the trajectory, almost certainly, of having that happen to you now, probably for a lifetime. Are you ready for that? And do you embrace that? Have you thought about the fact that, you're now a public figure forever?
Yeah. So firstly, after the candidates and the Olympiad, especially after the Olympiad, because it was huge for India, and me getting recognized was more often than what it used to be, but I didn't think it got to a point where it was annoying. And after the World Championship, I haven't gone back home, so I don't know what kind of extent it will be. But I generally, handle this quite well, and I feel like this is my kind of role to play to develop, the interest for chess and to bring more people into the game. And there are a lot of people who look up to me who are interested in what I do, and I have the chance to get more people into the game now, and I think it's a huge honor. Yeah, chess has given a lot to me, and this the least I can give.
It's giveaway time! Do you want to be part of the Tata Steel Chess tournament, but you can't make it to Wijk Aan Zee? Well, we are collaborating with Chess.com to organize a special online tournament that you can be part of. The tournament takes place on the 26th of January during the Tata Steel Chess Festival. And of course, we have special prizes to win as well. The winner of the tournament will be the new owner of this chessboard, which is signed by all the masters and challengers of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2025. Number 2 will receive a 1-year Chess.com Diamond membership. Make sure to check out the description for more details and how to join the tournament. May the best player win!
Tata Steel Online Chess Blitz Tournament, you've just heard all about it. It is this Sunday, so in 2 days' time on January the 26th. And in that Blitz arena, you have as many points as you can grab within a 2-hour period. Most importantly, first place takes home that beautiful chessboard you just saw, signed by all of the masters and all of the challengers in this year's Tata Steel Tournament. And second place, well, you still get a year of Diamond membership on chess.com, which is pretty sweet as well. So as mentioned, you need to join the Tata Steel Club on chess.com to enter. Use !Tata Blitz or go to go.chess.com/Tata_Blitz to throw your hat in the ring. Welcome back to our coverage of Tata Steel Chess. I'm not gonna lie, there's been a little bit of an elo downgrade on this side of the hall, but I cannot tell you, Tanya, how much I enjoyed listening to Magnus provide insights not just on the games, but the players, their styles, how that necessarily changes the way that they approach certain positions. It was absolutely magnificent to watch. We're so happy that Magnus chose to join us.
So brutally honest about his thoughts and his insights, like you said, on the style of players and their strengths and what makes them the stars that they are. I'm also thinking about that he's just about to play in Freestyle Fridays. So if any of you watching want a shot at playing against Magnus in Freestyle Chess, maybe you need to sign up on that. I think that event starts shortly on chess.com. It's all a build up to our first Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Tournament, which is going to be a lot of fun. And that starts in about 10 days from now. We completely agree. And not just that, I mean, the guy, he's just so strong. John, you just don't need an engine. You don't need an evaluation bar when he's on. He's been calling out every move that he said. He really is, you know, he is the stockfish. He is the Alpha Zero. And what he mentioned on the Nodirbek's game, Nodirbek has gone for that plan. We've got our bird's eye view up. And there we see on the bottom left board, Gukesh is under pressure.
He certainly is. Nodirbek really starting to pile the pressure on, although we did just have castles 2 hours and 45 minutes into the broadcast. We finally have castles in Sorana Fedosea from either player, so I think that's the longest time I've seen a castleless game, certainly at the tournament. Oh, they're like buses, Tanya, 2 at once.
2 at once, you know, when it rains, it pours, and it's pouring castles right now. But I'm slightly surprised on that Sorana board because we were looking at this and perhaps expecting the queen trade before the knight jumping forward to b4 to put 100%. Some pressure. But there have also been trades at the center of the board. Well, queens are on the board. It's going to be a fun fight. We look at that. Also next to that, Kaime against Anish. I have to say, optically, it looks like, yes, the bar says it's in balance, but Vincent is putting the pressure on. Just compare his rooks to Anish's counterparts, right? With the rook on a7, the rook on c8 stuck. Meanwhile, Vincent's rook actively placed. At some point, he can think about trying to get a central break in with the e4, e-pawn moving forward. The bishop's beautifully lined up. John, I have to say that it doesn't look very pleasant for Giri, even though the bar says black's doing absolutely fine.
So
and perhaps it's because of this idea of e5. Yeah, let's jump into that one.
Let's see if we could jump into that game, because we haven't given that game too much love yet on today's broadcast. I think it would be lovely to head into Vincent Kaime and Anish Giri. So let's take a closer look at what's going on here. First of all, a quick material count, and it looks like things are relatively equal, but everywhere else there are lots of imbalances into position. The pawn structures are different, the activity of the pieces is different. And you called it out first, Tanya, the positions of the rooks. Now, let's start there, because to me, that's really interesting. I agree that Vincent's rooks are trying to be a lot more aggressive than Anish's, but at the same time, I'm also looking at them going, how can the rooks further improve their position? You're running out of squares on which to coordinate your rooks now. So even though optically white looks like he's in a more advanced position and potentially a scary position, I'm not sure if there's anything else he can do to further improve that. So I'm wondering on that side of the board if it's sort of come to loggerheads a little bit.
Well, he always has the c4 break that would ask some questions, at least to black, and not very easy questions to answer, because how are you going to keep the center, or do you just concede, give up the diagonal to the bishop and also allow a further follow-up of e4? John, we were talking about how we haven't given love to this position. I don't know how much Anish is loving his position right now. The
True.
only idea that I see for black here is to try to get an e5 break in. He can't just sit. Like you're saying, if he just waits and makes a nothing move, white has plans in the position to improve. You can't allow white to go c4 or a potential e4 eventually. The big question is that, are Anish's forces and his army ready to strike with e5, or does he need more work? Because directly e5, to my eyes, looks like a pawn sacrifice. 3 pieces attacking e5, only 2 defending it.
Yeah, exactly right. It feels like maybe a little bit more prep work is required. And as a result, Anish is looking for ways to find the time necessary to do that. So I guess the logical move to take a look at, if we're playing with the black pieces here, is moving a rook to the e8 square in preparation of e5. And then, like you say, what happens if white responds with c4? Does that mean that this break starts to open the position up? Because after rook e8, c4 takes, for example. Now, are we in a position to play e5? Well, maybe.
I don't know what I want to recapture with. It's not an easy decision for me.
We might
I'm
want to
sort
go
of
rook
tempted
takes
to go
here.
pawn takes pawn, and for e5, if I can get a d5 in, but I think there are tactics that I'm overlooking here, because I can imagine a bishop landing on c3, a skewer with the 2 rooks on this diagonal, so maybe you just go e4 and there's no
e4,
good
bishop
hop.
c3.
Not looking good.
Yeah, so maybe even though it looks like a quiet move, I suppose, almost, but going logically from what you were saying, Tanya, maybe just rook e8 makes the most sense, because we need that additional preparation move in order to play e5. The good news is, it looks like, on the surface at least, even if white goes with the c4 pawn break straight away, you might be able to play e5 immediately after taking that pawn, and white can't put a rook on the e-file quite as quickly as black can. So maybe that's enough time for black to be comfortable here.
And I think Anish had to think in that direction. He had to think about e5, but for some reason, he has a different approach. And I saw our bar not approve of this. So perhaps what we were saying has some metal to it, that e5 was where black's counterplay relied on. He's gone for bishop e4. I think he has the same idea. He wants to get e5 in. He's targeting one of the defenders. But is it just too slow? And Kaima has to think about this moment. Can he go c4? Because that is really the tempting move right now.
Oh, but... Okay, so is the idea behind bishop e4 that to say, if you want to play c4, I'm willing to give up the bishop pair and take your knight, and when I take your knight, d4 is on pre?
But d5 will be hanging as well, right, in those lines, or
yes,
not?
but you have bishop c3 as a threat at the end of that, right?
That's a good point. So if I take on d5, you've got bishop c3. Yeah, this looks good.
Maybe? So maybe that's the point that Anish is trying to make here, where he says, yes, okay, I understand c4 is a threat. Where's the counter punch? I'm going to take
John,
your knight on f3.
The funny thing is, I would have disregarded this line completely and just backed up. But then I saw the bar, and that's enough to know that there's something. And the moment you get a nudge from that, you realize that bishop g4 is just too strong. That there's something in this position, and you find a threat. There's just no good way for black to defend it. Rook d8 runs into bishop to c7.
That's gross.
And bishop c3, I believe you could take on d7. Let's take a look. So bishop
I think
c3, bishop
white just
d7
ends up taking a bit faster.
Yeah, you just take everything, attack the bishop, and rook d8 counterattack. You give a check, and you capture on b4. And that's a lot of interest on the temporary sacrifice.
Wow, that's a great line. Yeah, so it doesn't quite work. But that's one line that doesn't work. Maybe Anish has spotted something else. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anish and Prag walking around, chilling.
So does that
there's
mean
a bit
then
of tension on this board.
after bishop e4, which of course is now on the board, then maybe after white plays c4, there's something else we're thinking about. Maybe.
This is what Kaima is calculating.
Because I
Because
thought
to me, c4
taking
is
was
just so
okay.
tempting. So let's say you start with pawn takes pawn. And I wanted to capture pawn takes pawn. But I'm not sure. Yeah. For some reason, it's not the best. But what's the problem? Because again, if you take on f3, I have this idea with giving up this d4 pawn. Otherwise, I always have d5 in the air. But maybe it's not so easy with this bishop. And this is what Anish wanted, right? After c4, if white has to recapture with the rook, it's really not that bad. Because you get a beautiful, if I just back up one move, if you have to capture with the rook, you get this really pretty square for your bishop. So the danger point is if white can recapture with the pawn. But we see it doesn't work, and perhaps d5 is not possible because black is beautifully placed to counter that. Also ideas of bishop c3 there, and maybe this just gives him that extra move. And this is what Anish is hoping for. If c4, he's just going to capture and make, again, I don't know what's the move here, John. I'm trying to understand. Maybe you just improve the position of your pieces somewhere.
So if we, I've only got one last line before I admit this is a bad idea. But if we do go down the line where c4 is played, immediately after c4, we play bishop takes knight and recapture. And the idea is that bishop takes d4 doesn't work because bishop g4 is such a strong move. But as a last throw of the dice, can black sidestep the complications? And after you play bishop g4, just calmly play rook d8 because the threat of bishop c3 is still on the board.
I thought we've got bishop c7, and this is why I kind of left the line here.
Oh yeah, so that's the reason it doesn't work.
And this could be pretty
No,
because
you're
I
right.
believe
You
after rook
mentioned
c8,
this.
you'll have bishop b6, and knight takes bishop. And look at this, you're attacking the two rooks.
That's not. Oh god, that's terrible.
How many times? And of course, the engine says
Yeah,
there's
that's-
something better, but as a human, you calculate this and you don't go into this.
Yeah, exactly. You look at this as a human and you're going, let me evaluate what my chances look like in this position. Not great. This is wild.
So it's tricky. Anish's bishop
Very
e4 aims at c4, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. I don't think he wants to give up the bishop pair, but he's just placed it well, preempting the d5 break and stopping that. He's playing against the main idea in the position, which is c4, and eventually Anish will strike with e5 when he gets the time. As Kaima takes a think, should we zoom out of this one and check in with the other games?
Yes, indeed. Very interesting to see how the pieces are positioned on that board, and lots of fun. Let's take a look at the position looks objectively equal on the top left board. I'm just conscious that we haven't looked at Warmerdam Mendonça at all today so far, and while it doesn't look to be the most tactically exciting of positions, maybe we can pay it a brief visit to see how they got there out of the opening and maybe explore one or two of the ideas that the players have.
Well, both these players are at the bottom of the table right now, so they're the tail enders, and neither of them have had a win in Tata Steel this year. So I think they're pretty hungry for that. So a good moment to check in and see if they've made progress on that campaign. And this is what we have here. So again, a strangely placed rook on a7, just like Anish's rook. What is with Dutch grandmasters liking their rook on a7? I don't understand.
I mean, they say a knight on the rim. At no point did someone say that about a rook, so I guess you just go for it. But yeah, rook a7 just looks really, really weird, doesn't it?
Maybe our chat can rhyme up something with a rook on the edge or something, and send us a bar on that.
Exactly. It's gonna be the next sensation on YouTube. But the rook is just it's strange that it just keeps staying there. And I've just done a quick sort of leaf through the game from the beginning. You're gonna like this, Tanya. That's the second time the rook has moved from a8 to a7.
Oh.
If we go through the game, the rook
Let's do it
moves
really
up from
quickly.
a8
Let's
to
take it from
a7
the top.
on move 14 and move 26. which is actually even more unusual in itself. I feel like we should check this out.
You know, I just want to say something. This reminds me of what Magnus said about d4, right? Starting with d4. There's something on principle that he feels isn't great because, once again, look at White's development on the king side. You just haven't made progress to get your king to castle to safety.
Right.
Meanwhile, Black just ends up developing and creating that opportunity a lot faster. So maybe there's something to it.
Exactly right. This is really funny stuff. So as we whiz through the game, we'll get to the point where we do first see the rook come up to a7.
And once again, this is a very thematic idea of Black in the Queen's Gambit decline, where before you shot castle, you improve the position of the knight, not there, but to the center of the board or to g6 before taking the decision. White has to play this little move, stopping the light squared bishop from pinning the knight before it develops. And we saw knight e6 hitting that bishop. Falls back, not giving a bishop pair, the move g6. Very often Black's idea is to trade the key piece for White in the Queen's Gambit decline, which is the light squared bishop. And this is one of the plans that makes it possible. And we saw shot castle, rook b1, so stopping the minority attack. And maybe some of you are new to chess. The minority attack is, like we can see, White has got 2 pawns against Black's 4 on the left side of the board. So pushing the 2 pawns to try to create some weaknesses, to try to create open files for targeting those majority is the minority attack, which is a very thematic idea for White in these positions. Now that it's stopped, the rook comes to the c line, the knight reroutes itself, eyeing that bishop f5 trade that we were talking about. And hey, this is the first time the rook arrives on a7.
There we go. And the shock is that it's the first time, right? But the whole point is the rook comes onto a7 so that the bishop can vacate the square from c8 to come out to f5, exactly like you said. The trade doesn't happen, of course. And after the knight comes in, we have an exchange of dark squared bishops before the white queen comes to b6. And the rook is forced back to a8. So further pressure applied, and this time we've got the knight jumping back to d6 to protect the pawn on a7, so a different defender this time around. And then after White performs a rook lift to c3, we then respond with knight to c8, and that's after the other rook comes in. So everything is being pinned to this b7 pawn right now, and Black is focusing on trying to stop White's plan from applying pressure, saying, I have more pieces here defending, there's nothing you can do. So
And
after the
notice
knights
how-
come back...
Just
Yeah,
really
no-
quickly, John, you know, we saw White play rook b1 and then rook c1, and that might appear as a waste of move. But remember how rook b1 provoked a5 to stop b4, the minority attack we were talking
Yes,
about?
it did, yeah.
And because of that, that has created these dark square holes in Wamadam's position, in which now we see Leon trying to infiltrate from, the queen landing on b6, the knight on c5. So it was a provocative move, I'll be losing a tempo.
It's tricky with the dark square bishops off the board as well, right? Because maximizing the control of the dark squares is all well and good, but then where do you go from there without the dark squared bishops can be quite tricky as well. So it doesn't seem to be that open and shut, but it's interesting to note, you're right. And now at least there are some targets to play for in the position that didn't exist there before. And yes, indeed, there's the second time the rook went to a7 on move 26. So it's happened 2 times in this game. Fascinating stuff.
And it's funny, not only did the rook go on a7, the kingside rook finds itself on the a8 square and doubled up on a line which right now is blocked by his own pawn. But Wamadam is preempting. He's preempting a break like e4, b4, which was threatened with that last move of queen to c3. So from b3, when the queen moved away, b4 is an idea. Once again, if that happens, it gives you more play against the black pawns on queenside. And Wamadam, for now, just preempts it. He doesn't completely stop it, but he's getting ready for it. That if this file was ever to open up, the rooks are really nicely placed.
Yeah, you don't. It's really dissuading White from playing b4 now, because you take and there's just a big juicy target on a4 for you to have a play around with. It doesn't look like it's going to be all fun and games for White, so an alternative plan might need to be put in place. My question then is maybe about the life of the position, Tanya. Obviously, the eval bar is giving us some hints that there's dynamic equality in this position. I'm looking for reasons to, disagree or ask the question of, can something else be done? And I'm increasingly finding myself with this question. If white can't play b4 because black can prepare against it, what's white's backup idea? And the only thing I can really think of is maybe routing a knight from b3 to c5 or something. But I'm not really seeing a concrete continuation for what white wants to do if he can't play b4.
So b4 has to always be in the air, and I think it will be something sort of like a hanging sword that Max Vermadan will have to keep in mind. The white knight can route itself to c5 or even to the e5 square. So some decisions to be made. You're absolutely right that the game is in the balance, and it's going to be a maneuvering game with both sides trying to improve their pieces. And we also see Mendonça, he's under 20 minutes right now, but this one has some time before it becomes truly spicy. And I think we should go back to our bird's eye view. And I want to go to the Nodirbek board as quickly as possible. It is our marquee matchup. Nodirbek is in the lead right now alongside Praggnanandhaa. He's playing against the world champion. It's a rivalry we love to watch. And John, it's a spicy position to boot.
It certainly is. We were asking ourselves earlier on, Tanya, about whether that rook lift could be to go to the king side or indeed the queen side. It's finally been moved, and it did go to f3 to shoo away a queen on f6. So on the plus side for white, you can see there are pieces beginning to point menacingly at the king side, while the queen on b5 and the pawn on a6 are causing some real headaches for Gukesh's position. On the other hand, though, from a coordination point of view, it's going to be quite tricky for white to maneuver his pieces into a position where they are all actually attacking the king. The rook on f3 is sort of hemming in the bishop on e2. There is a small question of, okay, we see what you've done here, but what's next? It feels like some of those pieces are tying each other in knots a little bit.
Again, I think, we had Magnus and he broke this down really well. That you have to ask yourself, what has Gukesh achieved in this game so far? After making that move h6, when the knights looked like they were getting aggressive against Nodirbek's king, the queen would come out, the bishop would come out, and all these things happened only to be pushed back by Nodirbek. Meanwhile, the progress that's been on white side is apparent, the pressure that he's putting on. Gukesh has been struggling with this queen. I'm just going to mark its journey. It got to g5. Again, there was this beautiful move h4 where the tactics didn't work out. If the queen was sacrificed, then it was forced to h5. Then it was forced to, well, no, that's how a knight moves. It was forced back to g6. Now, it went to f6, and then one step to e6, where again it's being chased. And look at the beautiful rook activity. In fact, black's queen doesn't have too many squares. You can go to e8, e7. I would be very terrified of putting it on h3. It feels like you're walking it into some kind of danger there. Maybe there are tactics immediately. You need to keep the queen close to this f7 pawn and potential back rank problems as well.
Sure.
So queen e7 played. Black is not able to unfreeze himself. For Gukesh, you can't take on a6. The knight on c6 is hanging. If the knight moves, the rook on b8 will be hanging. The bishop on c8 needs to stay there defending the b7 pawn. The rook on b8 needs to stay there defending the b7 pawn. The rook on f8 needs to stay there defending the f7 pawn. It's like you're running out of moves here, John. The only free piece to move is the queen and the king, and that's not a good sign in the middle of the game.
That makes sense. So the entire point of chasing the queen around on the king side, so the moves that started with h5, for example, on move 25, to kick the queen to f6, not having that. Rook f3, kick the queen again. Bishop c4, kicking the queen a third time. All of that, maybe, was to get the queen to move off of the 6th rank. Because now that the queen is not defending the knight, suddenly the white queen on b5 and the pawn on a6 is just continuing to exert that much more pressure on the black position, because the queen can no longer defend the knight on c6, and that would be hanging if black tried to resolve this tension. So perhaps that's the underlying reason why the queen's just looks like she's been chased to hell and back again.
Absolutely. And now the question is, again, to your point, white has maximized so much, right? H-pawn gaining space on the king side, driving black's queen. all the way back to e7 after doing a whole journey across the board. And white's pawn has marched up to a6, putting pressure on the queen side. Your bishop is beautifully placed, the queen, the rook on the open line, this rook on f3 putting pressure on d3. The knight on h2 would love to land on g4, but right now it can't.
Yes.
One plan that I do see is that you want to reroute the knight, but black is threatening to go with the bishop to g4 the moment this knight was to move away. So for Nodirbek, he has to figure out what's next. I am 100% sure, and I will tell you this, he's loving his position. This is the most one can dream of as white, right? He's incrementally putting the pressure, but where is he breaking through from is what he's thinking about.
And the knight on h2 might look a little bit dim at first glance, but the reality is, if you look at where all of black's pieces could be, the threat of bishop g4, it feels like that's the one bit of counterplay black might have, and the knight on h2 completely shuts that down. So it potentially gives white time, for example, to play moves like rook f to d3, where I don't think it's immediate, but you can potentially respond to any future bishop incursion or swap off with a rook coming into d7, which would be devastating for black's position if there was a way to deflect the bishop or something like that. It feels like there's, you know, you ever get those positions, Tanya, where you're not winning, but it feels like there's one more piece of pressure that you need to find to pile onto your opponent's position. And if you can find that piece of pressure, it will be the straw that broke the camel's back. And I feel like that's what Nodirbek is looking for now. It's, I've maximized my pressure, okay. Even though it hasn't led to a winning, or this might not be a winning position, it's very clearly everything is going one way. How do I finish this off?
And it's about finding that last straw, right? Because I completely agree with you. You get one more piece into the game, one more piece to put pressure, and that's all you need. Black is overworked. We pointed out how every piece, it pretty much can't move because it needs to defend something. And the moment you make a move like rook d3, right, it's a power statement because you've sort of improved the position of the rook. Well, I'm not saying that it wasn't good enough here, but you move away from a threat long term. You're also eyeing some infiltration squares, but more importantly, for Gukesh, it's so tough to find a move here. What is your next move? The more I look at it, there isn't any happy move to be made. And I want to ask Chat, what do you think could be the last straw here? You know, knowing the pieces which are placed where they are. What piece would you want to improve here? Because there's one that stands out to me, John. And I believe if that piece comes into the game, it could be game over for Gukesh.
I'm also trying to think of a plan for Gukesh. I'm thinking, if white is just looking for that final blow, where's black's counterplay? Are we playing the king into h8 for f5?
Our producer, Bigfoot, he has the answer.
Yeah?
He's saying, bring the king, charge up. Charge up the board.
King g2, let's go! With all the major pieces still on the board. Doesn't matter, let's go! Of course. Standard stuff.
Yeah, this would be just a very thematic idea, Vic, to bring the king up the board right now. Charge with your army, as you're saying. But I believe, John, there's one more piece that does deserve attention, and it's the knight on h2. Now, this is the other thing that your move rook d3 did, right? You're stepping away from the threat of bishop g4. And if you have enough time, just simply because I'm struggling to find an active plan for Gukesh, you could even make another waiting move, like rook to d2. Just simply sidestepping it, and then imagine if this knight from h2 finds itself on the d5 square. Unfortunately, it can't go from the last arrow that I just drew, but you're 2 moves away from it. And the problem is that black has no activity. Black has no counter plan.
Well, I guess I don't really have a plan, to be fair, Tanya, but maybe a couple of things to consider. If the knight starts maneuvering for white, I'm guessing white has to be comfortable with the idea of black can play bishop g4, and yes, you have a takes b7, and black would just have to leave the rook there on b8, but you would also lose the pawn on h5. So I'm wondering if in any subsequent attack on the king side, whether that pawn is important. My gut feeling is it's not important, because if I can get that knight to d5, I kind of don't care about the pawn on h5. but perhaps it's something for the players to think about, right? And then the second thing I was considering is, while this is happening, does black have enough time to play something like king h8, f5, or some way to think of a punching way to get the bishop off the back rank while buying a tempo so that black can't play a takes b7? I'm not sure it works in this position, but just in principle, if I'm black and I'm looking for something to do, maybe trying to play for f5 is a possibility.
And I just realized that rook d3 comes with a very direct threat as well. I actually really like this move because pawn takes pawn, you have to take with the bishop defending the knight, and the rook infiltrates on the 7th rank. So your plan, king h8, f5, I believe at some point Gukesh has to think about changing the dynamics of the position. You can't just sit passive here and let Nodirbek come at you, because damn right he is going to come at you.
Yeah.
So to make that happen, but first you have to deal with the situation. It's a situation on the queen side, or as Gen Z would call it, it's a situationship. Is that how they call it?
I don't know. I certainly think that Nodirbek's situationship with his own emotions at the board are playing out at the moment. You could see his head in his hands. He was like flexing his fingers going, oh, I thought that would work. Why doesn't that quite work? And you can almost see him thinking, putting the pieces together, looking for how to turn this into a concrete endgame advantage that he can convert. It's telegraphed to us that that's what's on his face right now. So are we going to see rook d3 as the first step in this? I feel like that much he's seen and he's probably going to play. I think what he's calculating right now are all of the follow-ups.
By the way, both players are down to 25 minutes on the clock as well. They've kept it pretty close to each other. And like you said, Nodirbek, this is what is going on in his mind right now. Trying to sort of, how do you capitalize? Because this is how you approach a game of chess, right? You first try to create things to play for. Then you find advantage against those things to play for. And once you feel you've maximized that, you need to cash in. You have to find a way to cash in. And that's often the hardest part. And this is sort of that moment where Nodirbek feels he's put in all the pressure, he's put in all the work, Gukesh is on the back foot, he's just shuffling around with his pieces, rerouting them from one side to another. I mean, just optically, the position just looks bad for Gukesh. White, it feels like, has played 50 moves, while black has barely made any. Because look at all of White's pieces. By the way, rook d3 is not on the board, so I'll just bring up our live board. He's thinking here yet. Okay. It hasn't been played. And this is what it is. You have to think about transforming your advantage from, well, what looks like an amazing position. You've done everything right, but what's next? So to your point of perhaps at some point giving away b7 to take the h5 pawn, that would be a transformation of advantage for Nodirbek, because it would give him a very strong pawn on the b7 square. But even that's not very easy to get to. And he keeps thinking, so he's not finding it absolutely child's play. By the way, he makes a decision, and it's one that's surprising, John. Because I thought that queen on b5 was beautifully placed, but he falls back with it to a4. And what does he want from this move? Here. So pawn takes pawn still runs into queen takes knight. Perhaps he's threatening to put... Does he want to push the b pawn next? Is that his idea?
That's certainly possible. b4, b5 could come into play. If he moves the bishop, I don't think he's seriously thinking f5 is the biggest threat to him right now, but if e takes f5 happens at any point in the game, the queen gets to swing across to the other side of the board. That feels a little bit far-fetched and a very, very long-term plan. So I don't think that's what Nodirbek is considering right now. It does feel like almost a little bit of a waiting mood, Divya. Sorry, I've just seen Divya's board and I'm going, hang on a second. But might want to take a look at some of the challenger games actually in a bit. Sure. But what I was saying is that a lot of the tensions and a lot of the threats that were on the board before, Tanya, they're the same with the queen on a4 than they are with the queen on b5. So is there a subtlety that I'm missing here that's like, actually this is going to be the point? Because b4, b5, yes, it clears the way for it. That's another 2 moves. Black might start to find some time to do something different.
The one thing I've noticed about Nodirbek is he is fantastic with queen maneuvers. There's almost like a theme in his games. And I've seen that time and time again. He won this masterful queen pawn endgame with brilliant technique and maneuvers of the queen against none other than Magnus. And this was at Wijk Aan Zee, Tata Steel. I'm trying to remember the year, but I can't. It was maybe in 2023 or 22, one of these 2 years. And it was one of the most beautiful games I've seen, right? Just simply maneuvering the queen around. And I wonder if that's what's on his mind. John, maybe he wants to reroute the queen to a2, start attacking f7. And the reason he didn't do that from the square of b3 is, one, it falls in the way of knight a5.
Knight a5.
And second, it also stops the b pawn from advancing forward. So perhaps what Nodirbek wants is his queen on a2, and then continue pressurizing on the queen side with b4, b5. And the more I look at it, the more difficult that plan seems to be, right? Because it's sort of like you're just clamping down. You're also making sure the black rook never moves. The queen from a2 is also somewhere eyeing the a7 pawn after a trade on b7. Could be very dangerous for Pragg. A very direct idea.
So I'll mention one thing, which is with the queen on a4, it's frustrating that you can't get rid of the pawn because queen takes knight is still possible. And for, no, don't play the move before I present the idea. That's unfair. I was going to say, Tanya, that if the queen moves to a2, maybe black can start freeing up some of the difficulties in the position by playing knight to d8 after queen to a2. But then before I could finish the sentence, knight d8 gets played anyway. So we're starting to resolve some of the tension in this position now.
I'm really surprised with these last two moves because it felt like Nodirbek was going for that boa constrictor approach, you know, the Karpovian one, where he just continues to put pressure and suffocate his opponent by not allowing anything to move. So Queen A4 was the first surprise. And then the quick release of tension with pawn takes pawn. Now I see that the A7 pawn is hanging.
I was about to say, because if black takes back with the rook, white has bishop to A6. And then you can just swap the bishops off and take the pawn on a7 with the queen. Is this the reason why the tension is... Okay, we love to see a position with lots of tension, but did Nodirbek just see that pawn and go, you know what? That's good enough for me, I'll take it.
But is it really a pawn? Because, yes, rook to b7, your line is absolutely on point. It's a direct line and you win a pawn. But it just feels like you're giving a lot of play to Gukesh. I mean, this bishop on b7 is definitely worth a pawn. Look at this weakness on e4. If you were to take on a7, it just doesn't feel right. But I'm not sure what's the repetition because you just can't take on e4. Queen takes rook, bishop takes rook. There's knight takes bishop at the end of that line. Could you go rook a8, hit that queen? The queen, the only square, you have to move back to e3. And maybe Gukesh wants to just simply improve his position like this. But where are you improving your position? You're right, maybe it's a pawn, and Nodirbek sees a pawn, Nodirbek takes a pawn.
Yeah, on the one side you have the pawn, on the other taking a leaf, being slightly inspired by your conversation with Magnus earlier, perhaps. If you compare the position black was in before the tension was resolved, to the position afterwards where Gukesh has options and at least you have interesting ways to develop the position. I think Gukesh would very happily have given a pawn to be in a position where he can create all of those possibilities compared to the position where, sure, the material was equal, but he was tied down from about 7 different directions.
Absolutely. I think Gukesh is going to be relieved with this. And we see that there is something here for black. I did have a feeling that this looks like compensation. Rook a8, queen e3, not sure what the follow-up is, but perhaps John Chat can tell us how can black keep up the pressure, because I see e4 is hanging. I would love to improve the position of my knight. Knight c6 is one move that comes to mind. But then I don't want to put my knight in the way of the bishop. Gukesh firstly, he's played it, by the way. Bishop takes pawn on the board.
He's played it.
So he's looking for the activity. He's looking to release the tension. He doesn't mind giving up a pawn just so he can get some play moving, because it was so hard for him to even make a move 2 moves ago.
You're right. I don't think that knight c6 blocking the bishop in is necessarily the way forward as well. But then that just very naturally leaves knight e6. And I don't really know what to say to that, except looks fine. I like the idea of potentially going to g5. Of course, if the knight goes to g5 for any reason, I'm almost immediately moving that rook to e3 or d3, depending on whether we want to defend the pawn or not, or if we have counter chances. But suddenly this looks like, how do I put it? It's a boxing match again. It's a game. Like, black might be able to find a way to get back in it. Things are unclear. There are a lot of possibilities. There are loads of unknowns. It feels like we're resolving from a situation where, okay, there's a chance that it's a draw, but white holds all the cards. And now suddenly it feels like we're playing for all three results again. You know what I mean?
Once you see knight e6, you can't unsee it. And this is where Gukesh's compensation lies. And I think Nodirbek feels it now, that he's let free Gukesh. He's allowed him this activity. And like you said, suddenly Gukesh has reminded Nodirbek by sacrificing this pawn with this last move, bishop takes pawn, that there are two players playing this game. And after knight jumps back to e6, we're really talking. We're in business with black. Because firstly, the bishop is attacking the pawn immediately. Knight g5 is a big threat on the board. And suddenly the h5 pawn might be weak as well in a lot of positions when the queen lands on the g5 square. So I love knight e5, connecting the two rooks. And that's why now Nodirbek slows down. He doesn't immediately capture on a7. But if you're not going to pick up that pawn on a7, you have to defend the e4 pawn. And the way I see that happening is with the move rook e3. You say, you know what, a7 is a long-term weakness. I'm just going to defend this pawn for now. I'm going to sidestep any ideas on this pin. I'm going to sidestep your knight jumping in with a tempo against that rook. And I also want to activate my own knight either via f3 or g4 next.
Okay, Tanya, I get your point, but I don't want to accidentally start sounding blasé, but you don't do all of this unless your intention is to take the a7 pawn at the end of it. I feel like if you're going to go down this line, it would feel so weird to take a moment, take a tempo out to play rook e3, because I just can't see a world where the intention is not to take the pawn, you know? That would feel so strange, so alien to me.
For mere mortals like ourselves, yes, John, but this is Nodirbek Abdusattorov we're talking about. He's the world number 6. He's going for a healthier pawn formation. He simply guards his own pawn. And he's playing for a long-term weakness that Gukesh now has to deal with. He always has to answer the question, how is he going to defend it? Is he going to defend it? Or will he try to look for activity? Bishop c6, by the way, is a move that comes to mind. You hit the queen. If queen takes pawn, rook takes pawn, you've neutralized your weakness by trading off a set of pawns. And that's a very happy trade for white. And if not, I like the bishop on c6. Improve the knight on the next move. Knight e6 to follow up.
Okay. I think I'll attempt to throw one last throw of the dice here, because I'm not sure I'm fully understanding. I get that a7 is a long-term weakness, but if I compare this to the position before queen a4, the position of almost every single one of black's pieces was a long-term weakness, and it was... I just can't see how the current position is better, if you like, than the advantages that white enjoyed there. So I feel like there's something I'm missing positionally. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is as simple as, don't worry, once this all resolves, you'll see that white has so much play on a7 that extra pawn just wins white the game. Maybe that ends up being the case. I'm just really struggling to see it from here.
I agree with you. If you gave a player an option that, do you want to start playing from this position as white? Or would you like to start playing from this position as white?
Option
I think
A.
most of us are option A. Most of us are going with that. So it feels like a bit of the advantage has slipped, but the position does remain tensed here. Gukesh has weaknesses to answer. He needs to activate his pieces as well. But he's looking for a way to bail out. He's looking for a way to get out of this mess this opening has landed him into. And look at the way Nodirbek, he's just locked in. He's leaned over the board. He's covering half the board. It's a big lean in.
The thinking caps are very on. They've got just about 20 minutes each to make 10 moves in what is a very positionally complex middle game. So Getting to move 40 completely mistake-free is not trivial here. It could be tricky.
And bishop c6 played. I would be absolutely shocked if Nodirbek went for queen takes pawn and just allows Gukesh to go risk-free with rook takes pawn. So expecting him to retreat with the queen to defend the b2 pawn. And perhaps the square we earlier pointed out, right? Lining up with the queen and the bishop. Also discouraging the move knight e6. Because then you're creating further pawn structural weaknesses. So queen a2 comes to mind. Defend b2. And then just bring this knight into the game. This is the problem piece right now. You really want it. And perhaps this is the path that Nodirbek is eyeing. Knight f3, knight h4, knight f5. I mean, imagine if this knight could just land here.
That would be sweet, right? The reason the knight on h2 was so useful before is because it just prevented all of black's counterplay with bishop g4. Bishop g4 isn't a move that's on the table anymore, so getting the knight to a better square to accomplish white's longer-term ambitions just makes sense here. But first, of course, Nodirbek has to decide where he wants to place his queen because bishop c6 has been played on the board. Some fascinating stuff going on and a big, big tussle in the middle game between Nodirbek and Gukesh here at the Tata Steel Masters, folks. We're going to go for a quick break now. When we come back, more moves from this game. We'll see if we can check in on the games in the Challenger section as well. So top up your teas and coffees, and we'll see you in a few.
Okay, white to play and win. Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6 and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of a g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, king f8, g4. I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. My king's already on f8? Yeah. Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think
it has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon said it probably works with bishop d6 as well.
Yeah,
but
Levon
said it probably works with
yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
I was a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Impressive.
c4, knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Verreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Verreest. the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Verreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, still in a bit hit me, And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess 2025. Some games have finished, but not that many though, as you can see. Everyone is still busy huddling together for warmth in the playing hall. We are, at the end of the day, in the middle of winter here in the Netherlands. Hope you guys are wrapped up nice and warm at home. The action is certainly pretty warm over the board in the Masters and Challengers sections as well. We just finished taking a look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov going up against Gukesh, who is currently under a boatload of pressure, but has had quite a lot of that pressure resolved in recent moves. Shall we quickly touch on where we're at with this, Tanya, before taking a look elsewhere? Because I feel it would be good to acknowledge that Queen A2 was indeed played, and after the knight went back to B7, White played B4, and suddenly, compared to 10 moves ago, this looks pretty quiet compared to before.
I'm really glad you called on this. So we left it here right before going to break.
We did.
And once again, just to set the stage, Nodirbek, he is one of the leaders going into this round. He's playing against Gukesh. It's neck to neck. Gukesh half a point behind the leaders. And apart from that, just these two players facing each other. Always an exciting round. And it's been fireworks from the start of this game. Some very creative opening ideas by Nodirbek. And this is the very non-standard position that we get out of the king's pawn opening. So we saw the queen come back, line up with the bishop. Knight to b7 was played. Once again, all revolving around trying to activate this knight. If Nodirbek would capture the pawn on a7, we've seen these ideas of queen traps before in this game, which have been set up by Nodirbek, but in this case, it would be Nodirbek's queen that finds itself in complete danger. Notice how each of the retreating squares are controlled, so that would be a big blunder. Sneaky little move by Gukesh, taking the opportunity to improve the knight's position, and very instructive. B4, making sure that the knight doesn't jump to the most active square. I think Gukesh is now thinking about going ahead with the second best option, which is knight to d6. And I've always found these setups very interesting, John. In chess, whenever there's a knight and you place a pawn 2 steps with 2 squares in between, that's a very good thematic way of restricting the knight jumps. When we see a knight on g6, a move like g3 stops it from going to f4 and h4. In fact, in this very game, we saw that. If there's a knight on b6, placing a pawn on b3, let me just highlight that square. Again, 2 square difference is a good way of restricting the knight. So b4 was that move. And after knight d6, which was played out, it just feels that over the last few moves, Gukesh has definitely made progress in finding greener pastures for his pieces. A trade happens. It's always a relief when you've got little space to get rid of some active pieces. That bishop on c4, no more eyeing the f7 pawn. The rook jumps over to d5, and this is where we are. So queen takes pawn. Well, I believe it's a threat now, right? Because rook to a8, you've got the square of c5. But he doesn't care. He goes queen e6, or does he care? That is so sneaky by Gukesh. Chad, I'm going to ask you. Queen takes pawn. Let's ask Chad. Let's see how sharp our Chad is today, John. And you can tell me whoever gets the first answer in. Queen takes pawn, black to play. And this is so instructive as well, right? Because there are 2 ways of approaching an undefended aspect of the game, you can either go on the defense or counter offense by setting up your own ideas.
Chat's got it. Yes, indeed. Oh, Queen e6 was so sneaky. Absolutely love to see it. Knight takes e4. Well done, folks.
Well done.
Sneaky stuff.
You take away the defender of the centralized rook. If you capture the knight, queen takes rook. And once again, the trade of a side pawn for a center pawn, that's got to favor black, right?
Yeah,
so queen takes pawn would not be a great idea here. And it really feels like Gukesh is back in the game now. You know, he's got things to play for. There are tricks with knight e6. There are tricks with c6 at the right moment, eyeing this queen on a2.
And again, if you're Gukesh and you're thinking about okay, hang on, put on my objective chess player current position hat and say, quit thinking in the past. Yeah, I get it. Focus on the current position. But honestly, compare this position to the one that he had 10 or 15 moves ago. I am taking this all day long. And this actually might serve to be, might give, put a second wind in the sails of Gukesh now as well, right? He's saying, oh my goodness, okay, I've survived. The worst is over. Let's reset. Let's look for those counter-attacking chances. Let's properly start playing the objectively best moves, the most aggressive moves. Let's get this game back on track. And if you're Nodirbek right now, you have to be thinking, well, if I'm losing the momentum here, do I need to go into defensive mode? Do I need to stop the flow of power that's leaking out of my position right now? Doubt starts to creep in, and when that starts creeping in, you start getting mistakes. So a lot more could happen in this game in just the next 5 or 6 moves to time control.
John, did you see Nodirbek's face? Do you think that's a face of a guy who has the word doubt in his dictionary? Do you think that's a face of a guy who looks like, hey, I've messed up? No, that looks like somebody who knows that he still has something to play for. He's still eyeing those weaknesses that Gukesh has on the queen side. And even if the dynamics have changed, don't get me wrong, it's still Nodirbek on the hunt here. He comes back with the rook, defends the queen laterally, freeing up his own rook, the other rook on d5, which will step either one step to the left or all the way to the A line and start targeting those A and C7 pawn. So while Gukesh gets a breather, he gets some space to move around, the pressure eases off, the job isn't over for him to defend this one.
No, it's far from over for sure. And Nodirbek's face, you're right. He's I'll tell you what I can say for certain. Regardless of what the emotions were, I can say there was a degree of discomfort there. There was definitely okay, I really need to make sure I concentrate here. I need to focus. This is not going to be an easy ride, like you said. And he's taking this extremely seriously indeed. But I think Gukesh has weathered the worst of the storm now. So he's going to settle in for a little bit of a think. Let's maybe take this opportunity to take a look at the Challengers section that is being played alongside the Masters section. And there's one game in particular I would like to take a look at, but maybe we'll hop to bird's eye view to show you what the status is on everything. We've had 3 draws so far. The eval bar's relatively stationary in 2 of our games and relatively one-sided in favor of Suleimani and Benjamin Bok. But I really, really want to take a look at the Divya game, Tanya. I think you would absolutely love that. Oh, Bok's game actually just ending in a draw, so that's interesting considering where the bar was. Let's take a look at Divya's game because I think you're going to really enjoy going through this one.
Yeah, and the last position, the live board that we just saw, that was absolutely fire, regardless of what the bar is saying. So we'll take it from the top. Divya, Faustino, both have so many fans. And look at the second move that Faustino chooses.
Let's go.
It's b5. And I believe this is called the Spassky variation in the Reti opening. The Reti opening with knight f3, g3. By the way, the Reti is one of Gukesh's favorite, but also Divya's. So I think this younger generation, because they've kind of worked together so many times, and you know, sometimes they've got the same coaches. They both really enjoy playing the Reti opening. So we have b5 on the board, bishop g2. The bishop comes out, and it would be all normal if this pawn was on b6. It has its own pros and cons, this move. It can be targeted very quickly with the move a4, and I believe that's the one that was played immediately, provoking the pawn to move forward. And this sometimes can be a weakness on the light squares eventually. So we'll just go on with how the game progressed really quickly to get up to date with the live board. The knight comes out, and we see that knight grabbing that c4 square created because of the early advance of the b4 pawn. I will say one thing about Divya. She's an extremely well-prepared player. So I think Faustino's choice of going b5 was a smart way of getting her out of any opening theoretical battle.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Not only is she a very well-prepared player, she's a very aggressive player as well. And we see h4, so some kind of King's Indian attack ideas by Divya here, where she wants to provoke a weakness on the king's side.
When the 11-year-old hits you with 2 b5, that's a table smash. Love it. You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. Wow.
We see a trade in the center. The black knight jumps in. And look at Divya. She's coming in with her queen. It starts to look a little scary for black's king there. But you're relying on either the bishop falling back to defend or the knight falling back to hit that queen on g4. c3 attacks the knight. First, displaces the queen. And just really quickly, in this position, Faustino decided not to go for knight c2. I believe there would be some ideas that would end in bad news, and it's got to do with sacrifices. It has to be knight takes pawn with the queen and the rook lined up. You take the knight, queen takes pawn, and as Peter Lecco would say, if this is not checkmate, nothing is, John. And I think it's a very quick checkmate. Queen f7 would be game over.
That's a really good spot because you're right. Knight takes c2 is just there. So why doesn't black play knight takes c2? That's an excellent spot there. Knight takes f7 would be on the card. So very sharp, very spicy game.
So trying to get rid of the knight, which is the defender of that e6 pawn, doesn't allow it. The queen falls back. We trade on g2. There's a check that Faustino gives. I don't know. Now suddenly it looks like it's Divya's king that might be under the line of fire with the black knights jumping and closing in on that white king. h6, creating a little loft, clamping down with h5. The knight reroutes itself. It's one of those games where each and every single piece is playing. It's a tensed battle in the middle of the board. Rook c8, stopping knight c6. But our arrow points out that's the best move, and Divya finds it. And the whole point is, after rook takes knight, you've got c4, and in betweener, dislodging the black queen. And let's just have that on the board. There's no way for the queen to stay connected to the rook. You'd have to go to d4, and knight takes rook. That's game over. Thank you very much. So knight c6 was found and played by Divya. A trade on c3. The queen enters, attacking weak pawns on the queen side. Faustino picks up one of the pawns. Divya's going for activity. She's going for tactics.
Ooh, and there we see an X next to knight takes e7. Now I know sometimes the silicon evaluation can be a little bit harsh. So to what extent? Oh my god. Okay, well, instead of knight takes bishop, as you can see the arrow on our screen, it's saying, well, hang on a second. Do you fancy kicking a queen around a bit as well? Because there's still an escape square for the queen if you play the rook e to c1. You can play the queen to a3, right? So what's the follow-up?
It has to be to do with the queen.
But knight c4, the queen can take the pawn. And you can have knight takes anyway, so I don't see
the
what
piece
the
is hanging.
follow-up is there.
Take the pawn because knight takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and then you lose the knight on d6. So you first have to start with knight takes knight. Rook takes knight, defends the pawn, and I think the queen's trapped, John, and that's the... Oh, this is stunning because rook takes knight runs into bishop c1. Look at this, and the queen gets trapped.
Oh, wow.
And if not rook takes knight, it doesn't matter. Nothing on earth is stopping bishop c1 next. There's no way to fight this move. You're going to end up giving huge material. Rook c1 was a stunner.
That's ridiculous.
And what Divya missed was knight c4 because it's a very tough geometry. After queen a3, knight c4, losing connection with your own knight, a knight retreating moves are the hardest to make. You're thinking your a4 pawn is falling, but not just that. That after this, you've got this other retreating move and the black queen has no escape squares.
And Divya would have had to see all of that before she played knight takes e7 on move 27. Like, we've just about worked that out in an analysis board where we've gone through 3 or 4 different variations. Divya would have to have basically seen all that from before knight takes e7 check. That is ridiculous. Wow, that would have been so hard to see.
Because no one's nudging her. No one's telling her, hey, sit down and think there's something special in this position.
Exactly,
and that's
right?
all that a strong player needs, is to know that there's something happening. Here, Divya had another tactical idea and she went for that. The most difficult part of that line was the end of it. Bishop to
Yes.
c1 retreat with no squares for that queen. So
Sure.
very human for Divya to continue doing what she did. She went for another tactical idea. Knight g6 on the board.
Oh, nice.
It's very pretty because you end up winning this g6 pawn, and you've got such a strong hold on black's king side after pawn takes pawn. It's extremely tempting to go for this line. Bishop to f4. Faustino also has this queen and knight combo against the white king, which is really incredibly dangerous. The bishop falls back. Oro picks up a pawn. Divya's rook comes in. It dashes onto the 7th rank. This is starting to get very dangerous. Either black wins with an extra pawn, or Divya's about to checkmate Faustino on the king side. The queen runs back to try to defend. Rook a1 joining the party. And John, this is where we are. Rook b6 played. Faustino
Ooh.
Oro must find the only move in the position. He has to play queen d5. The only other square that I see that makes sense is queen to d7. And I'm trying to work out what's the difference between these two.
I'm not sure I can see, because if the rook comes back to b7 after you play queen d7, then you can play the queen back to d5. Fine. I'm not really seeing what the subtlety is there.
And this is so
Interesting.
scary, right? Because even after queen d5,
Yeah.
just this position with bishop takes pawn coming in, and I see that you've got a resource of queen h5 at the right time, and maybe that's what keeps things together. So in this position, you could also just defend everything, perhaps just with queen e6, I want to say.
The pawns in front of the king are not of your own color. That tends to be a little bit dicey, but you're right. Like the bar is suggesting that it's not enough compensation here, and that black should be able to hold this with the connected rooks on the back rank.
More than hold this. I think black is probably pushing for the win here. Queen e6,
think
trading
so.
off the queens should be good enough. So queen to d5, rook takes knight, doesn't work for Divya. And if she can't get through with the attack, do the math. Faustino Oro is 2 pawns up. White's king is the one that's feeling the pressure with knight g4 and pawn takes pawn ideas on the board. But Faustino makes a mistake. And now Divya has to find a move with just 30 seconds on the clock. Knight g4 check. Where do you move the king?
Whoa. Okay.
Well, you don't put it on this diagonal. You definitely don't want to line it up against the black queen.
So presumably that's a mistake because if the king goes up to h3, for example, you can play queen d7. Maybe queen d5 is just better for Faustino, and this is otherwise just equal, because it doesn't look like there's any crushing blow or anything for white, even though we got the question mark for that move. We are coming up to the time control, though, and this was an absolutely incredible game. I want to come back to this in a sec, but I also want to take a look at the Masters, Tanya, because we have
let's do it.
a fair number of moves being blitzed out right now because we're getting close to move 40. So let's take a look at the bird's eye view of the Masters games. We will be keeping an eye on this game between Faustino and Divya, guys. Don't worry. I can see what we mean. My eyes are drawn to the chessboard with the brown squares, second on the bottom row, because Caruana Fedoseev for so long was a really fun, dynamic game, but ultimately broadly equal. And it looks like things are starting to swing to one side, with Fedoseev having under 3 minutes on the clock. So let's go ahead and hop into that game and see what has happened since we left it, because a lot of moves have been played on the board. Tanya, what's going on here?
Well, the first thing that's going on is Fedosiev's clock is ticking down, and it's ticking down hard. It brings me back to that decision by Fedosiev to not trade queens in the opening and just plant the knight on b4, which would have given him a long-term position to play for with a better pawn formation. And now here he is. He's landed up into this absolutely chaotic position because John, black has an extra pawn. But this knight on b4, the bishop pinned on c5, it just feels that there are tactics looming everywhere in the position. And one idea that I do see is with the bishop pin, that can white be brave enough to even capture the a7 pawn, walking into a self pin, but using the fact that black's queen is attacked needs to stay connected to the rook. Maybe knight takes pawn is a reality because knight takes pawn, rook takes knight, queen takes rook, bishop takes queen, rook takes queen. And it works out in white's favor.
Wow. And is there a way to sidestep this? Like after knight takes pawn? No, you can't play the queen away to b8 or something like that because then the rook's hanging on d7. That's very, very straightforward. And if you play the queen away to somewhere like e8, doesn't matter. Rook takes c5. So black's position's a bit of a pincushion at the moment. Knight takes a7 might well be the way to go.
It's very tempting if there's no immediate repetition, and we saw the bar, it did not budge, so knight takes pawn works for Caruana. It's a move that you're a bit afraid to make
It's
simply
scary.
because it's scary. You're kind of landing up in a pin. We do have a result, I believe, John.
My goodness, it's all happening everywhere just before the time control. There we go. Mendonça and Max Varnadam. That game has ended in a draw. Was it a draw by repetition?
It was a peaceful draw.
It was a peaceful
and it
draw.
felt
Yeah,
like
there we go.
both players did not get much. After the opening, we saw some pressure on the dark squares, but Varnadam kept it under control eventually on the queen side. Let's rush back to the Fedosiev board because it's a very critical moment. And Fedosiev is under pressure. Rook d7 played. It was a move to sidestep the attack on the rook on d8. And Caruana, he's about to make a move. Will it be knight takes pawn? It's on the board. He does it.
It's on the board. That is... Okay, you need nerves of steel to play a move like that, but for the reasons you've mentioned, Tanya, I think it's viable. I think it might be the best move on the board, and I think it's starting to pose a lot of questions. Rook takes c5 potentially available if the queen doesn't get out of there. At the same time, you've got queen takes d7 if you're not careful as well. There are so many difficult avenues of attack now that's Fedosiev has to calculate. This could be tremendously difficult. So then you ask yourself the question, well, okay, what happens if the queen still defends both of those pieces, Tanya, and we play the queen up to c7 instead, which is still defending the bishop on c5, and it's still defending the rook on d5? Well, I believe in that position, there's a lovely little tactic. You can still play rook takes c5.
Absolutely. The queen is overloaded. Fedosiev's queen has to defend the rook on d7 and the bishop on c5. Queen c7 will not help him. It's a very difficult position for him to answer because knight takes queen is a big threat. Yes, black is counterpinning the white queen, but the bishop on c5 will be hanging. Queen c7 doesn't work. The queen needs to stay connected to the bishop and the rook. How does Fedosiev even keep the game going? And he has to answer that question in about a minute and 17 seconds.
So what are the problems that black is facing right now? The bishop on c5 is loose. The queen on c8 is under attack, and the rook on d8 is loose. You can't play the queen to c7.
Well, you could defend this bishop one way or the other, right? And I think someone in chat is suggesting to move rook to c7. It's quite a sensible suggestion because after knight takes queen, you're arguing that there's rook takes queen. But I'm afraid of the move d6 after that. So rook c7, you have to calculate ideas like d6 either before or after trading the queens.
d6. So presumably the idea behind d6 is if you just take it with the bishop, then
Whoa, and 25 seconds for Fedosiev. He's got to make a move, John. He's got to make a move. And he plays queen e8, and it is a big mistake. Rook takes bishop.
You play queen e8.
That's a piece.
You just take the piece.
But he has to have an idea. Rook takes bishop. It's not only a piece. The knight on b4 is hanging after that. What has Fedosiev cooked up? He played that move with 15 seconds on the clock, and it could be the decisive blunder.
I think it might be. What are the options? The rook takes bishop, and I guess if black has a way to... Oh, I see. if rook takes bishop, is black's idea to play b6 because you are simultaneously attacking the rook on c5 and you're preventing the rook from coming into a5 and you are connecting up your rooks on the a file. So is that the idea?
We're going to find out. Sarana
Okay.
plays rook c5. You might be on point here, but the problem is that white can just retreat, right? After a move like b6, you still don't have time to capture on a7 because the b4 knight is hanging as well. So for
and
Fedosiev,
that's why it doesn't work. Yes, that's right. So you capture the knight on a7, fine. b6 accomplishes the point you were trying to make, but because the knight on b4 is still hanging, ultimately, you're still down a piece.
he goes knight a6 instead, and this was his point. And this makes a lot of sense because he's hitting the rook on c5, the knight on a7, not giving Sarana the time to just retreat right now because knight takes rook will follow. But there is a knockout move here. The bar
In this
indicates
position.
that there is something that completely wins for white.
I don't see it.
I'm gonna switch on the engine and take a quick look.
Where are we looking here? That's all right. We've got world champion chat.
What is chat saying?
Chat's saying actually there's a variation of opinions in chat. Rook a1.
Well,
rook
I just
a1
checked,
has been
John.
noted?
I
Go
just checked. We'll get back to chat suggestions, but white could play rook to a5, which is the top engine move. And after rook
What?
takes knight,
Yeah.
just centralize the queen, hit that rook on a7.
Fine. But then the rook just goes back to a8, does it not?
Yes, and you push the d pawn, and suddenly this rook is lying. It's just a completely busted position. That's the knockout blow that white is just completely winning. So rook a5, rook takes knight, queen d4. It's,
Okay.
by the way, not the only move. Rook b5 is also very strong according to our silicon friend. And I believe you're getting no
Even
moves
looking at
yet. So
those
rook
moves-
a5, rook takes knight, queen
Yeah.
d4, attacking the rook, forcing the rook to fall back, and
Okay.
d6 now. And the point is that white is threatening to take the pawn on f5.
Yep.
The black knight is completely killed out of the game. It's just very difficult and far away from coming back. And if you try to protect this pawn with a move like g6, that's just saying goodbye to all the dark squares along the right side and rook jumping onto e5, e7. This game doesn't last very long.
So, and I'm sure that I'm not going to be able to override any computer here, Tanya, but going down that line after the queen goes to d4 and the rook comes back to a8, I'm guessing there's a reason why there's not enough time, because my plan for black after the rook's on a8, and I get that d6 is pushed now, but I'm thinking to myself, if d6 is pushed, my goal is to play bishop e6, bring the other rook into c8 or d8, and play my knight back to b8, and have some sort of stability in the position, knowing that I took that piece earlier. But I'm guessing it's not enough.
You just don't have enough time. It would be the dream to get that. But again, the white rook is an absolute monster on that 5th rank.
And the knight
And
can't come
Sarana
back
has
to
enough time
c5
to
or
take-
c7. It's just not possible. Wow.
And John, look at the
Okay.
fans. They're all by that sheet that's there to minimize sound
It's
between the
feeding
players.
time. It's feeding the lions at the zoo, and right now the lion, I think, is Alexei Sarana.
And what is he comes back? So rook to c1, and I believe he's got to have the same idea, right? To push this pawn d6. After rook takes knight, you could first attack the rook, push the pawn on d6, but Sarana prefers his rook placed on
Takes
the
it.
open c line as Prag looks on. And Nodirbek joins the party.
I feel like everyone's going to be joining in a second. This is quite interesting indeed. Also, the theme of today appears to be rooks on a7. Like, I don't think anyone wrote the script, but rooks on a7 just seem to be all over the shop today. So we've taken the knight. Now the question is, A, is d6 going to get played? B, what's the follow-up? This is exciting times, and Sarana here might be trying to turn the screw on a victory, but it's far from straightforward. I think he still has to prove to Fedosiev that he can convert this, and it doesn't look very straightforward at all.
The the big piece, the MVP, the most valued piece in this position, d6 on the board, is the dark squared bishop for Caruana. And the point is that at some point, f5 pawn will come under fire, and black will not be able to play g6 because of this bishop. The bishop's also going to line itself on e7 and essentially trapping that black rook on d7. This is a very strong move. It also eyes after bishop d6, a potential knight jump to d5. Caruana's coming in with all his pieces, and black's still struggling to find activity for his two stuck on the a file.
Yes, indeed. Look, the rook on d7 doing a good job. The bishop on f7 doing a good job, but only looking after the light squares. The rook on a7, what are you doing? Completely out of the game. The knight on a6, tied up. So there are a lot of problems to solve right now, and h6 threatening g5. Well, let's just say I'm not sure that solves the problems.
It might not, but the point is that Fedosiev is trying to muddy the waters, right? He's trying to hit the chaos button. He can't just sit still in this position. He has to try and change the dynamics. He doesn't have enough time on the clock. He's playing under a minute, and there are a whole bunch of moves to be made right now.
All right.
John,
well,
should we jump back?
We need to just for a second, because bear in mind it's not just time control in this game, it's time control in all of the games. So there are loads of moves being played all over the place. We're just going to go to the bird's eye view to show you guys where things are at the moment. So we have 2 games that have ended in draws, and a lot of moves are being played everywhere else. Note that Nodirbek is still holding an advantage, but not necessarily a winning one, over Gukesh in his game as well. Big swing in evaluation in Caruana Fedosiev, which we are currently looking at right now, and lots of moves played, but admittedly completely dead even on the eval bar in Anish Giri. And then up in the top right we have Prague versus Wei Yi. That's also looking like no big swings coming in. So lots going on. Oh, they've reached the time control as well, because Prague is over an hour on the clock, so that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. So that is our snapshot of where things are at. More moves are getting played in Caruana Fedosiev. Let's go ahead and go back into that game and take a look at the last couple of moves played.
Well, just one more. The bishop did land on e7, and Fedosiev going with b5, but to me it just looks like a free pawn. Queen takes pawn, attacking the f5 weakness as well. This is Caruana all over the board. And again, I keep thinking about that missed opportunity that Fedosiev had. He could have just traded queens and gone into a risk-free endgame. So a little bit of a strange decision there by Fedosiev. And after that, it just feels like Caruana got something to play for out of the middle game. Rook takes bishop, some tactics actually, but you could take the queen on e8, rook e8, and d7, rook c8. How is Fedosiev surviving this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, queen
You're
takes
just
queen.
queening next.
Yeah, that has been played. Is that the nail in the coffin? Maybe, like, you can't take with the bishop, of course, then the rook just drops. So is that it?
I think it could be very much it, because you're going to end up being down in exchange. I really don't see the compensation. White's rooks are beautifully placed, enough pawns on the board for the conversion. And I'm just going to do a quick action replay. I wonder if Fedosiev, with the lack of time, just didn't think it through, sacrifice the b5 pawn. That rook takes bishop actually doesn't work. Yes, you can't capture the rook just yet because the queen on b5 is hanging. But queen takes queen, rook takes queen. And that d pawn, that's not a pawn. That's a big monster. It's coming up the board. Or about to pick up the rook. And Anish, he looks at the board. He makes that expression, hey, what were you thinking, Fedosiev?
I was just looking to see if maybe rook takes d7, rook d8, rook c8, and rook a8 to try and stop. But it doesn't work because d7 gets played. You play rook d8, okay, fine, rook c8, like you just mentioned, Tanya. And if black moves the other rook back to a8 to say, no, I'm not going to give you the queening square, that doesn't work. You take the rook on a8, you deflect the rook. That's it. Game over.
And then you queen.
Yeah.
And you're a happy camper. And Caruana looks like he knows he's done the job. Could be just a matter of a few moves. We might see resignation soon, and 15 seconds for Fedosiev, but his biggest problem is not the clock right now. Knight comes back to c7. He's just giving up his rook.
Okay.
You could be stylish by queening, just to gain a tempo of putting your rook on a nice square when you win the exchange. Or you could just simply take on e8. Or you could be super stylish by promoting it to a rook. Take your pick.
You absolutely can. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. I mean, can you... Yeah, you can just promote it without taking. Promote on d8.
And he does it, he makes the queen. I don't think there was any extra rook lying around.
No.
And no need to be that fancy as well. So we're going to see Caruana up in exchange.
He does promote
Fedosiev-
without capturing the rook, which is nice, but yeah, he's just wow, this is pretty horrible now. Like, I'm trying to dip into the drawer of ideas for black, and I think unfortunately it's looking pretty bleak.
That drawer, you open it, it's absolutely empty. There's nothing in it, John.
Exactly. So the way you would want to kill this game off immediately is to play something like you want to get your knight into a position where it can also hit the knight on e8 and put it beyond doubt. Fortunately, the bishop on f7 is actually doing Fedosiev a couple of favors right now, at least blocking some key squares and making things a bit more difficult for Caruana. That said, I don't think Caruana got to the position he's in by not being able to see past these problems. I have a feeling that he's calculating when rather than if.
Caruana can choose the way he wants to continue in this. There isn't one way to victory in this position. You're up in exchange. I would be very tempted to just line up on the 8th rank with the rook. It just feels like a pretty move. And then to think, like you said, how to bring the knight into the game. One maneuver that comes to mind is retreat to go forward to greener pastures. The king will be very safe on h2 and g3. Notice how there's a light squared bishop and not a dark squared one. So no checks to really calculate either. And matter of a few moves is what I want to say.
I think so. So if look, white getting both of the rooks onto the 8th rank doesn't automatically end the game because the bishop on f7 is actually quite annoying. And it's quite difficult for white to maneuver. Well, not difficult, sorry, but it's going to take a lot of time for white to maneuver the knight into a position where, for example, it lands on somewhere like d6, where you're targeting the knight on e8 and the bishop on f7. And until you can get all of your pieces working together here, I suppose it's not game over, and it could take a while. It feels like it's inevitable, but it also feels like it's inevitable in a large number of moves. If Fedosiev wants to play this out for another 20 or 30 moves, I think he can. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, I think I'll say it, like, are there any tricks we can play for? Are there any traps? Are there any fortresses to force my opponent to sack the exchange back or something and give me, like, a good shot at drawing the endgame? I think that's what Fedosiev is looking at the moment, and he's an incredibly creative player, Tanya. So if there's something to be found, he's certainly capable of doing it.
Agreed, but there has to be the existence of hope in a position to find those kind of fortresses, right? I personally don't see it. And of course, it would be amazing to be proven wrong because that gives us an incredible storyline. But I think this is a one-way traffic. And I don't believe that a player of Caruana's caliber will mess this up an exchange, a very healthy exchange. Yes, it is still a matter of technique, but I don't see any big technical hurdles in getting there. So, John, should we take a look at some of the other games which are producing a lot of hurdles for us?
Yeah, let's do that. That's the end of move 37, but I'm confident both players are going to be able to reach the time control. If there's a resignation from Fedosiev soon, it will probably be when he reaches the time control and has a lot of time, like, to consider it, and maybe he can enter a deep think. In fact, one more question, Tanya, on that. As a chess player in general, when you're playing a classical game like this, would you consider it like good practice, best practice to, if you're close to the time control and you think you're lost, there's no harm in just playing until move 40 and then properly sitting down to make sure there's nothing you've missed? Maybe that's what we're seeing there. Oh, I can't hear you, I'm afraid, Tanya.
Yes,
There we go.
I believe that is the professional way to do things. And knight e6 on the board, we see that on our bottom row. That was the last move that was played by Caruana. It's a nice move. More pieces that come off, the better it is. Bishop takes knight, rook takes knight. It's a matter of technique, but you don't need 2800 level technique, I believe, to convert this one.
Fair.
Caruana is perhaps, Fedosiev is relying on a big mistake or a big blunder. But we've seen that happen, right? In Fedosiev versus Arjun, where it felt like Fedosiev was completely busted, but then Arjun makes a blunder and everything turns around. But the big difference is the nature of those two positions. There were so many more pieces there. There were so many, of these subtle tricks that were still possible simply because of the presence and the complications of the pawns and pieces and the formation that we had. Here, it feels a bit too simplified. So there you go, Caruana. He's just trying to make time control with that last move of jumping back with the knight. Meanwhile, a lot of turnarounds. And I've got my eye on that bottom left board. Nodirbek versus Gukesh. To me, it really looks like Gukesh has weathered the storm.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Abdusattorov versus Gukesh there on the bottom left. That, of course, was our featured matchup going into today, I think it's fair to say. And I think it's reasonable to say that Gukesh has certainly survived a bit of a scare in the middle game. I don't know if we can say that at any point either side was won or lost, but there was a lot of pressure being applied Gukesh's way by Nodirbek, and it feels like Gukesh was able to find a second wind and try to reignite the fire in his position. And now this is, even though it's dynamically quite equal, both sides are fighting for advantages in this position, and it seems to have normalized into something a lot less one-sided.
I feel it's dynamically, strategically, positionally, tactically, everythingly equal, except our bar. And the point is, right, Gukesh has got these two very active rooks. The one problem I see, the pawn formation, it's all on the right side of the board, is that a concrete problem of the e5 pawn. But why can't Gukesh just step up with his knight to c4, put it on a relatively active square, and defend the e5 pawn? I don't really see how Nodirbek is making any progress with the rook on d7. Why are Gukesh's rooks any less active than the counterpart on d7 and e2? Draw incoming on this one.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I'm looking for ideas here, and I'm thinking, oh, well, what if maybe we can play something like King G2 and try and get F4 in? And it's like, yeah, okay, but you've still got 4 pawns each on the same side of the board. So if you just keep the tension there, it's really not that big a deal, and there's a chance that you accidentally make your h-pawn a target as well. Exactly, Tanya, from the arrows with the rooks coming into h3 or just cutting you off on the 3rd rank. So yes, there are things you can try. I would put that in the category of something you can try, but I don't seriously think it can warrant any change in the result of the game. Not at this point.
John, we keep talking about the commentators being prophets, but I think in this case, it was chat who was the prophet, right? Because it looked like Gukesh was in big trouble, and it felt as though Nodirbek was putting big pressure. But you remember the 50-50 we had in the chat poll with over 3,000 people voting.
Yes. Yeah,
they knew
that's
it.
Right.
They were split up.
I didn't realize you were going to go to the 50-50 poll in the chat. I thought you were going to go back to when Magnus says, chess is just a draw. I didn't see you going there. You're right, though. Chat did predict this. It is a draw, but you know what? I like these draws because you can never accuse a game like this of being a boring draw. You know what I mean? It was fun. It was dynamic. There was tension built in where one player had the opportunity to lose everything. It was sort of on a knife edge. You just about managed to wrestle control back. It's like the script of a Hollywood movie played out over a chessboard. It was so near tragedy, and it looks like we might be going towards a peaceful result. This was fun to watch from beginning to end.
Not all draws are made equal, right? As we like to say in commentary. We had the draw
Exactly.
between Arjun and Fabiano today, which was a Berlin, a non-eventful game really from start to finish. And
That's a
that
good
can be a
example.
bit of a downer. And then you have this one. Well, it's not over yet, but draw a very likely result. But fans can't be too disappointed with this because we got these incredibly creative ideas in the opening. Don't forget Nodirbek's rook e3. His move h4, inviting queen takes rook, and then after queen c2, it would be Gukesh's queen that would get trapped. The way he played with a pawn advancing ahead all the way to a6, putting immense pressure. And I think it came down to that queen retreat to a4, where suddenly things started turning around a little bit. Gukesh started getting his hope. And when a player like Gukesh gets hope, he takes it with both hands and makes it into a real position. It's not just a hope anymore. It's now just, I think, a very balanced endgame.
If we want to take this properly into commentator bingo territory, thinking all the way in the future, Nodirbek might be slightly disappointed that he wasn't able to convert for this game today, but he's also going to be thinking to himself, in our future World Championship match, I'm psychologically going to get an edge on you here, Gukesh, because this was some pressure that he's been applying, and Gukesh is still having to do work to find the objectively best moves to keep this game balanced, even though it is in that sort of equality. We're not out of a position where one moderate mistake from either player couldn't lose them the game. We still have to play precisely to see this one out, even if it is going to be a draw.
Do you think if Gukesh was to offer a draw to Nodirbek, let's say he plays knight c4, and John just hypothetically looks up and says, I offer you a draw. In this position, do you think Nodirbek would take it?
I'm going to say yes, because I think Nodirbek knows that he had an opportunity to win the game, and he knows that that opportunity wasn't now and it was before. So I feel like there's going to be some sort of acceptance. And also, it's almost like, you know, when you do offer the draw like that, Tanya, it's almost like acknowledging that, yeah, okay, I got away with this one a little bit. I'm happy to just walk away with the draw. But I think Nodirbek knows that his best chance of winning the game is not now.
Well, no draw offer was made, but we can speculate on that. I would think that Nodirbek would continue playing because it's a risk-free position and he's the one who's got maybe just a slight more pull with this pawn on h5, a potential target on e5. But look at Gukesh's choice, and I'm slightly surprised with this one.
Yeah,
It's
e5's
less
being offered.
active. Exactly. Not only is it less active, he's just giving up a pawn in the center of the board. He's going for the h5 pawn. So knight takes pawn. What Gukesh wants is knight to f6. Hitting h5, but also the f7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, this is looking very dicey indeed.
So you can't really take rook takes pawn immediately, right, John? Because then rook e8 attacks the knight, the defender of the rook, and I don't know why the bar says this is still fine, but it looks like white ends up losing some material. Maybe it's just rook takes f6. Maybe it's just rook takes knight, and white has got these two pawns, and it's some sort of a dynamic balance.
But even if you can't take on f7 immediately, you've still given up the pawn on e5. So if white were to just hang back and consolidate, okay, it might still be a draw, but like a draw from a pawn up, where you're only playing for two results. I feel like now I might have to change my answer and say, if it wasn't clear before, it certainly is clear to Nodirbek that there's no downside to playing on for him, because it feels like he's simply playing for two results.
I really don't understand this pawn sacrifice by Gukesh. Like you said, it just invites a position where now really Nodirbek can push and hope for more. If you're not getting the h5 pawn immediately, let's say you make a move with your rook to stop rook e8, you place it on e7, king f8 runs into rook takes pawn with a check. If you take on h5, then white is going to pick up the...
Can you find a way to play g4 safely, I suppose? Because if at the end of these variations knight takes h5 is possible, then I see why knight takes e5 was allowed. But if there's even like one solid variation where actually that's not possible anymore because g4 can be played comfortably, then losing the pawn on e5 is just weakening.
It's very strange. Coming to your point, after rook e7, you can't take on h5 immediately because white just captures on f7. Maybe that endgame is still holdable, but it doesn't look like a comfortable hold to me at all because, John, white has an e-passer. There are two rooks on the board. There's a minor piece on the board. This is truly everything to play for, and that's a very healthy pawn. So if you can't take on h5 immediately in this position after rook to e7, white, in fact, will play g4 next and never allow you to take on h5.
Yeah, because you can't play like rook c5, or like the rook on e7 is still defending the knight. you can't just threaten the knight and use the tempo to take h5. That's what I'm struggling with. And to me, it looks like there's no practical way for black to stop white playing g4. And for that reason, I'm asking, why did I just give up the pawn on e5?
Not just you. Vincent's asking that. Prag's asking that. Nodirbek is asking that because he's just captured on e5. What was
Okay.
Gukesh thinking? Because knight f6, I get it. If you win the pawn on h5 and are able to keep the f7 pawn intact,
Yeah.
it's an explanation. But I don't see how you do that in a very healthy way. After rook e7, white is threatening to take on f7, regardless of what you play. First of all, it's not even very easy to defend this pawn. Rook f8 is just not a happy move to make. g4, you continue playing. Maybe it's not enough for a win, and I see the bar. It isn't enough for a win. But why give white this glimmer of hope when just 2 moves ago, you could have simply planted the knight on c4 and defended e5? Unless I'm missing something.
If we're missing something here, I think it's beyond me. We have got knight f6 on the board, so it wouldn't surprise me to see rook e7 soon, because rook takes f7 doesn't work for reasons that we've already mentioned, with the black rook coming to e8. So the easiest way to say that's not on, you're not going to be able to get anything done here, is quite simply to play rook e7. And then
It's
the
just got
question becomes
spicy
what.
again.
Yeah, then the question becomes, what does black do next? You can't play knight takes h5, so are you going to have to play, like, imagine having to play rook f8. Rook f8 just feels like, it feels like you're just surviving. It feels like a little bit of a groveling move.
But
And
rook
if you play
f8
rook
or
f8,
not,
white gets g4.
exactly. And you're not winning that h5 pawn. White has an extra pawn, and Nodirbek will play another 100 moves, forcing Gukesh to defend well a position in which he'll just be suffering in. So again, a very strange decision to walk into this. When, just when you feel that he's out of everything and he's done everything right, knight c4, put the knight on an active square. I'm very surprised with this decision.
Now, we should caveat all of this with saying, we're not saying that this means Gukesh is going to lose the game or anything like that, because ultimately rook and 4 versus rook and 3, and all sorts of things. Like, it is very, very possible that this game ends in a draw. But I guess what we are saying is it's beginning to look like it's 2 possible results. Either white wins or it's a draw. And we're maybe unnecessarily, from Gukesh's point of view, giving Nodirbek a little bit of extra hope here. So you're right. I think this grind is going to go on for some time. They have hit the time control. It's 52 minutes plays 42, Tanya. So even if white finds a way to win this, white's not going to be winning this quickly. I think Nodirbek is plumping up the pillows, misting them up, putting a little chocolate on the bed, and getting ready to stay here all night if he absolutely has to try and grind out a result here. But maybe we can take a look at what else is going on in the games that are still happening in the playing hall.
Let's do it. I don't know if you caught that visual. There was a scene we just had from the live scenes where we could see Pragg, Gukesh, and Nodirbek. Only these 3 players. And these are at the top of our standings, with Pragg and Nodirbek. They're leading, Gukesh half a point behind. And once again, seeing this, you just get reminded of what chess has in store for us over the years to come. These 3 players already in the world top 10. And once again, Gukesh already the world champion, but the other 2, they have the ingredients for what it takes to be the world champion. So always fascinating to see this new generation that has very firmly arrived and made its mark.
So taking a look at the evaluations from the games that are ongoing, it does look like there's been significant simplification in the Caruana-Fedoseev game, and it seems to be that Caruana is on course to win that. I don't know when or if he's going to be winning that before the cows come home, but it does look like the march is inevitable now. 2 rooks versus rook and knight, and they're very active in the middle of the board. Maybe let's give that one a couple of minutes, and then let's head over to the rest of the games as well. So we'll move back onto Caruana versus Fedoseev. This is, okay, g4 has been played. Fine, let's knock those pawns out of commission, threatening the pawn on g5 with the rooks. And I'm looking at, oh, that's okay. Black can give a check. Like, we're down to that sort of position, Tanya, where my optimism about the position is Black can give a check. So I think this one might end soon.
That's actually a really nice move. This last one, as you said, marching towards victory. I think this pawn march up the board, it completely destroys Black's harmony in the pawn formation. If you were to take on g4, White simply recaptures on g5, but with interest, because the g4 pawn cannot be defended. You're going to end up winning an extra pawn, and that's more than enough, because eventually you'll create a passer and win the game. It's impossible to hold the pawns together because White is threatening to take on f5, and James, your move rook e5 to follow with winning the e4 pawn as well. This is looking hopeless, and once again, it feels as if Caruana just made it look clinical. After being up in exchange, those last few moves of time control, keeping the tactics under control, sacrifice, giving up that e7 bishop, calculating the line through with the d pawn moving ahead, and eventually being up in exchange, and he's converted it flawlessly. This is a setback for Fedoseev.
Things that Fedoseev can try here. Afraid I'm not sure.
I don't think it exists.
No, neither do I. I think you just, what can you do? Take the pawn, the other one is dropping, and those rooks are just too well connected to the middle of the board. Black is doing well to try and keep the knight and the rook communicating with each other, to not be cut off from any of his pieces. That's fine. But with the material advantage and with the amount that those rooks are, the amount of damage they're able to cause on that 5th rank, I don't see a fortress that can be made. I don't see a way where you can hold out and try and force an exchange sack or something like that. Just nothing's jumping out, I'm afraid.
He might resign. I don't see a way to follow this through. I don't even see a way for Black to keep the game going with this last move, g4. Caruana just dashes to victory. It's the most precise move in the position, and he's done it well. Caruana has. You're losing a pawn. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be said about it.
Look at Caruana's body language as well. He's glancing away from the board. He's cupping his hands, sort of relaxing. It's like he's waiting for the inevitable, but that, I feel like that would be a little bit harsh. I think what maybe a better way of putting it is he knows he's done the hard work now, and he's done the calculation to get to this point, and he's 100% confident that there's no way back now, and he is simply on course to winning the game. So that's what his body language is telling me, and Fedoseev continues to look for any possible resource he might have left. We might as well analyze every single move to death. We've reached the time control. We have got time available. So before any sort of resignation or anything like that, it pays to be triply sure. But there is no way back from this, unfortunately.
And it's a bit heartbreaking for Fedoseev, right? Because the opening really went his way. He found a way to sort of trick Caruana in the early moves to get his kind of position. And again, it just comes down to that moment when he could have had an endgame on his terms. But getting ambitious at that point and allowing Caruana to be dangerous as he was, and really once the complications started, it was excellent play by the white pieces here. Caruana really kept it under control, and I think Fedoseev, he's just realizing and he's just accepting that there's really no way to even keep the game going, John.
That's what he's been looking for, right? But I agree, that realization is taking place now. There aren't too many options at the end of the day, because with the g-pawn moving forward, of course, g takes f5 is pretty darn forcing, and Black needs to be able to respond to this. You can't just allow White to do whatever they want, because that really will put you on course for a very quick victory indeed. Problem is, the king also has to defend the knight on d6, so there are a limited number of options you can entertain. So do you take it? Well, sure, but you're losing 2 pawns for the price of 1 in a position where you're already down in exchange. Yeah, this is hopeless.
He's got a bottle of Coca-Cola next to him, and the tagline is "Taste the feeling." Right now for Fedoseev, he's tasting defeat, and I don't see it going any other way. Knights can be very, very tricky, but in this position, sure, if the knight could land on f3, you'd have a fighting chance. but not with a knight on d6. John, I think he's about to resign. I look at him and I feel that we're going to have handshakes.
His thoughts are moving away from the position. It feels like he's thinking, maybe he's thinking about the critical moments of the game where it swung in Serrana's favor and what he could have done differently. I don't know. But either way, I think it's also worth pointing out Fedoseev is the 2800 killer. He might be suffering a loss today, but he's beaten Magnus, he's beaten Arjun, he's beaten Fabiano. Like, he is an absolutely incredible and aggressive player, but it is not his day today. Resignation comes in, and Alexei Serrana will pick up the full point and march up to 3.5 points for the tournament. What a game that was.
Fantastic, especially the time scramble moments, right? Where Serrana calculated all the tactics and played it at precision. It's Serrana the piranha, razor sharp teeth, takes a big bite of the big fish, and it's a pretty good one. As you said, moves on to 3.5 with the white pieces for Fedoseev. A bit of a setback after his great performance, but we know what he's capable of. He's shown it at the Tata Steel this year, and no doubt he'll be back swinging tomorrow.
So, folks, extremely exciting game. It does end in a result. Congratulations to Alexei Serrana taking the full point off of Big Fish himself. Fedoseev suffers a defeat a day after claiming his third 2800 scalp. Still some of the games left playing. We'll find out what happens in those after this next break. Go ahead and grab yourselves a top up of your teas and coffees, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid. And level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
Okay, white to play and win. Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... Well, I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of a g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, king f8, g4. I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. My king's already on f8?
Yeah.
Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think
it has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon side it probably works with bishop d6 as well.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon side it probably works with bishop
Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
It's a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Impressive.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Welcome back to the Tata Steel Masters 2025. The playing hall now beginning to get thinned out. A lot of the amateur games are now over. Still the odd game being played out in the boards there. And more than half of the games in the Masters and Challengers have also concluded. We've had countless chess games actually played here over the last week or so. And Tanya, as you know from experience yourself playing in Wijk Aan Zee, is a bit of a special experience, but the atmosphere in the tournament hall, it's difficult to match that elsewhere.
It absolutely is. It's every chess player's dream, a strong player's dream, to be there, to play in that tournament hall in one of the groups. When I was back there, there was also the C group that we had apart from the B and the A, which is now the Masters and the Challengers. And it's also for the amateurs such a special occasion to see their stars, you know, to see the players that they've been looking up to sort of play on that same stage. So everyone who might be around Wijk, I know it's a short train ride away from Amsterdam. Get yourself there. It's a whole energy, it's a whole vibe, but not right now because like you said, John, most people have left the building. It's only those last few players. And I remember being in this situation and always feeling a little lonely because it starts with so much energy, you know, this electric atmosphere. But when you have a long game, it's often just you and your opponent in this big playing hall trying to figure the dynamics out when all you're really thinking about is when am I going to get my dinner?
Well, that's when you go to the pub to play Blitz afterwards, right? Surely that's how you're supposed to play it out. Lots and lots of games have been played, but there are still some that are ongoing. Let's take a look at those. Unfortunately for us, a large number of the games that are still happening have a very, very equal, shall we say, eval bar, with the exception of Nodirbek, who continues to try and press against Gukesh. We covered that in detail before the break, how the pawn on e5 has dropped, and we are now asking ourselves questions about whether g4 can get played at some point and White can cement an extra pawn.
Nodirbek did capture that central pawn, and Gukesh is showing the idea with lifting his rook up. So we'll keep an eye out on this and see how Nodirbek creates his chances. I do still feel that Gukesh has given him a little extra to play for, perhaps in a situation where it wasn't required. But he's calculated something. He believes in this line to be holdable. We'll see how much that holds fort. Should we back up a little bit and take a look at some of the other games while Nodirbek is in the think tank? And
let's have a little bit of a summary of some of the games and the story from Tata Steel so far in 2025, especially if you haven't tuned in for the first 5 rounds and maybe you're just taking a look now. Here are some of the main highlights that have happened. We have shortest and longest game. That's always fun. 23 and 72 moves. The decisive ones, of course. And Prague has already managed to have a win streak of 3 games, which out of the first 5 rounds was very, very impressive. But the line here, Tanya, that for me just grips me is the rating swings. Fedosseyev plus 13, that's before his loss today, and Arjun minus 21. Considering that we weren't even at the halfway point of this tournament, that is huge.
There's been a lot of implications on the ratings with this event. You know, for Arjun entering the field as the world number 4, as the second highest rated player in the field, and how it's gone for him. Let's not forget, 2024 was a year where Arjun gained 63 rating points. It was either 63 or 64 or somewhere in the middle, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong. But it was a lot. It saw him skyrocketing, a meteoric rise to reach world number 4. And a lot of that came in a very non-traditional form of Arjun playing several open tournaments and winning them back to back in crushing style. He also had a phenomenal run at the Olympiad. I believe he scored 10 out of 11. And just his games felt like they were from another planet. And then this is the first tournament he comes into, right? With the expectations, with the pressure around him. And don't get me wrong, Arjun is a high pressure player. He thrives under pressure. He doesn't let that get to him. But it's gone all wrong to him. I think after today's draw as well, he would be losing around 18 to 19 rating points, maybe around 20, but that's a big dip for him. He has to think about how to stop this bleeding, to get into that scoreboard, to get his first win at Wijk Aan Zee. And that's not just in this edition. It's over the last edition that he played as well. He's winless in the Masters. Now going into his, what is this, his 18th classical game at the Tata Steel Masters.
And for someone who has Arjun's history, his chess playing ability, his relentless calculation, that just seems really odd. In your playing career, Tanya, have you ever had like a bogey tournament or somewhere where, or maybe somewhere where you do particularly well all the time, or as opposed to somewhere where you don't do so well? Like what even goes into something like that? I can't begin to understand it. And I think we even mentioned it to Magnus earlier. And even he said something along the lines of, we're not sure because we know he's an absolutely amazing player. It just happens to be this venue and we're not sure why.
I believe it does happen to all of us at every single level. And for me as well, like you said, John, there are certain tournaments that just seem to work well. You know, where you go back and play over and over again. One that comes to my mind is Reykjavik Open. And that's always been a tournament that I look forward to playing. The games tend to go well as well there. And then there are certain tournaments that you do end up struggling. Olympiad is another tournament that I really enjoy playing. For Arjun, there's something about Wijk. There's something about Tata Steel. What it is, not really sure, because as Magnus said, you know, he's sticking true to his style. And it's hard to really understand what's not working for him. But we do know one thing, right? Arjun has all the skills required to make a comeback. He has the skill level, he has the ambition, the motivation to make this still a tournament that he finishes with his class and dignity. But as a player, it is a bit disheartening because every round you expect your fortunes are going to turn, and then they don't. His loss against Fedosiev, I think, was one big defining moment because close to that first victory, he made, well, to his level, a blunder that Arjun would never, especially in it was a 2-move tactic.
Yeah.
So I think all of that plays in your mind, regardless of how this tournament ends for Arjun. He's one of the brightest stars of the chess world, and I have no doubts that he will be back with a bang on the chessboard, even if Tata Steel does not go his way, even if he's not able to recover from the score he is right now at.
Even the brightest stars, even the biggest names, have off periods in their career. Magnus himself is no exception, for example. So it's interesting that maybe by coincidence or otherwise, Tata Steel happens to be that not very happy hunting ground for Arjun, but there's plenty of time to turn that around still. And we can't really read much into his draw today because it was relatively uneventful, but he's also bought himself some additional rest and recovery time. He's got more time to prepare for his game tomorrow. So there are plenty of positives for him as well. He's a little bit like a coiled spring at the moment. That number next to his name in the standings might not be very high, but he has the ability to bounce back very quickly indeed. And it wouldn't surprise me if when Arjun does get his first win on the board, he might get several on the trot as well when he regains his confidence. That might be crystal balling it just a little bit far into the future right now, but you never know. We could end up looking smart in a couple of days' time. We'll have to wait and see, Tanya. For now, let's take a look at some of the games that are still ongoing. We haven't really spoken much about the game between Harry and Van Foreest. So even though it's looking pretty equal, I would love to have a quick peek into that game and see what's going on and how we got there. And then maybe we can jump back and forth between that and some of the other ones that are going on.
It's been a pretty balanced game, and it remains to be so. Right now, temporarily, White has an extra pawn, but it's about to fall off the board. That b2 pawn has that written all over it. Rook d2 was the last move. The bishop on f5 was attacking that rook. You had to sidestep it, and I'll just back up one move. Rook e2 would not have helped the cause. Bishop d3, take on a6, and the rook is extremely active once you start pursuing the white rook, which would have landed on d8. Instead, Hari Krishna chose rook d2, and I believe you're going to see a trade on d2. Oh, it's already on the board. Bishop takes rook, and rook takes pawn to follow. But I say that and immediately wonder, what happens after knight d5? It's really interesting. Let me have that on the board. Maybe there is something in this position. So rook takes pawn to me just felt like handshakes. Draw offer. You make this move and you look up. But is there an idea like knight d5? And yes, I'm hanging the bishop, and that's not a blind spot after all these hours of commentary. But rook d7, rook takes pawn comes in with a check. King g7 feels like the move that you have to make. And now just take on f5, defend the knight, attack the pawn. It's still within drawing territory. I don't believe this is an advantage that you can convert. Black simply defends the g-pawn with a move like h6 comes to mind. Just keep it simple. Eventually, you might sacrifice the bishop for a passed pawn when all the other pawns have been traded off, and a rook and knight versus rook would be a draw. But maybe still, Hari has got that extra pawn to play for. But draw is the very likely outcome in this one, John.
Yes, indeed. That's quite fun. I didn't see the knight d5 ideas here, but like you say, if you're not able to win material at the end of it, and it's just a different way to dynamically trade off more material, the more you simplify the game, the closer to a draw it becomes. And if you end up with something like rook and 2 versus rook and 3, sure, you can grind that one out for 100 moves if you desperately want to. But we will be entering theoretical draw territory for sure. So completely take what you say. After the way this game started as well, where we had the fun shenanigans with the pawns on, what was it, d4, e4, d5, e5. And then after the exchange of queens, we had all sorts of fun dynamics with the knight getting battered around, and it looked like for a while that Jordan was in a little bit of trouble. It looked like White was applying a lot of pressure. Right now, it's feeling a lot more relaxed compared to where it was in the middle game.
Right, and Jordan had sacrificed that pawn, which Hari had grabbed, and it looked like enough compensation, but Hari grabs a second pawn as well. Bishop takes pawn. If the king takes the bishop, rook into bishop comes in with a check. But Hari's idea with this sacrifice was to just go for counterplay along the B and the open C line. And once the bishop falls back, he keeps pursuing it. And wow, he pushed the A pawn. And right now he was down 2 pawns, Jordan, but with bishop activity and the rook either lining up on the C file or the B file, Jordan believed that he had enough sufficient compensation. The knight jumps into the center of the board, defending b2. The rook lines up, rook coming out into play. He had to give up the pawn to activate that rook. He did it, a check. And it continued with both players trying to get something. And once again, Hari having 2 extra pawns. But it's really the bishop pair that gave Jordan so much activity. And this bishop just not being able to get itself to be active because of the b2 backward weakness. Rook takes pawn, always in the air if the knight moved away. Trades. And we saw a repetition. Hari declined it. He wants to play on with 2 extra pawns. Why not?
Makes sense.
But it looks like Hari got something, right? Like this has to be something to play for. I get it. Jordan, piece activity looks amazing, but it's also 2 pawns and 1 passer right in the center of the board.
Exactly. And you have those pieces, but at the end of the day, if you exchange one of them, you lose the bishop pair, right? So it's only good while you don't exchange the pieces off and you have both of them still on the board. So it's not clear how that potentially converts. Maybe the passed pawn just gets gobbled up, and for that reason, it becomes a negligible advantage, and that's where we find ourselves now, because d7 is looking pretty lonely right now, and the bishops can prevent White's rooks from stacking up, as you're demonstrating on the analysis board.
There was no way to keep the pawn alive, and once that falls, then you get the feeling that this is definitely sufficient to hold. It's so difficult for White to start pushing this pawn with the 2 bishops lined up beautifully, one on the starting square and one on the other diagonal. And this is the moment where we caught up with this game. Rook trade, and Jordan is still thinking, because rook takes pawn, some questions to be answered after knight d5. Another way to do it would be to get this bishop out of the way in a tempo, with a tempo, go to d3, hit that rook on a6, rook d6 is covered by the bishop, and only once this rook moves away to a less desirable square, you take the pawn on b2 once you sidestepped any idea of checking and winning that bishop on f5. So bishop d3 might solve the problems on the spot.
I really like the way we're just looking for an easier way out than if we take the pawn knight d5. Okay, after all the exchanges, it might still be drawn, but why enter into complications if you don't feel like you have to? So I get the impression that Jordan is looking for alternatives, and that's one of the things about Jordan that makes him such a dangerous player, right? Because if we were looking at this the other way round, Tanya, and this was a really boring game, absolutely nothing, and then on one move, suddenly there's this incredible tactic that comes out of nowhere, you can trust that Jordan is one of those players who will recognize that that's a critical moment and calculate it out and play all of those fun moves. So he has put a move on the board. It's King F7, choosing to do that instead of Rook takes pawn. So what's the thinking behind this? Is this purely just centralizing the king and not yet, and just doing it one way instead of moving the light squared bishop to a different square? Is that all it is?
It's based on the fact that white has no good way of actually defending and holding on to this pawn. You don't need to rush with it. So Jordan pretty much keeps it within drawing territory without going into that line of knight d5. And if white was to put the knight on d5 just yet, then now because the king is on f7, the bishop can fall back to e6, hit that knight, eventually to follow up with winning that pawn on b2. So king f7 does come with the idea that you've got bishop e6 as a resource whenever you need it. And the balance just maintains. I think, John, however we look at this, because there's really no way to make this pawn a big strength in the position, this is headed towards a peaceful end.
What would white have to do, or what circumstances would have to be different for that b pawn to be a strength rather than a liability? Like if
this pawn was already on b5 or a bit far advanced on the board, we could be talking about some big chances here for white. But with the pawn really stuck here, every square under control with black's pieces, it's hard to imagine that happening. Notice how the white knight and the rook don't really have a way of coordinating against the f6 pawn because of the bishop mechanism of back and forth.
But to play devil's advocate, white might say something along the lines of, okay, I get that f6 isn't a big target for me, but I might also have a basic short-term plan of knight a4, bishop c3, and just consolidate and look for ways to push the b pawn up from there. It might be a long grind, but is something like that worth considering? Is that possible?
I'm going to be honest, I completely forgot, and I didn't even realize that knight a4 was a square that defends the b2 pawn. But I think it's fine, and no damage is done because the black bishop can actually attack the knight from c2, hit that knight, and it's not the best move, I do see that, but I still think this will end in a draw because there's no good way to defend b2. Yes, you can put your bishop on c3. Maybe there is a good way to defend.
And it's like, okay, the pawn's not moving up the board and I'm not queening it, but what I am saying is you're not about
This is a game.
The one thing I would say for the knight is there's a distinct lack of squares, right?
Yes.
You can't move to b2, you can't move to c3. You almost want to move the knight immediately to b6 in case there's a scenario in a few moves' time where the knight's stuck on a4 forever and you can't do anything. But then you run into bishop d3. So maybe the problem here, even though you keep a hold of the b2 pawn, is that the knight is stuck there forever. Yeah, like you can't. Black has white's pieces tied down. In the same breath, though, there's no big mating attack for black either. So maybe that's why it's still drawn.
But we might be seeing knight a4 if it's really the only way to keep this pawn defended. I hate that the knight is on the edge, and I think we had our chat give us some good rhymes for rook on the rim. But
Yeah, exactly. And now you've got both.
Yeah, knights on the rim are usually quite dim with no future on. There are ideas of even activating the rook further. I like bishop c2. I like rook d2 hitting this bishop. And maybe, John, even creating some problems for the black king. Because just to show how that could be a reality, let's say you're a little careless and you make a move like bishop c3. And suddenly there's a check on d6. If you block that check, if you give up your rook, thank you very much. I'll take the exchange very happily.
Oh, no.
Suddenly bishop e4, and look at the power play of the bishop pair. So
yeah, that's
in
gross.
fact, that might be the way forward. Rook d7 coming in if you move your knight too far away from the king's defense.
Right, because as soon as the rook is on the back rank, any weak diagonal in front of the king becomes a mating threat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's probably the counter-attacking punt. It's a pity that knight a4 doesn't allow the knight to be moved, because my basic idea was just keep the knight on a4 long enough to get the bishop to c3, then think of a way to move your pieces. But actually, there's no easy way to move the knight away from a4, and the plan kind of stops there. So that's the problem.
I think it's a great point because initially I thought bishop c2, I wanted to play it really safe, but that does give white some chances. Bishop c3, and at least you keep the extra pawn on the board.
Yeah,
Maybe not
you
enough.
argue that's okay.
Exactly. But rook d7 might just be a direct refutation to bringing the knight and showing the dangers of what happens when knights are on the edge. your king falls off the hedge.
That's really, really cool. And you don't want to be doing anything like pushing G3 when the black rook can invade on the back rank. That is just bad news bears all over. So, okay. So a lot to think about here, despite the fact that we might be maintaining equality and that pawn might be dropping off the board. Maybe the better option is simply not to go after that and to go after the f6 pawn and play for counterplay, like you were saying, Tanya. Holding on to the b2 pawn might be more trouble than it's worth. I'm not even looking at knight d1 because bishop c2 is just much better than if the knight was on a4. At least it's protected by the rook. So I'm just not even looking at those kind of moves. I'm sure they're not good at all and are probably even losing. So yeah, interesting play. And it means that white's got a couple of things to try, but Van Foreest here doing a fairly good job of threading the needle and defending and not taking that pawn too quickly. Let's take a look at what other games are still ongoing and if we've had some additional moves made. So we've just come from that
I want to check in on the Prague board. We haven't had a look at it since Magnus joined us. And we have yes, the bar is even. It's been in the balance for a long time, but we have an imbalance in the position, right? It's bishop versus knight. And those are always tricky. And Prague had a fantastic win in this tournament itself with the same dynamic of bishops against the knight in his game against Arjun, where he really maneuvered his knight to perfection. So I want to see if there are any chances here for white. I do like that knight on e3, so let's bring that up and take a deeper look at how Wei Yi is holding this position. So I'm going to back up a little bit to where we left it last, which was a long, long time ago.
It was quite a while.
So it was around this moment, and we were expecting ideas like f3 on the play. Instead, Prague decided to keep the pieces on, to keep the tension on, did not liquidate immediately, but he fixes the queen side. He fixes this a6 weakness, but the drawback is that you've taken a forever double b pawn. So creating a passer, even if you were to win the a6 pawn, is going to be only half the job done. Bishop to d5, the knight reroutes itself to the center. A really nice spot, and this is again something to take away from. Usually when you have an isolated pawn, your opponent has an isolated pawn, the best square for your knight is the one right in front of it. You have two attacks, two ways to go forward. You either attack the pawn directly or you place your knight in front of it, stopping it from moving forward. It's also just a piece that can't be kicked out. So Prague goes for that.
There's a lot of maneuvering here.
It's all piece play, right? Because the pawns have done their job for now. Rook d7, challenging the rook on the open file. So optically as well, right? Prague's rook is better than Wei Yi's rook, which needs to be defending the a6 pawn. You also have another open file, the c and the d file that you can get to. The knight has beautiful targets. Notice how Prague's pawns are fixed on the opposite color of Wei Yi's bishops. It's so difficult for Wei Yi to actually target or get to these pawns or create any big threats.
Right.
So if anybody is pushing, it's got to be Prague, John.
And also the rook on d1 here, Tanya, just in this position now, I'm looking at, are the double pawns on the b file a weakness? Because that's something your eye is naturally drawn to, right? And the answer is no, because the only squares where black can have a piece attack those pawns is if the rook somehow manages to get into c4 or d4. That's it. Those are the only squares where that's possible. The white knight is covering c4, the white rook is covering d4, and the knight's on a dark square, so a light square bishop isn't going to help. There's no pawn that can attack the knight. If the white moves the rook up to d2, for example, everything there is on lockdown, and there's literally nothing black can do except for pushing a5 and offering to trade. But then you just trade and play the other pawn to b4 if you want to. You can never dislodge it, so those doubled pawns on the b file, just from taking a look at what black can do, don't look like they're weaknesses. There is no way for black to dislodge.
A weakness is only as much of a weakness as much you can get to it. And like you pointed out, all the squares are covered, not only d4 and c4, but c2 and d2 as well. So black's rook really has no infiltrating squares to get to those pawns. There is a long-term weakness, e4, which is easier to get to, and a6, which can be attacked. Also, the knight and the bishop complex. I think the bar saying that this is level and balance can be a little misleading. Wei Yi has to be quite careful. Let's see how the game progressed. Pragg gets king g3. Bik was talking about the king march. In an endgame, king is a piece. It does come out to the center of the board. Rook hitting the bishop. Beautiful spot. Looking to slide over to the other side when needed to put some pressure. Also notice how Pragg has placed all his pieces on the dark squares, the opposite color of his opponent's bishop, so that they can't be attacked. Some great technique here. Rook f7. Wei Yi keeps it under draw territory. There's no denying that. It's not easy for Pragg to break through, but he doesn't know that the computer says that this is a balanced endgame. He's feeling that he's got a pull here. He's got an edge here. And I think he's going to keep fighting for an advantage.
I think that Pragg probably recognizes that the position is, you know that you might not be winning, but your opponent has more of a chance to make a mistake than you do. I don't think Pragg is sitting there going, my position is winning. But I think he's sitting there going, I can afford to make a mistake and be fine, because with all of my pieces on dark squares and the king not able to come up to the 5th rank, I'm laughing here. I can just wait for my opponent to make a mistake. Whereas on the other side of the table, if Wei Yi slips up, like you said, Tanya, it could end up being fatal. And because of that, there's no reason for Pragg to sit back and take the draw. Because he could potentially do that at any time he wants, but he's got a position that black cannot infiltrate. So why not spend however many moves he wants trying everything possible before even thinking about it? I think this is just very practical chess.
It's called pragmatic for a reason, and I think he just...
There we go.
He just
if we can't
keeps
get the
going,
Gen Z
trying.
lingo, yeah, if we can't get the Gen Z lingo, we'll get the dad jokes in. Something's gonna work on this stream.
Yeah, this endgame for Pragg, would you say it's giving?
It's giving draws.
It's
giving
giving
you can
draws.
try. You could try for another 2 hours, but it's not giving much, I'm afraid.
I've never understood that one. I learned it on the last stream. It's giving. I mean, was it what is it even giving? I just don't understand. That sounds like half a sentence.
Nothing, Tanya. There is no giving to be done here. The only thing that might give is if Wei Yi has a moment of madness, unfortunately. But no, there were positions earlier that were giving. I feel like the Serrana game might have been giving for a while, but unfortunately, this is the wrong board.
But I will show you one thing.
Okay,
I will show you one thing. Pragg decided to not accept a draw. So this means he feels there are chances in this position. Because look at this. Once the rook infiltrated, rook g6, king h2, rook f6, putting pressure on f2. And here Pragg could have repeated with the king stepping up to g3. But he instead falls back to g1, declining a repetition. So he feels his position is giving. What it's giving, we don't know. Because no one ever completed that sentence. So rook c8 was played, attacking the bishop. Bishop falls back, keeps attacking it. h4, g6 on the board. He's trying to get some weakness on the king side, but it's not easy. Wei Yi is keeping everything under control. It's sort of like that passive position that you keep holding on to. And look at Pragg. He wants to get h5 in. And I'm just going to get us up to date with the live board really quickly. And this is where we are, John.
So Praggnanandhaa there, the joint leader in the tournament, of course, being ambitious, looking for the win in this game. But it wasn't just Pragg we spoke to, because before the tournament started, we asked all of the players what their ambitions were, specifically for this event, Tata Steel 2025. Let's go ahead and see what they said.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level.
For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament. Feel ready to fight for the win.
The game is on.
All right, folks, welcome back. Pragg still continuing to push for a potential result against Wei Yi. It could happen, but it might also take quite a long time before this actually becomes fruition, if indeed there is a result to be had. Pragg's still full of beans, though. Look at that energy, still bouncing around in his chair, thinking of different ideas, trying to stop Wei Yi from any sort of counterplay, just goading him into a mistake. Pragg is playing from a position where he knows if he simply keeps his pieces on the dark squares, there's not much Wei Yi can do, but there is the potential for a little bit of a mistake. Elsewhere, though, the grind is well and truly on. And Tanya, we've sort of, I would say we have half a prediction right from this game, because we were saying, is there anything that Gukesh can do to stop Nodirbek pushing G4? Well, G4 hasn't been pushed, but we can see that he is holding on to the extra pawn, and Gukesh now is looking like he's struggling. The counter-attacking ideas, the rooks are very active, but it doesn't look like they're working very well.
Again, it just felt like Gukesh went into a position which he didn't have to, and now he has to be extremely careful. He took this extra risk, perhaps missing something, so G4 was played. And the point is that you can't immediately take on E4, and let's just show that. Rook takes pawn, rook takes rook, knight takes rook, and suddenly Black's king is in a kill zone. Knight takes pawn, and there are ideas of checkmate. You end up losing the whole house on the king side. You'd have to push the g6 pawn. It only delays the inevitable. So rook takes pawn was impossible. On the other hand, apologies, rook c5 was played, but I also want to show you another line. Knight takes e4 also leads to the same issues with rook e8, king f7, knight takes pawn, and rook h8 checkmate ideas. It's hard for me to believe that Gukesh missed this concept. So after g4, he played rook c5, and maybe he still felt things are under control. And now f3. So Nodirbek doesn't rush in with knight takes pawn. Probably king f8, attacking the overloaded rook, which needs to defend the knight and the pawn on e4. And if you'd move the rook away, suddenly you're back into safe drawing territories. Rook takes rook, knight takes rook, 3 versus 2 with 1 pawn swapped off. White having weaknesses that can be easily targeted with the black rook and knight. This feels like it would have been a confident hold. Instead, Nodirbek, he keeps the pressure. He doesn't trade. He keeps as many pawns on the board as possible. f7 still a tender spot. King f8, but this loses the pawn with check. And I think things have just started going wrong. Now, knight d3 is the best move. It's a fork. And I believe
Black's got a
it
check
was
to get out of it, though.
Yes, you have to give a check. King g2.
Fine.
The rook moves in, attacking the knight, but Nodirbek is up 2 pawns. This cannot be good. Things have completely gone out of control for Gukesh. He's misplayed the ending to the T here. Knight e5 jumps in, rook attacks the knight, and Nodirbek grabs a 3rd pawn. He's sacrificing a knight. Rook takes knight was picked up. And look at this. Nodirbek has trapped Gukesh's king on the back rank. Rook a8 is a massive idea. Rook g6 winning a 4th pawn is incoming. The black knight is completely dominated. Yes, put that knight on f4 and you'll have a completely different game, but it's never getting there, not in this game at least. Nodirbek has turned this around, John, completely. Well, not turned this around because he was always putting pressure, but he might be close to something very tangible now.
The imbalances in the position have only gotten higher and higher, and I love how after he went up 2 pawns, Nodirbek then followed that up with, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and give away the knight. Was rook takes g7 the best move there? I mean, I think I saw an exclam or a double exclam there.
It is the only move because you're attacking the knight, right?
Move.
You're attacking the knight that needs to be defending the rook. f4 doesn't help you at all in any way because suddenly you can deflect this overloaded knight by capturing the g4 pawn. Knight takes knight, runs into king takes rook. So after rook to b5, Nodirbek had to have seen that he can sacrifice the piece in an endgame. He has 3 pawns, and while mating ideas in the position.
This is scary.
This is giving.
Yes,
This is
exactly.
giving checkmate vibes.
That it definitely is, Tanya. This is big trouble now for Gukesh, and you can tell because he's changed his outfit. He's out of the suit and he's into the hoodie. But I thought the hoodie was like the lucky hoodie that he's winning in. Right now, it's looking like it might be. He's going to need to use that luck to save this position, it looks like, because if White can coordinate his pieces just a little bit better than it is now, it's not going to take much. It takes a little bit of a nudge. Then we're going to see these pawns rolling down the board. And yes, Black has a knight. Yes, there's potential to sack it for a couple of pawns, but this could liquidate to a winning endgame if we're not careful. So Rook takes g7, allowing the knight to be taken. And Nodirbek is showing us some pretty impressive chess here. This could well end in tears for Gukesh.
He's showing us absolute class here, right? And again, Gukesh has his hoodie on. The drip is snatched, but the position is not. Rook g6, about to win a 4th pawn in the position, John. This is going from bad to worse. I actually don't think that Gukesh can hold this. If you defend the knight, if you go back with your knight to d7, just grab that h6 pawn. The knight has no entry squares far away from f4. You always have ideas of threatening checkmate. The h pawn coming in. Nodirbek leans back. Gukesh in big trouble right now. And I'm going to bring up that moment where it all seemed to fall apart from. In a seemingly very held together position for Gukesh. Right here. And you had the feeling that knight c4, why not? Just don't give up material. Unnecessary risk taken. Pawn grabbed. And look at the way Nodirbek has played. He's so precise after this. He makes it so clinical. He takes a great pawn formation. Everything's defended.
There we go.
Picks up a second pawn. Falls back with the knight, giving no time to capture the rook. Yes, one rook can give a check, but even if you capture now, the other rook falls. You save it, you attack the knight. And I wonder if Gukesh underestimated rook takes pawn. If he underestimated this piece sacrifice.
Move. That was
incredible
so
stuff.
Good.
It's the only move that will give him a big shot. Rook takes pawn, rook takes knight. And here we are.
If
with the 4th pawn falling.
If I had a question that I could ask Nodirbek right now, it would be, how many moves ago did you see rook g7? I'd really want to know. At what point during the game did you see rook takes g7, giving away the knight at the end of that continuation? Because that's incredible. And now with rook g6, there was a part of me that thought, can Black return the favor to try and go for a draw? But here's a fun line for you, Tanya. Let's say, for example, I don't think it's out of the question, that Black plays knight takes e4 in this position. So the idea being, if you can liquidate enough of the pawns, you can hopefully find a way to win the game. Now, the problem is, this is the intended line, but here's what's fun. After knight takes e4, the way to keep going for White is to play rook e2 and not take the knight. How cool is that?
Very
and then
nice.
White maintains
Super
a winning
cool.
advantage. But if you take the knight, then you run the risk of liquidating into a drawn rook and pawn endgame. And of course, as all good chess players know, all rook and pawn endgames are drawn. So very important to keep the knight there, which is why rook e2 is the move to keep the advantage for White. I just thought that was quite a nice little trick.
That's a great spot because I think knight takes pawn, pawn takes knight would actually give away most of Nodirbek's advantage in the position. Suddenly the black rooks are super active. White's king cut off, g4, a glaring weakness. Again, you're back on, I'm holding this game territory. But rook e2 just takes away all the hope in the position, right? Your knight can't run away anywhere. Don't see a good move. Rook takes knight coming in. If Nodirbek is able to keep 3 versus 1, that's a winning rook pawn endgame with 2 extra pawns. You're going to have 2 connected passers. Can we get a zoom in on the players? I want to get a read in on what is happening. Because usually Yes.
You can have 3 connected passes because if this happens, I think the only way for Black to sneak his way back in is to try and play rook g5, and then you just ignore it and play rook takes h6, and then you have 3 connected passes versus the knight. So,
and that
yeah,
would be
this is,
over on the spot. Speaking of over on the spot, we do have a result, John, and this one ended in a draw just like we predicted.
Okay, there we go. Jordan van Foreest draws with the black pieces. I mean, I would argue that, yes, he drew with the black pieces. That's completely fair, but Antala Harikrishna also drew with the white pieces. Why are we picking one player over the other there? But there we go. A peaceful resolution. And there were still quite a few pieces on the board. That was the 2 bishops versus the bishop and knight, and there was still a pair of rooks on the board, if I remember correctly, Tanya. So there were some potential interesting plays, but neither player perhaps wanting to deviate and try and take some additional risks. So I think a draw is a fair result there.
Absolutely. I think Jordan played a very creative game, sacrificing not 1 but 2 pawns, but always kept his initiative, his compensation with piece activity, with that bishop pair. You know, he was playing tempo by tempo, not really giving Hari a time to cash in on those extra pawns, and eventually it ended peacefully. So a great hold, a really nice display of how to play when you're down material with piece activity by Jordan van Foreest. And here, a really nice display by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, just with his killer instinct. You know how he just keeps playing on, John. He keeps playing on, and you give him one chance, you give him one shot. It's like a shark that's smelling blood. Yeah, one opportunity. And right now, you know, it's Gukesh. His palms are sweaty, his arms are heavy, and he doesn't know what to play next.
And if you go back to the moment where it really started to fall apart, King F8 didn't look like
He's probably thinking about spaghetti for dinner, but that's a far way off. Sorry, I'll stop now, John.
Is it though? Because if this game deteriorates, you'll be able to put in that order in the restaurant pretty quickly indeed, Tanya. We will see. Of course, in order to convert this, all jokes aside, it will take a little while, just because it's a very big imbalance, and when there are big imbalances, you need time to prove that those imbalances will lead to a game victory. It's possible, for example, that Nodirbek walks into some sort of knight fork or some really clever combination that allows Gukesh to get back into it. Hey,
and you'll move on the board. Well done, John. Knight takes pawn.
I didn't think he was going to play that. I'm going to be honest. Like, I saw it as a fun line, but I didn't think that was going to be the line we try. So he's maybe, because he risks simplifying, right? And the more you simplify this position, the more Abdusattorov is looking at this going, yes, I'm going to win. So we're setting a little bit of a trap here, maybe. We need Nodirbek to find rook e2. If he doesn't find rook e2 and he takes the knight, then Gukesh's trap might just get him the draw here. This is far from over.
Nodirbek needs Nodirbek to find rook e2. It's the only move in the position that will give him a real winning shot. Everything else dilutes his advantage in a really big way. Pawn takes knight would be a big mistake because of rook takes pawn. I don't see another way to actually continue. I will say rook e2 is not a tough spot for Nodirbek. Look at him. With him zoned in like this, he's finding every single star in the galaxy today. He is completely locked in. He knows this is his chance. And I fear for Gukesh. I think Nodirbek is going to cash in on this advantage.
Did you see that shake of the head, though, as Nodirbek leaned into the board? He shook his head as if to say, really? That can work? So it's quite clear that he overlooked something, but rook e2, like chat says, rook e2 is very findable. So even though this might have taken Nodirbek a little bit by surprise, there is a way out. He's got over half an hour on the clock to find what that way out is. And if he successfully does that, if I'm honest, Tanya, I think this is like the last trick that Gukesh can try, if that makes sense. Because even though there are all the major pieces, like there are 4 rooks on the board, it's very difficult to disguise your intentions with a pair of connected rooks. It's fairly obvious where they're going to go, and it's fairly obvious where you need to defend. So I think this knight takes e4 here, realistically, is a last throw of the dice.
Moment of truth, chat. Nodirbek. Are we going to see rook e2 by him? And that 50-50, I think we can throw that out of the window. The odds have completely turned on this one. And you know what Nodirbek says? He knows how to play against his Indian colleagues.
Yep.
Turns out he knew what he's talking about.
Let me give myself an opportunity to say, what if I'm completely wrong, Tanya? Let's imagine that Rook E2 is found, and after Rook E2, we reach a position where white is still, like, you know, we've got the connected passes, we're still winning the game, Tanya. Am I being too rash when I say without that knight on the board later, there's no more tricks left? Is there something else that black can try after this? Assuming Rook E2 is found.
Well, I'm struggling to see a move here. I mean,
I think Rook
you're
E2,
threatening
Rook
to take the
G5.
knight. You're threatening
right?
to take the knight with the rook. Rook G5, can't you just take on E4? Oh, you want to go rook takes rook.
A bit,
Okay,
yeah,
so
this is me being really cheeky, but I think white can
one
just
needs
take
to
the pawn.
try this. And this apparently is not winning because you're winning the G6 pawn, is it? And you can't win it with King G7. You have to go Rook C6 because there was Rook E6 otherwise.
Like, I'm just looking for I'm clutching at straws here, trying to find something.
So we'll be left with 2 versus 1, and this is a technical draw. All right, John,
Okay.
you're finding resources here. So Rook
I think
to
it's
E2,
the only one.
Rook G5. And if
But then-
white was to get greedy, I'm still attacking your knight. You don't have too many squares. Let me just point that out because it's fun to point out the lack of squares for an octo knight, center of the board. The only
True.
square remaining is knight C5. And the bar says this is also completely busted, but on board with you. If you get to keep that knight alive, you do it. Rook
So I was
G5.
looking for tricks other than, obviously you don't take the knight and you play Rook E2 instead. So I'm thinking, okay, the only other trick after that is if black plays Rook G5, because if you trade the rooks, you might be able to get a draw. But that's it.
No, you
I
can't
think there's
trade the
nothing
rooks.
after that.
Rook takes rook, then black is the one who's pushing, right, with the extra pawn. So we can't
I
take
don't-
the rook for sure. So you mean
don't
rook
think-
takes knight if you trade here, and then that's close to a draw.
Yes. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so I feel like you have to sidestep all of these complications by just playing Rook takes H6 and asking black, what else have you got?
We might see this being played out. If Rook E2 is on the board, Nodirbek hasn't made his decision yet. As I can see, by the way, Gukesh down to under 10 minutes. Nodirbek, he also has the clock advantage. You know, he has this ability to keep the pressure on the board as well as use the clock as the 17th piece. And right now is exactly when he needs those extra minutes. He has to see Rook E2 here. First and
I think
foremost,
so.
that's the big question.
I think Rook E2 followed by Rook takes H6, and then if he passes those 2 stages, it's game over. But he does have to see both of those first, I think.
It's really incredible to watch these 2 superstars of chess at it. And you know what a fight this has been, right, John? At the beginning, everything went wrong for Gukesh in the opening. And Nodirbek came at him with every piece, pushing every single, the knight, the queen, the bishop, that Gukesh took out back to its starting position. Back it went. And Nodirbek, every piece moved forward. So much pressure. But then there were some inaccuracies that followed from Nodirbek's side. And suddenly it felt that Gukesh was out of, well, deep waters. And he was going to navigate his way to safety. And then, once again, Gukesh taking that slight unnecessary risk. I wonder if it was a misspot in a calculation. That would be my best bet, that Gukesh saw a long line where eventually he wins the pawn back. But he missed an idea by Nodirbek. It could be the piece sacrifice. It could be that Nodirbek is winning this 4th pawn. And here he is.
I think it
And Nodirbek
possibly
has
has to be.
find this.
Yeah, it has to be that. It has to be, I can see that this line should be refuted, and maybe 7 or 8 moves deep, we missed a 2 mover at the end of that, or something like that. It's got to be that. Thank you, chat. I see you. Ads guy getting stronger. I wish I could say it was AI, and I will wake up a stronger player tomorrow. Not sure that's gonna happen, but I do promise to be 1% better every day. But just remember, folks, this game, Tanya, if you're still on the analysis board, if you just had to click 1 point and you click the move Queen E7 on move 27, and we go all the way
He's
back
made it.
up.
He finds it. Rook E2 on the
He
board.
does.
Rook G5 played instantly by Gukesh.
Oh. I'm still looking at move 27, Tanya, and thinking, this game looked like this in the middle game. How did we get here from there? Like, to me, that's incredible. Very much game of the day for me.
And this is the moment you want to bring this up, when it felt like this was a Nodirbek Abdusattorov party, but then Gukesh bouncing back, and yet not enough.
This is hard. Like, this is... Oh, this is so tricky to deal with. Rook takes knight doesn't work. Rook takes rook on the other side doesn't work. Only move rook takes h6.
Otherwise, Nodirbek loses all the advantage. As we were looking at the lines, rook takes knight. The 2-pawn advantage is only temporary, because after rook c6, there's no way to hold the pawn, and 2 versus 1 is a technical draw, which Gukesh will hold. So Nodirbek, but he's already sacrificed the piece, right? He's already given it for these pawns.
And I love that chat are mentioning, guys, don't forget, Gukesh has escaped from worse. He absolutely has. And the fact that if I go back, so we're on move 53 now, for example.
John, look at Anish. Look at Anish. Did you see that expression from him?
The frown. If I go back to move 46, it's looking pretty bad already. Gukesh finds every possible resource and brings every possible weapon to try and squeeze more results out of the games. And you have to always admire, one of the things that everyone says about him is his optimism. Rook takes h6 on the board. Yes, Gukesh is full of optimism. Yes, that's part of what makes his chess so strong. But is he out of tricks now? Is that it? Have we squeezed the last drop of petrol in the tank?
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he is going for the win. He looks unstoppable to me right now. Just looking at both of them on the screen, it feels as though Gukesh doesn't know how to stop Abdusattorov today. Starting from the beginning, you know, his move a4 early on, in a position where it's played so rare, his 17th most played move in the position, with only 67 games. He finds this unique idea. He puts the pressure on. And look at it. That is Nodirbek flexing. And Gukesh is on the brink of what might be his first classical loss as a world champion.
And what happens from here? I guess the obvious move is to play the knight over to c5. You correctly said, Tanya. Considering this is an octo knight, it's has a surprisingly small number of squares, right? Knight c5 looks like the most reasonable move to play next. And now I'm scared. Is that h-pawn queening? Because the rook on g5 cannot go to h5 to get behind the pawn. Can white play some checks maybe to try and force a queen?
Knight c5, and the fact that Gukesh hasn't instantly blitzed this move out. He's thinking of some alternatives, or he's calculating further. So you were mentioning some checks. Where do you want to start with? Rook f6 is one, or rook h8?
So
well,
the fun line, I don't think it works, but the fun line, like my 3-minute brain, is going, imagine rook f6, king g7.
Only move, I think.
And I really wish I could make h6 check work, but not quite. So maybe I'll play... Yeah, I don't know. I can't make that work. I was trying to basically force through the pawn.
But the king steps back. So just not yet. But you don't even have to give a check, right? Why invite the black king forward? You want to go h6 anyway. Just pin this knight. Rook c6 with h6 to follow. Where is Gukesh's play here? What are you doing next as black? I fail to see a move. If you... you might have to trade rooks. You might have to trade rooks with knight a4. That might be the defensive idea here. Because this gives black hope. And it really does. The borrow proves that this is something. Because now the 3 pawns are not as dangerous. The knight can stop and block them. So Gukesh, knight c5. Rook c6, there's knight a4. If white gets the h-pawn moving, it would be game over.
Is there a way for white to force a pair of rooks off and just further simplify so that the connected pawns are just crushing?
But the rook trade favors black. The rook trade is exactly what Gukesh wants. Because then the knight and the rook can combine to stop the pawns from moving forward. And the good news for Gukesh is that his king is well placed, closer to those passed pawns. The knight can also sacrifice itself for 2 pawns, and then a rook pawn ending would be a draw. So I think it's absolutely of utter importance for Nodirbek to keep the rooks on the board. He needs to find a way to advance his pawns with the pieces on.
So what you're saying is, okay, because there was a part of me that was thinking, well, hang on a second, then why would you play rook to c6? But I'm guessing your idea is that if black plays knight a4 trying to swap a pair of rooks off, that's when you like check on f6 or something and bring the other rook in and just avoid being on the c file. Is that what you're saying?
That was not what I was saying. I just took a chance with rook c6. I thought it pins the knight. But then I realized the knight is jumping and I really don't want to trade. So maybe your move rook f6 might, just to start with, make a lot of sense. Or
well,
even
I'm just scared of putting it on the c file if the black rook is there as well, is all I was thinking, if we want to avoid trading a pair of rooks.
I will say one thing though, John. Another square like rook b6, I don't like as much because suddenly Gukesh's knights find a lot of activity on the dark squares. We do have a move. He's gone for rook c6.
Okay.
Nodirbek does stop the idea of knight d3, which is why it was between rook f6 and rook c6. You can't allow the knight to give checks to the white king.
Oh, hang on a second. Hot
What
off
happened?
the press, Tanya, we may have repeating moves on another board. So potential for a finish here. And this is Vincent Keimer against Anish Giri. Now, there was an interesting bit of tension in this game earlier on, but it looks like it was quite early on, actually, sort of on the early 20s, and we're on move 54 now. But the moves have been repeated. It was the bishop e4 to h1 and the rook going from d4 to d2. The players have signed the score sheets, smiles all round, and that ends in a draw.
Incredible. It's a peaceful result. And it's Abdusattorov watching over with a slight smile on his face. Anish and Vincent ending their game. Yeah,
And this,
my
of
mind is
course-
still on this position, this big one for our standings. Because
This frees up Anish to come into the background of all the other cameras and soak up more energy from being on stream. So this is good. We've got 2 games left to go now then. So Gukesh still thinking in his game, and we've got Pragg versus Wei Yi as well.
And these are our 2 marquee matchups, right? It's the tournament leaders, Pragg and Nodirbek, against, well, the world champion and the defending champion. So what an end, what a treat it is to finish the day with these 2 marathon fights that we have. Should we quickly check in on the Pragg board? Because it felt
Let's
that
do it.
Pragg declining that repetition, wanted more, but Wei Yi was so solid with his defense.
So it's an interesting current position. We'll bring that up for you now. This is the position after King E5 is played, and that's on move 57. So White can't play the rook to E8 to check or anything like that, simply because we have the bishop on C6 preventing that. Black is looking for entry squares with the king, but it also looks like White has some rather interesting things up his sleeve, because rook G7, of course, is a potential threat. And if you take the rook, you then risk allowing White to queen. Obviously, Black's not about to do that. So it seems to be that the players are... I'm not sure the Black king can afford to move further away. You might have to defend the rook on F7.
King d4 is very dangerous because of your idea of rook g7. You need to move king to
Yeah.
f6 when white lands on that g7 square.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting Wei Yi to simply fall back with the king. And you know, we've got these 2 players, but the more I look at Nodirbek, to me it's clear that he's found the winning line. So we'll check in with that in a bit. He looks far too relaxed, like he's calculated his way through, just like he did in round 5. And we already have a result,
Oh, that's
John.
a handshake. Okay, so is that a... So that wasn't a threefold repetition. So I'm guessing that was a draw agreed in that position?
It was rook
It's gotta
g5 and no way in. Black simply goes back with the king to f6, keeps everything defended. Pragg pushed. He used all his chances, all his opportunities, but Wei Yi was super solid. He had a passive position, but it was never out of control, never in true danger of anything more than just being, well, optically slightly defensive. And Wei Yi with his 6th draw in a row,
Right.
John.
Now, that's not too bad a thing. Remember, we're not even at the halfway point here yet. And Tanya, starting with 6 draws, let's put it this way. If you have 6 draws and 6 wins, you're winning, okay? You're just winning Tata Steel. That would be an absolutely amazing result. So there's no... we're not writing anything off yet. Wei Yi, the defending champion, still has the potential to come back and get a whole bunch of wins on the trot. It'll be a lot of work to do, but he could do it, and he has won this event before. Don't forget, he won this last year. So here are the pairings and the results as they stand. Arjun Erigaisi fought for a draw against Caruana. That was the first game to finish. That was the Berlin. Kaima has just finished against Anish Giri, and Alexei Sarana just won his game against Vladimir Fedoseev. What an incredible game that is. That was a really fun game, but maybe eclipsed by board 4 for game of the day, as Nodirbek Abdusattorov is pushing for a victory against world champion Gukesh Domaraju. And then we had draws on the bottom 3 boards as well. Prag just drew against Wei Yi. We had Hari Krishna also draw on board 6. And then I've gone through the names, and it's Mendonça against Varmadam. That's right, on board 7. So those have all ended in draws as well. And this is the only game remaining.
And it's the biggest one, because if Nodirbek does snatch the victory in this one, he goes into round 7 as the sole leader of the tournament after Prag's draw. And he's done everything right. I was trying to work out how he plans to improve his position. How does he plan to push the pawns? The one thing that Nodirbek wants to achieve in this position is king g3 and king h4 to dislodge the black rook from here. Also want to remind everyone, rook takes rook. This trade favors Gukesh a lot. Once a pair of rooks is off the board, it's going to be a lot easier to defend the position for the knight, rook, and king to combine against the 3 pawns, because the black knight can sacrifice itself potentially for 2 of these 3 pawns and then just hold against that one single pawn remaining. So rook takes rook, I don't believe is the way forward. Nodirbek has to keep the pressure, but he has to be careful of not giving too much activity to the black knight. Black wants to go knight c5. For Gukesh, the defensive idea is knight c5, knight d3. And maybe that was the point of rook c6. Now he's going to sidestep with the rook. Don't ask me the square, John, but somewhere he's going to move it away and just say that you don't have knight d3. That gives me the time to step up the king by the time you get your knight on d3.
So white needs to think about moving the rook somewhere. I mean, e6 makes sense. a6 makes sense.
Rook e6 I like, because sometimes you're giving a check on e8, and the moment I say that, and this is tricky, you know, it's if this is not so easy and this is not so obvious, it's not going to be easy for Nodirbek to find a right square. Rook e6 was so tempting because you're setting up checks on the 8th rank as well.
I was trying to find a way to... So my idea was to try and play rook a6, and then when the knight comes back to c5, play rook a7. And I'm hoping with the other rook to come into b2, with threats of mate on b8, of course. The problem is, as soon as you play a rook to the 7th rank, black can play rook g7. Rani, if the objective is to swap one pair of rooks, that's actually really annoying. But
you can always give check, you don't have to swap.
Yeah, that's true. So black's always got that as a defensive resource, but it means that...
And you're the prophet, rook a6 on the board.
But the king can then march up, so you can then go like king f7, king f6, king g5, and try and force white into a position where there's not much better than to swap rook. So, damn, this is tricky. This feels
and
like...
we're seeing this line being played out. Knight c5 has arrived, and now Nodirbek has to think about where to place the rook.
This is far from over. Rook a7 just runs into rook g7, and okay, yeah, we have checks and stuff, but black's just constantly trying to swap a pair of rooks and be annoying. So where on earth are we going from here? Still a lot of work to do for Abdusattorov. We are going to head to our final break of the day. I don't think this game is ending in the next couple of minutes, guys, but it may well end in the next half an hour. So let's go ahead and head to that break. And also, just to let you guys know, just in case something does happen and the moves get blitzed out, we are not going to be showing ads in this break. The players will remain on your screen. And if you want to stop the ads permanently, you can consider subscribing on Twitch. It will give you, obviously, the best emotes known to humankind. And you will be ad-free when playing your own games on chess.com. So if you want to consider that and support chess.com and allow us to put these events on for you and bring you this kind of broadcast, then by all means do that if you have a spare minute and a spare sub. But we'll be right back with the rest of the action after this break. Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess 2025. We are very much, I think we're in our 6th hour of broadcast. The players have been absolutely battling hammer and tongs. And we have a on the board right now. Rook E8 has just been played. And, well, first of all, it doesn't look like it's immediately swapping off a pair of rooks. It doesn't look like anything dodgy is about to get forced here. What is going on here? How is that a question mark? Are we getting a draw?
Wow, and Gukesh finds the right move. We are back, John, and is Gukesh back in the game? The answer seems to be yes. Knight e6, taking control of all the key checks in the position. The big point is that white cannot push the H pawn, and the reason is suddenly black's rook find a lot of activity after rook e5. This is a crazy line, absolutely insane, and I'm only able to find this because I am looking at our engine right here. Rook e5 is the move that saves it. John, if h4, suddenly it's black who's winning because of ideas of the king and the knight combining and eventually winning the rook on e8, not allowing the pawn to promote. So a knight check would end the game. Rook e5 would save the day after 8-6 because 8-6 otherwise would just queen the pawn. Has Gukesh found rook e5? Because 8-6 is played. Gukesh has to play rook e5. It's the only move. It is the only move that saves the game. Everything else loses. And he plays it immediately. He finds it. He's done it. And will the realization now dawn on Nodirbek? What he's let slip?
So I guess rook a6 stops the knight from being able to give check straight away? No? Yes?
So knight f4 is the big threat here, picking up the rook with a discovered check. John, I'm just looking at Nodirbek because suddenly he's taken to twiddling that piece at super fast speed, and I think he realizes that the line he thought he was completely winning in and had done all the work for, he missed one single resource. Gukesh finds it, and he's back. He's back in the game. Look at that. He looks up.
I'm guessing that rook a6 doesn't stop the knight moving for long because black has king f7 and it just renews the threat. But if black plays king f7, then you can use the tempo to move away with the white rook on e8. Does that save anything?
But you can just give a check here because white can never go back on the back rank. If you go back on the back rank, you just keep checking, forcing the white king to move forward. And I don't know what's the follow-up here now. Maybe your idea of king f7. Although the bar says this is fine as well.
Okay.
What was your move here, John? King f7.
So, I was thinking if black plays king f7, that gives white a tempo to move away with the rook. So suddenly the knight check means that you're at least not winning a rook anymore. Is that useful?
Look at the activity. Look at the piece activity. This has to be working. So let's give a check. Now there are 3 checks and it's really tough to choose one. But let's go with the most intuitive one. Rook e2 check, king g3.
Yep, fine.
And the players are still thinking as well. So we have time to figure this out, chat. And maybe I'm going to need some help from chat. Or you, John. What do you think here? How do you defend? Because 8-7 wins the game.
Does knight g5 work? No, you then get checked to hell and back, don't you?
But it stops 8-7. Okay, what about just simple? King g6 and you stop this h-pawn from moving forward. And that's it. That's got to be it, right? And if you renew the threat with, let's say, rook to b7 with the idea, and the bar falls, with the idea of 8-7. And this could be dangerous for the white king because rook c2, and if nothing else, you've got perpetual lined up. That's the minimum that you have in this position. Actually, I just realized that's going to be a checkmate because you're going to shift the rooks. Yeah. Let's just show that. You're going to shuffle with the rook moving back and forth, and this would be game over. Suddenly, Nodirbek's king might be in trouble. This is a roller coaster, and it's all just turned upside down.
So, when people were asking not too long ago what qualities are needed to be an effective world champion, I think one of them is play on till the last, find every resource. I was saying to you earlier, Tanya, wasn't I? I was saying that after those 2 knight moves, maybe that's the last trick Gukesh had in the position, and after that, all is laid bare and there is nothing else Gukesh can try. After Nodirbek played rook takes 6, I'm going to hold my hands up. I said that on stream. I was so wrong. I did not see this coming. And, well, clearly, neither did Abdusattorov, because he sat there going, hang on a second, I thought I've navigated all this tricky stuff. What's this that's come out of the woodwork?
It's incredible. And it all comes down to this. Nodirbek had done everything right until this moment. And I want to say, it was so difficult for us to figure out the right squares for the rook as well, right? Having all the help at hand that we do and the ability to take back moves. And rook e8 is such a natural move. And we've been talking about this knight, which has been in trouble. It went to a4, back to c5, and now it is the star piece. It goes back to e6 to control everything. It also takes away a key square of the king, of the white king escaping in some of the lines. And most importantly, this is what Nodirbek thought as he swipes off some of the sweat from his forehead right now, that after 8-6, rook e5 is what was missed, and it was found by Gukesh. This resource. And the knight, the MVP, the most valued piece, he's about to make a move. He does it, rook a6. He stops the threat. And now Gukesh can step back with the king, John, as you said, just unpin yourself. He could also start with one of these 2 checks. Both these options look extremely tempting to me. And Gukesh, he's zoned in. He knows this is his opportunity, because the one thing he can't allow is give Nodirbek one move to play h7. So he has to go for the attack. He has to free up his knight and rook to come for Nodirbek's king.
Wow. Gukesh having a think here. Try and work out what his options are. The heartbreaking thing here would be to play a move at any point that accidentally allows h7, right? So Gukesh always has to have that in the back of his mind. Again, this is still far from over, but I feel like for the chess fans who have stayed to watch until the end, I can almost hear the collective gasp as those moves were played. Gukesh is finding a way back into this. But again, just because the bar looks equal, don't be fooled. That does not mean this is a dead draw. This can change on an absolute moment's notice. And both players now, I think, are sweating, maybe for different reasons.
Yeah, Nodirbek has a complete shift in his body language, in his demeanor. From walking around, checking out the draws that just happened and looking really confident, he knows he's allowed Gukesh's rooks and knight to gang up against the white king. In fact, there might be certain positions and variations where he needs to be careful, John. Because those 3 pieces are going to start combining with some checkmating ideas against the white king. And Gukesh, despite being about 3 minutes on the clock, he does look pretty calm. He knows this is his best shot. And the thing is, the lines look forced, right? He has to fight against 8-7.
I feel like he's calculating out these lines so that he can essentially make the next couple of moves fairly quickly, but he also understands that this is pretty critical and it's an important opportunity to save the game. So he wants to make sure he gets it right. He's double and triple checking everything in his head just to ensure that what he's doing is sound. We understand Gukesh, look, maneuvered us into this position. He knows that small positional subtleties can change the result of the game, and that includes changing it back to a loss. So he cannot afford to be complacent here.
Yeah, king to g5 would not be a good idea because the knight on e6 is hanging. So if you have to unpin, it has to be on the f7 square. And instead he goes in. I think check was the more human approach here. You know, you ask questions because now if Nodirbek steps back, well, if you step back here, that would be a checkmate. Thank you very much. Going to get that spaghetti. But king f1 at least allows a repetition of the c rook going back and forth. So if Nodirbek has to fight for the win, he has to take the risk of stepping forward. And I say that as a risk because anytime black doubles on the second rank, there are going to be some scary ideas to deal with.
Yeah, that becomes not, how do I put it? That becomes not my opponent's getting away from a draw territory. That becomes, oh goodness, I need to make sure I don't accidentally lose this game territory. And you open everything up to 3 results.
And just to demonstrate that point, John, after king g3, I believe you could immediately go in with doubling down. You don't even have to unpin yourself anymore. And it might be the easiest way because suddenly after h7, once again, let me just demonstrate that deadly idea that we're talking about. This knight doing a fantastic job of stopping the king from coming out. I mean, does it ever drive you crazy, John, just how fast the knight changes?
I mean, what drives me crazy is that if I had the white pieces and knowing there wasn't anything else I could do to try and convert this game after having 3 connected passed pawns, Tanya, that drives me crazy. Holy moly. Yeah, I think it's fair to say we didn't see this coming. There were, I would say, there were plenty of people who correctly acknowledge in chat that Gukesh has done this many times before. He hasn't done it now yet. We're still waiting for him to confirm that he will in fact do this, but wow, what a topsy-turvy last section of the day. We don't even know if the game's going to end in this section. We could actually see this game go on for a large number of moves. Yeah, we're on move 61 now. It's entirely plausible. I mean, you've seen so many. I'm sure you've been a part of so many games yourself, Tanya, where you're trying to grind for a victory, where it could go to move 100 plus. It's not out of the question.
We've played those marathon grinds, right? But what makes this situation so special and unique is just the turnarounds that we've been seeing. The high class, the top class chess, the fighting attitude of both these players, capitalizing on small inaccuracies. You know, it's sort of had so many big moments just this one game. And now suddenly Gukesh makes a comeback. And you know what? You can look at the board, but you can also look at Nodirbek, and you would know that something's gone wrong. And he realizes it.
Point.
He realizes it, John, because he felt it that he had done everything. 8-6, winning. How does black keep the knight defended and stop 8-7? This is where Nodirbek's calculation finished, right? Until rook e5 arrived on the board.
Yes, exactly. Until. The answer is always until. And you're right. If you took snapshots of their body language out of the opening, what was that point we mentioned that was like the critical point in the game early on? After black played move 27, and you took a snapshot of what Gukesh and what Nodirbek looked like then. And then you went and took a look at the position after the pawn on e5 was given away. And then you take a look and have a snapshot of what they look like now. This has been a real roller coaster of a game. Even if the result might not have fluctuated that many times, maybe 2 or 3 times, I feel like there must have been 6 or 7 inflection points in this game where the storyline changed and what we were focusing on and what we were looking out for and what the players needed to be wary of. That has changed so many times in this single game of chess. It's been incredible.
It's like we've seen 5 different games just in this one being played out.
That's a great way to describe it, yes. Oh, man.
And just over the last few moves. And again, just so much brilliancy on display with Nodirbek sacrificing a piece for those pawns in the endgame, driving Gukesh's knight to the edge of the board. And it felt like he had calculated his way through. And I wonder if he's thinking about the future, calculating ahead, or he's thinking about the past. Where did I mess up?
And speaking of the future, I also want to say white is forced to move up with the king. Because if black doesn't want to push for a victory for any reason, if the king moves back anywhere on the back rank, you can just keep checking the king until he moves up to g3 or h3. You can literally do that anytime you want right now with the rook that's on c2. So the white king has to immediately accept a perpetual or go to g3 or h3. Those are the only 2 options. And yeah, this isn't great, but at the same time, it's drawing until it's not, you know, Tanya? I feel like there will be one sideline, one combination of moves.
Is he going to repeat? He comes back. Does Nodirbek think that by going forward, his king is in danger of getting checkmated with the 2 rooks lining up? Or is he doing the Soviet school of chess where he repeats once and then steps up with king g3 and it's game on again?
Maybe, although it's Gukesh with 3 minutes on the clock versus 10, and rook c2 immediately getting played. So Gukesh back up to nearly 4 minutes on the clock. I think if you're Gukesh, you're taking this. So he's asking a question to Nodirbek. Are you sure you want this to be a repetition? And I can tell you what Nordirbek's thinking. I can tell you this for free, folks, because profits are here in chat. He's thinking, no, of course I don't want this to be a repetition, but it might have to be.
And you have to adapt to that situation, right? You have to have that mind shift where you need to be practical then. If you've let go of it and he feels after king g3, and we see that the bar is balanced after king g3, rook e2, I'll just have the arrows on the board. The threats of the rooks giving checks on the second rank is going to give enough for Gukesh to draw. Nodirbek has to make peace.
One of the most difficult things to do in a game of chess, Tanya, is winning a one game, right? That's what they say.
It really is.
And there's a reason for that. And I feel like this game is a brilliant illustration of that. Not because there've been, like, if you think back to this game, you're not thinking, oh, wow, Nodirbek made so many errors. No one's thinking that. But the fact of the matter is, Gukesh finds these absolutely brilliant resources to hang on for so long and then find a way to force the game towards a draw. Like, this has been brilliant chess from start to finish for both players, and we've had such a fun, tense battle. This might be the final moments.
But you know, Nodirbek, he's not happy.
He's not going to sleep well tonight.
He knew exactly how close he was, and it was a brilliant game by him. And when this generation plays against each other, there is this extra motivation to win, to kind of show who's boss, who's spearheading this entire shift, this generational shift that we're seeing. And right now, with Gukesh being world champion, his colleagues, his compatriots feel that much more competitiveness and that hunger to prove themselves against him. And with the white pieces, Nodirbek got so close. Showed great opening preparation, rook e3 out of the opening, some brilliant creative ideas, dominating on the queen side, and then keeping that pressure in the endgame. And really where he went wrong from a human perspective is not clear at all. It's very easy to have the engine on and say the rook should have landed on this square and this was the accurate square. But when you're playing on the board and you have no idea of what the objective evaluation is, you have to calculate every single square. It's a different animal. It's a different beast. And it is extremely hard, especially when you have all these options which look the same. Rook a7, rook a8, rook e8, rook b6, rook c6, rook d6. Where do you play it? You have to make a choice and you don't have the ability to take it back. And then one inaccuracy and Gukesh finds his way back. So sharp. What is this, 6th hour of play? And
it doesn't
what a
look
game
like
this
an
has been.
inaccuracy
An
either.
epic
You
duel.
see
An
that and
epic
you
duel.
you think to yourself, well, that's an inaccuracy. But it's such a human move to play. It doesn't look like an inaccuracy. The reason why it works is so deep. And then you go back and you think, yes, it's human to make that move. But Gukesh is also human and he saw it and he realized he could use that resource, which is what we should be celebrating here, because that truly was that moment, regardless of the result of this game, that moment was truly incredible for Gukesh in the 6th hour of play to find that resource and know that he might be able to exploit it. So fair play to him. What a fantastic way to steer this game back towards a draw.
I will say, John, finding knight e6, by the way, we are seeing a Nodirbek go for the repetition. King comes back to f1. I don't believe that Gukesh wants to keep this game going. I'm expecting him to give a check. I will say that for Gukesh to find this resource was a lot easier than for Nodirbek to find the right square for the rook, because it was the only move that Gukesh had. And there we have it, John, a repetition.
Wow. Amazing stuff. And Gukesh, look, Gukesh knows he pulled off the Houdini act there. There is absolutely no question about that. Nodirbek is going to be cursing his luck, but maybe the lucky hoodie, Tanya, is what did it towards the end of that game, because Gukesh finds a way the Jurassic Park of chess. How he does it, I don't know, but he finds the resources necessary. First trick, nothing. Second trick, nothing. Third trick, nothing. But eventually something cracked, and he kept finding those resources in positions where it looked like there was nothing. Incredible.
Incredible stuff. I mean, what a game we had between these two. And if this one's anything to go by, they are clearly, Nodirbek and Gukesh are at the top of the pyramid. And with years and years of competitive play ahead of them, their rivalry will define this next era of chess. And did you notice, John? It was one of those very few moments when we didn't see the players analyze post-game. And that just shows their mindset, their competitive nature. Nodirbek, he's of course disappointed. Gukesh relieved to have gotten out of this. But it goes on to show just how much this rivalry, what this rivalry and how this rivalry is shaping up to be. You know, in the previous generation, we talk about the Magnus-Hikaru rivalry, which lives on, Magnus-Fabi rivalry. And I think over the years, it will be Gukesh versus Nodirbek.
So there we have it. It's the final game complete now in the Tata Steel Masters for round number 6. All draws except one, where Alexei Sarana was able to beat Vladimir Fedoseev, but don't be mistaken if you thought that was a straightforward result. That game was absolutely wild and so much fun to follow, but honestly, it's the draw between Nodirbek and Gukesh on board 4 that is probably going to be the talking point of this round. So it was anything but peaceful here at Wijk Aan Zee today. These are the results from the Masters, and as a result of these results, let's take a look at how that has shaken up the standings. So if we head into the overall picture, after round 6, we're then going to be moving to the halfway point of the tournament. As things stand, Pragg and Nodirbek currently on 4.5 each. Gukesh, though, still only half a point behind on 4 after that incredible Houdini act today. And then rounding out the left side of the screen, we have Fedoseev, Hari Krishna, and Alexei Sarana after that win today, all on 3.5. Tanya, plenty to play for still.
Of course, it's still a very long tournament to go, and those 3 names at the top of the leaderboard, once again, the young generation dominating what we call the Wimbledon of chess. And it's neck to neck because you have 2 players in 4.5, 1 on 4, and then 3 players at 3.5. Fabi as well looking to find his rhythm going in next. But completely agree with you, John. We had a bunch of draws today, 6 draws, 1 decisive game. But the most exciting one was the peaceful result between Nodirbek and Gukesh, because the game was anything but a peaceful one.
At each other's throats for 6 hours there to get to that result, and it looked like it was going to be decisive all the way until the very end. Let's take a look at the results now from the challenges section as well. Of course, played alongside the Masters here in the playing hall. And there's actually still a game going on. Suleimanli is continuing the game against Gurel. That's not even over yet, but we did have one decisive result further down. Faustino Oro did successfully defeat Divya Deshmukh in that crazy sharp game. I'm looking forward to going back over that later, Tanya, because that game was wild, and even when we left it, there was still so much to play for. It was really entertaining. So interesting that resulted in a decisive result, and Erwin Lamy continues to lead the field, I believe, because everyone else drew.
Yes, for the Messi of chess, the 11-year-old Faustino Oro, he gets his 2nd win at the Tata Steel Challengers. He said it. He either wants to try for a GM nom or hopefully make it for the Masters next year by winning the whole thing. But what an experience this is going to be. I believe he's the youngest ever participant, and maybe Vic can confirm that for me, at the Tata Steel Challengers at just 11, playing this tournament, a win against Divya. That's got to be a big one for him. And as you said, Erwin Lamy going into round 7 keeps the lead, a sole lead, with half a point ahead of the field.
Yes, indeed. Bok and Win both just half a point behind at the moment, so Lamy cannot afford to rest on his laurels just yet. And don't forget, this is provisional and round 6 is ongoing, so these are not finalized. The Gurel game is still continuing to be played, so we will have an additional point to be added to that leaderboard before the day is done. So that just about wraps it up for today's games in the Masters at Tata Steel Chess. I hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast just as much as we've enjoyed bringing these absolutely fantastic games to you with all of their twists and turns. We are back tomorrow, but I just want to remind you guys, depending on where in the world you are, we could be in some very interesting time zones. So let's go ahead and remind you what time the games start. If you're in LA, it's a little bit of an apologies. Just get your coffee on. You'll be fine. You're going to be joining us from 5 o'clock in the morning. And on the other end of the scale, if you happen to be on the east coast of Australia, we kick off at midnight. But at Wijk Aan Zee, the games start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tomorrow is not a rest day. We will be back. And I do believe we've got Jovanka and Danya bringing us the games tomorrow, if I am not mistaken. But today's games, for now, have been absolutely phenomenal. Tanya, thank you so much for allowing me to ride on this roller coaster alongside you. That was a really, really fun broadcast. The players are tired, we're tired, but my eyes are wide open after following those games. I wouldn't have it any other way.
It was awesome, John, and what an end we had. You know, a lot of peaceful results today, but this game of Nodirbek versus Gukesh, it just had every single flavor that you could imagine. We had Magnus joining us in the middle as well, sharing his insights on each of these players. Tremendous fight shown by these two youngsters, the world champion and the world number 6. Pragg as well tried it out against Wei Yi. Fantastic, fantastic chess. And we also got an update that, you know, as we've got the results coming in from Tata Steel, we also have the freestyle Friday results. Magnus joined in for commentary, and then he went on to dominate freestyle with 9.5 points. He actually shared first with Botnik, but I think he finished ahead on tie breaks, and there was Hikaru playing, Hans playing. So quite a field that one was as well. And of course, looking forward to following the action as a chess fan tomorrow as Daniel and Haska take the call.
Thank you so much, Tanya. It's been an absolute pleasure, and a huge thank you to all of you for watching as well, from Tanya and myself, from Magnus, of course, who was here commentating earlier, and from all of the people behind the scenes who make these wonderful broadcasts possible. This was round number 6 of the 2025 Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and we look forward to welcoming you at 2 o'clock local time tomorrow for round number 7. Stay safe wherever you are, and thanks again for watching. Good night.